The story begins with a grim revelation. In just 10 years, the Eastern Federation Kingdom will collapse under the burden of the 5 great vices, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. To prevent this tragedy, our protagonist has taken it upon himself to act as their overseer, though he never imagined it would turn into such a colossal undertaking. Originally, he was an ordinary man, trapped in modern life, grinding through 78-hour work weeks with barely a break. But fate takes a strange turn when he wakes up inhabiting the body of a noble in a fantasy world. At first, it seems like a dream come true until he realizes he can't read and he doesn't possess any sort of magic or power. Trying to at least understand the written language, he ends up holding a book upside down, leaving the butler speechless. When dinner comes, a maid serves him a grand feast, and he digs in enthusiastically, thoroughly enjoying the perks of his new identity. Even the bath is prepared for him, and he can't help thinking that being the young master of a count's household is pure bliss. Being pampered and carefree feels like heaven. Yet, there's one huge problem. He has no clue where he actually is. Normally, when someone is transported into another world, it's from a novel or game they're familiar with. So when one of the maids casually mentions that his older brothers, Leo and Tonio, will be returning tomorrow, he's baffled. The maid, in turn, is surprised that he seems to have forgotten his own family. As he mulls over their names, something clicks. They sound painfully familiar. Then it hits him like lightning. He's in the world of Psychedelia, a turn-based RPG he used to play during his rare moments of free time. But there's a catch. In every possible storyline of Psychedelia, once the 5 great vices, wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession, emerge, the kingdom's nobility and cities fall into madness and destruction, and the Palacio family, where he now finds himself, is infamous in one of the game's early side quests. The eldest son, Leo Palacio, is dubbed the King of Lust, while the second son, Tonio, is known as the King of Vice. When he realizes this, he drops to his knees. He remembers this place vividly. It's the very first sub-quest of the game. Looking around, he sees that the mansion is exactly how it appeared in Psychedelia. The Palacio household is destined to be among the first noble families wiped out by the 5 great vices. And his current identity? The third son, Alan Palacio, a minor villain who meets a terrible end. His face remains blank as this truth sinks in. Even though he's just discovered that his death is certain, the only thing that crosses his mind is how much experience that quest used to give in the game. Lying in bed later that night, he's too scared to even close his eyes. He'd honestly prefer going back to his soul-crushing corporate job, because at least there, his life wasn't on a timer. The thought that his luxurious new life will end in exactly 10 years terrifies him more than 6 months of unpaid wages ever could. Still, he refuses to give up. Since he already knows the future events of this world, maybe he can use that knowledge to his advantage. If he can somehow change fate and prevent the rise of the 5 vices, he could save both the kingdom and his own peaceful life. It sounds doable. After all, those vices are still just children right now. The real problem is that he has no abilities whatsoever. How could someone powerless change destiny? 2 months later, he manages to pull off his first major move, though not by his own hand. His knight, Evan, successfully rescues a group of orphans from a human experimentation facility. Evan reports that he's left the care of the rescued children in the hands of a girl named Utia. The young master nods in approval, glad he chose Evan for the task, as the knight proves to be capable and trustworthy. However, because his face rarely shows emotion anymore, Evan can't tell whether that nod was a compliment or just indifference. Trying to clarify, the young master forces an awkward smile, which only makes Evan think he'll never get used to his lord's new demeanor. He recalls how Alan used to be easy to read, cheerful or gloomy. His emotions were always visible, but now he seems eerily expressionless. Even the protagonist suspects that possessing Alan's body may have left his facial expressions frozen. Evan, still uncertain, decides to accept the gesture as praise. The protagonist reflects that Evan is one of the rare honest souls in the corrupt world of Psychedelia, a loyal knight who never betrays those he serves. That's why he recruited him right away upon meeting him. Finally, Evan reminds him that the main reason he was sent to the testing facility was to save Utia, and the young master confirms that's correct. Evan remarks that he can understand why his master went out of his way to save the girl. Even with all his years of experience as a mercenary, he can tell Utia is no ordinary child. Her strength alone makes it hard for him to fathom why she ever allowed herself to be locked up in the first place. He then questions why the young master didn't bring her back to the manor, since keeping someone like her in an orphanage seems wasteful. Our protagonist agrees out loud, but has other thoughts in mind. He knows it might look like he's ignoring her potential, but leaving her there is actually part of his larger plan. Utia isn't human. In the original timeline of the game, she forms a pact with a being from another realm and eventually becomes the physical incarnation of wrath, one of the 5 great vices responsible for countless deaths. Thanks to his interference, that dark fate has been diverted. He wants her to grow up peacefully, far away from corruption. To him, that means he's successfully neutralized one of the 4 remaining disasters. Of course, he can't tell Evan any of this, so he decides to act cryptic and simply says, "The time isn't right yet." Evan, ever curious, wonders what his master means, but doesn't pry. Every supporting character has their own story, after all. He promises to respect his master's wishes. The young noble instructs Evan to keep the matter quiet and to ensure the orphanage receives enough funding for a comfortable life. Then he hands him a letter, asking him to deliver it personally to Utia. When Evan asks what the letter is about, his master brushes it off, claiming it's just a note to check on her well-being. He says he wants to reassure the girl after everything she's been through. Evan nods, vows to deliver it promptly, and rides off on horseback. Once alone, the young master wonders whether his letter will actually bring her comfort. In truth, it contains something entirely different, a few lines he remembers from the game. Back then, when Utia had already become the embodiment of wrath and was laying waste to the kingdom, the archbishop mentioned a strange phrase about a spell capable of reaching a non-human like her. The line went something like, "Cast agony from the shadows with the light of the fallen's grace." He never quite understood its meaning, but in the game, those words momentarily resonated with her before she killed the archbishop anyway. It wasn't that the spell failed, it had simply come too late, and her rage consumed her before peace could take root. Now, our protagonist believes that by sending those same words early, he might truly change her destiny this time. With wrath handled, at least for now, he's ready to move on to the next of the great vices. Still, he can't help but think how absurd it sounds to try befriending a potential monster with a single poetic quote. Yet, considering that these sins all seem to worship some mysterious higher entity, maybe there's something to it. To him, they all seem like fanatics. Meanwhile, we shift to Utia Sao, who's reading the letter herself, and she's not happy. Evan, watching her, can feel the immense surge of mana radiating from her small frame. It's beyond belief. He admits that she might be the strangest person he's ever met. Her face is emotionless, her voice calm, yet her power screams otherwise. She asks Evan to confirm whether the young master truly wrote the letter. When he nods, she explodes with fury, her mana flaring like a storm. The sheer force is enough to terrify even a seasoned warrior like Evan. Manifesting mana in tangible form, like she's doing, is something only master-level individuals can achieve. Her anger is unrestrained, like that of a jealous lover denied attention. Evan recalls his master's words that it simply wasn't time yet, and blurts them out in desperation. Miraculously, that line works. Utia stills, interpreting the phrase in the letter as a hidden message meant only for her, a secret promise she believes only her master could have made. Evan stands there speechless, completely lost as to what's happening. Utia, still wrapped in her eerie devotion, declares that she understands him perfectly. Her demeanor is chillingly similar to a certain vampire-like guardian from another story. She is, after all, the daughter of monsters, the Scarlet Queen Utia, destined to embody wrath. Back at the manor, our main character feels confident that he's bought himself more time to enjoy his comfortable life. As he drifts off to sleep, he imagines the bright moon smiling down at him in silent encouragement. Before lying down, he places a primrose flower on his bed, thinking it's just a cute decoration. All he really wants is to live peacefully and luxuriously. Is that really too much to ask? Unbeknownst to him, in the Astria kingdom, primrose flowers are used in funeral rites, placed on the wounds or graves of the deceased. Symbolically, it's a terrible omen. The next morning, he's in the library, buried under falling books that seem to be punishing him for his illiteracy. He's currently researching the third vice, or as he likes to call them, the landmines. The process is frustrating beyond belief. Evan soon returns, reporting that they've successfully rescued another child, thanks to the young master's directions. When asked, our protagonist makes sure the child was treated gently after being saved from an underground slave market. Evan assures him that she was, but before their conversation can continue, the library doors slam open with a deafening crash, sending papers flying everywhere. The intruder? Tonio, the second son of the Palacio family. He immediately starts mocking his younger brother, demanding to know how an illiterate fool like him dares to hold a book. Our MC, expressionless as always, just stares back. Tonio's taunting escalates, but the young master decides it's not worth the effort. He plays it cool, saying Tonio can use the library if he wants. He'll be taking his leave. Tonio, thinking he's asserted dominance, grinds his heel onto his brother's head with a smirk. Before things can go further, a knife suddenly whistles through the air, lodging itself into the wall beside them. A new voice cuts through the tension, scolding them for being too loud. The newcomer is Leo, the eldest son of the family. As Leo and Tonio start bickering, our protagonist takes the chance to quietly crawl away, completely unbothered. He remembers that in the game, the Palacio family was wiped out early on, but seeing them in person, he realizes how powerful and dangerous they truly are. The two brothers are constantly at each other's throats, fighting over who will become head of the household. Leo controls the city's underground pleasure network, earning the title of King of Desire, while Tonio runs the region's largest drug ring, known as the King of Vice. Watching them fight, the young master decides there's absolutely no point getting tangled in their mess if he wants to preserve his comfortable lifestyle. And so, with his usual deadpan look, he literally crawls away from the chaos while Evan calmly follows, as if this absurd escape were the most normal thing in the world. As Evan adjusts his young master's hair, our protagonist silently vows to live happily, even if it means staying a powerless, incompetent, illegitimate son. A bit later, Evan comments that the second child they rescued didn't seem like an ordinary kid either. Watching his master lazily recline in his chair, Evan can't help but question reality itself. How could a man like this, who complains constantly and seems incapable of serious work, possibly have knowledge about illegal slave markets and secret human experiments scattered across the kingdom? Evan figures it must be difficult for his young master to maintain composure around his vicious brothers, while the man himself simply mutters about how exhausted he is. Then Evan asks why he decided to send that second rescued child to the orphanage. Of course, the young master has his reasons. He knows this boy isn't just another victim, he's an anomaly. The child hails from the Escalian kingdom, the central state within the United Realm. In the world of psychedelia, this boy is known as Deus Macallion, the second major boss. In the game, after enduring slavery and brutal abuse, he eventually becomes the living embodiment of the sin of sloth, wreaking unspeakable havoc across the land. Many players were shocked by the cruelty of his story. Despite being associated with sloth, Deus was anything but lazy. He was known for relentless determination and an unshakable sense of justice, repaying both kindness and vengeance many times over. That's exactly why our protagonist told Evan to treat Deus with utmost care and gentleness. Even now, he still shudders remembering the nightmarish difficulty of Deus's battle scenes in the game. Trying to maintain his mysterious, wise, noble persona, he tells Evan the same cryptic line he always does. It's not the right time yet. Evan nods, unfazed, having grown used to his master's strange riddles. He then asks if the letter sent to Eutia this time was related to the second child. The young master confirms, but the reality is more ridiculous. Inside the letter, he's simply venting to Eutia about how his older brothers keep bullying him. It's both pitiful and hilarious. Still, he claims that he asked her to look after the second child who isn't feeling well. Technically, that's true. Deus really does need time to heal. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Deus sits alone, trying to hide his injured injuries and scars. Utia approaches him, studying him with cold curiosity. She asks if he's broken. Then, in a chilling tone, she mentions the Black Goat organization, and Deus flinches at the name. Slipping into her obsessive yandere-like demeanor, Utia tells him that even if he's damaged, he's still been chosen. She congratulates him for being acknowledged by the Blue Moon, which she defines as their master, the title she's bestowed upon our protagonist. It's clear she's forming an organization centered around him, and she promises Deus that if he remains loyal, he'll have his chance at revenge. Hearing this ignites something deep within him, and his latent magic, or perhaps the authority of sloth, begins to awaken. Satisfied, Utia happily decides to write her first reply letter to their master, grinning far too brightly for someone covered in mana scars. Back at the manor, the young master is buried in books, still researching clues about the third child. That's when Evan bursts into the room with alarming news. The second son of the Palacio family is dead. Even though our protagonist knew this event was destined to happen, the suddenness of it still rattles him. The funeral is held immediately, and to everyone's disgust, their father arrives with 2 escorts on his arms. Watching the scene, the young master can only think, even for this messed-up family, that's too far. He muses that psychedelia truly is the definition of a dark fantasy. As for Tonio's accidental death, something feels off. In the game, Leo had sobbed hysterically after killing his brother and claiming the title of heir. But here, Leo stands over the coffin smirking, not even pretending to grieve. At least try to act sad, our MC thinks to himself. Still, this isn't his problem. His focus remains on preventing the downfall tied to the 5 great sins. A year passes. Leo inherits Tonio's criminal network and transforms the chaos into a more stable, though still corrupt, domain. The Palacio estate grows quieter. During that time, Utia and the young master continue exchanging letters, becoming something like pen pals. He figures maintaining that connection will prove useful later. Utia writes frequent updates about the orphanage and the other children's growth. He's quietly proud, especially after noticing the sponsorship list keeps getting longer each month. Evan, munching happily on snacks, remarks that it's strange but definitely a good sign. Then he delivers the update our protagonist has been waiting for. They've located crucial information from the Intelligence Guild, an ancient text about the third child, the next landmine he must deal with. The young master nearly beams with joy. Finally, he can move forward. Everything seems to be going smoothly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the kingdom, at one of Leo's drug depots, his henchmen brag about how generous their boss is, boasting that his operations now number in the hundreds. Their laughter dies quickly when chaos erupts. One by one, the men turn on themselves, screaming as if something invisible is forcing their bodies to move against their will. The perpetrators are none other than Utia and Deus. Deus manipulates deadly threads of magic, effortlessly erasing the entire group. He then turns to Utia, asking if slaughtering these people is truly necessary. She replies coldly, asking if he pities them. He answers that he doesn't. After all, these scum used human lives to produce drugs. Utia explains that this is purification, necessary to prepare for their master's rise. With a serene, almost divine smile, she says they can't let the place remain filthy when he returns. Dees nods in understanding, or at least he thinks he understands. Together they etch a glowing sigil into the ground. A surge of mana explodes outward, leaving behind a crescent-shaped mark. As they ascend into the night sky, Utia declares that all of this is for their master, the Blue Moon, and that they are his sword and shield. 2 years pass since the letter exchange began. Evan has been relentlessly pursuing leads on the remaining sins, and now he collapses on the grass, utterly drained. A touch of his master's mana restores his energy. Evan announces that they've finally located the 5th child and safely placed them in the orphanage. For the first time in years, our protagonist feels genuine relief, though his expression doesn't show it, he's deeply moved. He's done it. He's saved all 5 children before their descent into sin. To celebrate, he rewards Evan with cake and tea, praising his dedication, finding the sin of greed. The 3rd child had been the hardest, but they managed it thanks to his insider knowledge from the game. Everything is finally in order. Evan asks why he doesn't seem happier. The young master insists he's thrilled, but his completely blank face betrays him. We even get a close-up of his smile, which is utterly non-existent. Evan just sighs. He's used to it by now. Reflecting on their progress, the young master admits he never imagined things would go this smoothly. In the game, the 5 bosses became the great vices because of unbearable suffering. Saving them before that transformation seemed nearly impossible, but somehow he's managed it. When he asks about the orphanage's current state, Evan hands him a letter reporting that everything is running smoothly and the children seem happier every day. The young master remarks that if that's true, they might not even need a new caretaker. He's surprised Utia has handled things so well, though it makes sense, considering her deep attachment to the orphanage in the game's story. Reading Utia's letter, he finds that she's written warmly about each child's progress, especially Dias, reassuring him that everyone is doing fine. For the first time, a faint smile appears on his lips. He's genuinely glad they're growing up well. Evan asks when he plans to finally meet them in person. As always, the young master replies vaguely that the right time will come. In truth, he has no intention of meeting them anytime soon. He's terrified of the power they'll eventually wield. For now, distance feels safest. Still, he's aware that if he wants to survive in this grim world, he needs to get stronger. The answer lies in magic, and luckily, this body has the potential for it. While training, Evan mentions a new group rising across the continent called the Blue Moon. The young master feigns ignorance, but Evan explains they've been targeting corrupt nobles and criminal rings. Outwardly, he praises them, thinking it's a good thing, but deep down, he's uneasy. He doesn't remember this group from the game. Evan jokingly warns him to be careful, since Blue Moon's next likely targets are the nobility themselves. The young master freezes, then nervously orders Evan to start sleeping in the room next to his, just in case. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Utia convenes a Blue Moon meeting, the sin of Satyam pride. A girl named Sol Rang Di reports that she eliminated a group of slavers by decapitating them all. She boasts about playing a guessing game with them, promising to spare anyone who could correctly name her eye color. None survived. Then, Rena, the sin of greed, gracefully reports that all bodies were dissolved without leaving a trace. The organization is growing, and its devotion to the Blue Moon is only getting stronger. The sin of misophobia. Radin reports that he also wrapped things up in the south, taking care of the illegal human testing grounds and turning those Avalon bastards who were causing trouble into minced meat. These kids are seriously scary, I tell you. Anyway, the scariest of them all, Utia praises them for a job well done. Talking about how everything will go according to his will, she emphasizes that they all exist for the sake of the Great Moon. This secret organization worships the Great Moon, the Blue Moon, who just so happens to be our main character. Suddenly, Deus reports a problem which makes Utia question what could possibly be wrong when everything seems perfect under his command. These fools are treating our MC like some kind of deity. Deus explains that the head of Avalon is the eldest son of the Palatio Count family, where their lord resides. He claims to have found a dangerous written order while cleaning up the south. It turns out that the eldest son, Leo, is targeting our MC. Naturally, Utia can't let this slide. She unleashes an intense, murderous aura that sends the other kids cowering in fear. The letter reveals that Leo's plan is to slowly poison our boy after eliminating their father, which sends Utia into a furious rage. Fast forward 2 years, RMC's father, Count Palid, has passed away, and just like before, his funeral is held almost immediately. RMC explains that while the official cause of death is heart failure, it's clear he died from an overdose. Meanwhile, at the funeral, Leo gets news that the Blue Moon has struck one of his facilities. Seriously, couldn't they have waited until after the funeral? Leo keeps asking if everyone was wiped out again. Our main character, who's just casually eavesdropping, realizes that his brother is becoming increasingly cautious about the Blue Moon. As the Count's funeral wraps up without a single tear shed, our MC decides he doesn't want to get tangled up in all this drama and quietly slips away just as his brother shoots him a planning glare. When Evan asks what our MC plans to do next, since it looks like that jerk of a brother is on track to become the new count, our MC is already one step ahead. He's been packing his bags and tells Evan to do the same. The plan to run away from this mess. Evan questions whether he really intends to flee, and our MC clarifies that it's not a complete getaway. They're just heading downtown to lay low for a bit. When Evan asks if he means the town of Rodmill, our guy confirms it. He's been eyeing Rodmill for a while now, and it's a small town in the south of Paleo, making it the perfect hideout. Plus, he's timed it well since Leo has been giving him some seriously unsettling looks. Once they arrive in Rodmill, our MC actually starts enjoying life, whipping up some delicious-looking toast while Evan just goes along with everything like it's the most normal thing ever. But 3 days later, their peaceful existence is shattered when our MC is forced to return home for his brother's funeral. He can't believe he's back so soon. According to the game, Leo wasn't supposed to die yet. The cause of the death is a stab through the heart, which leaves our MC wondering who could have done such a thing. He tries to ask one of the servants about the details, but they scream in horror as if they're about to meet their end. It's not just that. All the servants are acting strangely, overly apologetic, and treating him like he's some kind of mafia boss. He can't help but wonder what's going on with these people. As he's making his way out, Evan catches up to him, and he asks him if he found out why the servants are acting so weird. Evan claims he did, and playfully wonders if our MC was the one who made the Avalon drug organization disappear overnight. Turns out Leo was the head of that organization, and now that he's gone, it seems like the whole thing vanished without a trace. We then flash back to the day our main character set off for Rodmill. Inside the carriage, Evan was curious, asking why he's heading to a small town like Rodmill instead of a bustling city. Our MC explains that a city is simply not an option for him. Rodmill is his ultimate destination, the end game in all his plans. He shares that his mission is straightforward: save the 5 great sins from their misfortunes to prevent the world from crumbling. Plus, since Rodmill isn't part of the original story and has a villa, it's the ideal spot for him. A villa is a separate estate, making it the perfect hideaway for a laid-back noble like him, where he can relax and do absolutely nothing. Honestly, I share that dream. If you like this video, it would really help me out with my bills and give me some much-needed downtime. Anyway, our MC gets serious when answering Evan's question, insisting that everything he does has a purpose. But after hearing the same old responses for a while, Evan calls him out, pointing out that he always uses those same lines when he wants to dodge a question. He tells our MC that he can't fool him anymore. Our MC is taken aback by how Evan has seen through his little lies. As their banter continues, Leo, who's been watching our MC drive away, contemplates whether he should kill him or not. According to Leo, it doesn't really matter if our MC lives or dies. He had already planned to poison him, but now that our MC has decided to leave for the border, Leo feels he has no reason to go through with it. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he still feels the urge to eliminate him. He instructs one of his henchmen, Alman, to follow the carriage. Alman, however, asks if that means he's supposed to kill the MC. This question leaves Leo baffled. Alman has never questioned him before, no matter what orders he received. He usually just follows them without a word, so for him to speak up like this feels a bit odd. Leo reminds Alman that his job is to obey him, but before he can finish, Alman lunges at him, stabbing him right through the heart. Leo, in shock, shouts out why Alman would betray him like this, but Alman simply replies that he enjoys playing war. We soon discover that Alman is actually part of the Blue Moon organization, and his real name is Hidden. He explains that they've been taught a creed by Blue Moon. Since the Blue Moon is essentially RMC's sword, it makes sense for them to act according to his wishes. However, if anyone dares to threaten the Great Blue Moon, RMC, they're allowed to take matters into their own hands, meaning they can eliminate the threat. Hidden reveals he's been waiting for Leo to give the order to kill their lord, and he can't believe it took 2 years for that to happen. Leo tries to argue that his subordinates won't let Hidden live, but Hidden counters that with Leo's death, the entire organization will be wiped off the continent forever. Looking at Leo's lifeless body, Hidden can't help but comment on how unfortunate this all is. If Leo hadn't tried to kill their great master, he might have lived a few more months or even years. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, in the present, our MC is enjoying his dream life in the small town of Rodmill. He wakes up whenever he wants and shares delicious meals with Evan, living the life of a true noble. But his fate would have it, his peaceful existence is shattered when he receives a letter. The letter requested that he step up as the next head of the family. Just like that, his carefree life came to an end a mere 4 days after it began, forcing him to return to the palatial state. However, things felt off. The maids and other staff were acting strangely around him. He couldn't help but wonder what was behind their odd behavior. Then Evan teasingly asked him when he had become the shadow leader, leaving him completely baffled. It dawned on him that all this fuss was due to the bizarre circumstances surrounding his brother's death, which had led to his current predicament. In his usual dramatic fashion, he started sobbing, pleading with Evan to help him understand why he was seen as the villain in this story. Evan pointed out that since he stood to gain the most from the situation, it was only natural for people to suspect he had a hand in his brother's murder. Right after he left the estate, Leo was killed, and our main character had the perfect alibi to step into the role of the next count. Realizing how his plan to avoid this mess had backfired, he felt a wave of frustration. But Evan tried to lift his spirits, explaining that with the drug organization, Avalon out of the picture, and his brother gone, he wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Evan jokingly added that in short, our main character was now the new shadow leader of the county, who had supposedly orchestrated the assassination of a swordmaster. Despite Leo's scummy reputation, he was still regarded as a swordmaster. Our main character began to ponder where to even begin, as he couldn't think of any organization capable of taking out a key figure in the underworld so swiftly. He asked Evan about the group he had heard hunted other organizations, to which Evan wondered if he meant the Blue Moon. Our main character speculated whether the Blue Moon could be behind his brother's death and the downfall of Avalon. However, Evan quickly clears things up, saying that according to the Information Guild, the Blue Moon isn't to blame. Instead of leaving behind bodies, the Blue Moon is known for marking the moon itself. That's just how it operates. But it's rumored that all the members of Avalon met their end with a sword through the heart. Evan can't help but tease our MC, joking that the road to hell has been opened. But putting jokes aside, our MC reflects on his game knowledge, realizing there shouldn't be any organization called the Blue Moon, which means they can't be responsible for this mess. But if it's not them, then who could it be? As he tries to piece everything together, the scene shifts to the orphanage where Utia is holding a meeting with the other great sins. She asks if everything went smoothly, and Reina, the sin of greed, confirms that she left no traces behind. Surang, the sin of pride, adds that there was no one left alive on her end, just corpses. Dias chimes in, boasting that he took out all 486 soldiers of Avalon. His magic is quite something, like a beautiful butterfly tangled in spiderweb. Then there's Rodon, the sin of misophobia, who also confirms that he cut down all the bad guys in half. Utia praises them for their work, but she's a pretty intimidating child. There are whispers that she's actually over 1,000 years old in the novel, but who really knows? That's how Avalon, the most notorious drug organization in the world that brought doom to the Asteria Kingdom, was wiped out in just 5 days. But suddenly, Rodon mentions that he doesn't think the cleanup was flawless. When Utia asks what he means, Rodon explains that he stumbled upon some intriguing documents linked to the nobles associated with Avalon, particularly the Altia Doctum, which has some deep ties. Hearing this, Utia's magic starts to flare up, and she tells the others they already know what she's about to say. It's time to wipe them out. Redden promises to handle it quietly. Moving on, Udikai then asks if the Information Guild is clean and whether they have any ties to Avalon. Rena confirms this, explaining that the guild matter is being dealt with separately from the other issue concerning the Blue Moon. Deiji, on the other hand, claims that all the guilds behave similarly, referring to it as the Hell Sword crafted by the Swordmaster. Hearing this, Reina inquires if she should keep tabs on our MC's movements, to which Udikai agrees, emphasizing that this entire situation must not reach that person's ears. She insists she has mentioned this multiple times, and they should all be aware of it. When she refers to that person, she essentially means our MC. Dias points out that since that person's family targeted them first, the order to eliminate eliminate them wasn't sanctioned by them. Upon hearing this, Yudia starts to panic. In her opinion, all their actions must be driven by a direct order from RMC. She claims they are essentially swords and a sword should never think for itself. She declares to the other sins that from this moment on, all members of the Blue Moon must only act on orders, and they should take this decree seriously. This leaves the other sins feeling a bit uneasy, as Yudia adds that they must never disappoint that person no matter what. Inwardly, Deus thinks he can't quite grasp any of this. For someone as powerful as Yudia to feel anxiety and restlessness simply because she's discovered by that person seems excessive. But nevertheless, he tells Yudia that he understands. They conclude their meetings by chanting that everything is for the Great Moon, which is essentially afraid how the Shadow Garden from Eminence in Shadow wraps up their meetings. Meanwhile, back to our MC, he finds himself buried in paperwork as the new Count of Palacio. He explains that after his brother's funeral, he faced a full month of endless duties, and he feels overwhelmed by them. He starts shedding some tears, lamenting that he just wants to loaf around and do nothing. This fool even claims that's what it means to be a noble. Anyway, he couldn't help but think that even though he had made quite a few enemies, his brother Leo's death was supposed to happen 6 years from now. But with the strange circumstances surrounding all his brother's deaths, everything shifted. And now all the family responsibilities had landed on him as the sole heir. Just then, a few ministers from the county walked in, bringing even more paperwork for him to deal with. He closed his eyes and started to wonder why everyone in the county suddenly seemed to be working so hard. Back when his father was still the count, they would slack off and treat work like a rainy school day. He waved at them, signaling to drop the paperwork on his desk. But in the minister's eyes, he was radiating a deathly aura. They began to worry if they had somehow angered him, with some even vowing to work even harder to avoid any consequences. He was a secret mastermind who would eliminate anyone who displeased him. But having been a former workhorse himself, he wasn't handling all this pressure very well. He wondered if it would be possible to get the ministers to do all the work for him. Later that night, Evan was a bit shocked to find out that our boy had reached the 2nd tier in magic after just 2 years of self-study in poisoncraft, which meant he was quite talented and not shy about showing it. The little rascal was casting spells all over the house. Normally, it takes about 4 to 5 years of instruction to reach the 2nd tier in magic, and it often requires a natural talent as well. Our protagonist agreed that his magical talent was pretty decent. Deep down, though, he knows he's been practicing hard for self-defense because something just doesn't feel right. To wield magic effectively for protection, one must have perfect control over their mana, just like he's managing to do at this moment. Still, he can't help but wonder what good his magic is if it's only half-baked. He insists he's tried every type of magic this fantasy world offers, and at first, it was thrilling. He thought that mastering magic would mean he'd have nothing to fear, but now it feels more like he's scrambling to learn magic just to save his own skin. That's when the harsh reality hits him. His mana capacity is alarmingly small. Without enough mana, there's no magic, and that spells trouble, possibly even death. As he wallows in his predicament, we discover that innate mana capacity is akin to an athlete's natural weight class. While some are born with extraordinary talent, our main character is stuck with a minuscule mana pool, and no amount of training will change that. Yet he clings to a glimmer of hope. If all else fails, there's a way to fix it. Just then, Evan interrupts his thoughts, announcing that his invitation to the ball has finally arrived, leaving our present puzzled about what he's talking about. The scene shifts a few days later to the grand ball, where our main character makes his entrance in some truly majestic attire. The fit is impressive, but being the introverted guy he is, he claims to be already worn out, even though he just got there. This party, let's call it what it is your typical aristocratic gathering in the southern part of the Asteria Kingdom. It's basically a meet and greet for nobles, and since our MC is about to be sworn in as a count soon, he really has to show up. He gets into serious mode, thinking this is his golden opportunity to network with the nobility, which is crucial for his ultimate goal of living a peaceful life. But soon enough, he realizes that making those connections is going to be a lot tougher than he thought, as everyone seems to be fleeing from him in sheer terror. He even tries waving at them, but they literally just run away. Evan, his friend, tries to lift his spirits, telling him not to be down, But our guy insists he's not upset at all, even if his expression says otherwise. He tells Evan he expected this reaction and vows to try harder as he heads out on his own. However, our protagonist seems a bit clueless about what's really happening. He thinks the other nobles are looking down on him for being a low-class noble without any backing, and he's not entirely wrong. The current Palacio household is indeed filled with troublemakers, like his two older brothers. Picking up a wine glass, he assistants himself that he didn't come to the ball without a plan and is determined to unlock the social skills he's been secretly honing. He starts talking aloud about the wine's unique aroma in an attempt to spark a conversation, but due to a mysterious condition that makes it hard for him to show emotions on his face, he ends up looking quite villainous, especially when he tries to smile. He tells a lady he'd love to have some bottles at home, all the while thinking his smile is perfect. But in her eyes, he resembles a demon king, and she bolts, saying she'll tell her father to prepare them right away. To the other nobles, it looks like our protagonist just extorted and blackmailed the poor lady into giving him a limited edition regional wine. What a mess. Evan tries to comfort him while our protagonist insists that the lady must have just been shy. Later, we find him sulking in a corner while Evan is happily munching on food, teasing him about how his list of gifts has grown. It turns out the wine incident wasn't a one-off. Every time he tries to talk to someone, they think he's trying to blackmail them, handing him things like a panacea, citrus tea, and more. He can't shake the thought that Patio has become way more notorious than he ever imagined. With rumors swirling about him having killed his two brothers, he's basically turned into a figure of fear and dread. Feeling down, he tells Evan he needs some fresh air. As he steps outside, a certain red-haired beauty catches his eye. While he's out there, he can't help but wonder where it all went wrong. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out to him from behind, asking if he has a moment. He turns around, puzzled about where the voice came from since he doesn't see anyone. Looking down, he finally spots a cute young girl who introduces herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altia. Hearing the name Altia, our MC recognizes it from the game, and he explains that the Altia family was one of the 3 major shadow players in the psychedelia game known as the Northern Troublemakers. This realization stung a bit, as he had hoped someone normal had actually spoken to him. He also wondered why he couldn't recall this girl at all had she not appeared in the game. Loria, however, was straightforward, asking him to lend her his strength for protection, as she will be facing an assassination attempt soon. Loria explains that she's in serious trouble and needs our protagonist's help, but when he looks at her, it's clear he's unsure. You see, Loria has been living under the protection of her father's mistress, but now that her father's health has taken a turn for the worse, she fears her older sisters might try to eliminate her. Our main character can't help but think this situation mirrors his own past with his brothers. As he gazes at her, it dawns on him that the reason he didn't recognize Loria from the game is that she must have already been dead and never made an appearance. Loria, looking as adorable as ever, pleads for his assistance, claiming that with his abilities he could really make a difference. But our protagonist firmly turns her down. She insists she's not coming to him empty-handed. If he saves her, she promises to share half of the Ultia family fortune. Still, he walks away feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. Deep down, he knows he can barely manage his own magic, so it's best not to give her any false hope. Despite wanting to help, he's not the all-powerful figure everyone thinks he is. As he heads into the party room, he can't shake the image of Loria's sad face, which makes him feel guilty. He wishes her luck before stepping inside. Meanwhile, Deese and Ren, who have been observing from a distance, start to wonder what their next move should be since one of the Ultia family members has approached their master. Deus ponders whether he should report this to the Red Moon, a code name for Utia, but Ren reassures him that everything's okay, because according to their intel, Loria is the only member of Altia not tangled up with Avalon. This means she's pretty much safe since Ronan, the one with the sin of meophobia, has gone off to deal with the rest of her family. They've decided that the rest of the Altia household is going to be wiped out, all under the orders of the Red Moon. Ren adds that their main mission right now is to ensure their master doesn't catch wind of anything related to the Avalon situation. Meanwhile, our clueless main character is left wondering why everyone seems to be avoiding him. Does he have some sort of invisible barrier keeping people at bay? Just then, the red-haired woman from earlier approaches him, and it genuinely brings a smile smile to his face. Well, more of an inward smile since he can't believe someone actually acknowledged him. He thinks maybe this time he'll actually manage to socialize. But as he turns around, he realizes she's not just any ordinary woman. She's another shadow player. Looking at her, he recalls seeing her face in the game, and it hits him that no normal person would approach him first unless they were trouble. He greets her, calling her Lady Zenonia, which surprises her. How does he know her name? Our protagonist explains that she's quite famous in her own right. In the Asteria Kingdom, there are 3 prominent shadow player families: the Altia in the north, the Patio in the east, and the Zenonia in the west. This stunning, curvy lady is introduced as the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia, Clea. She asks him if she's really that well known, and he explains that while Kalea Patio runs a gang, the Zenonia family operates more like a clever criminal syndicate. Just thinking about it makes him shudder. He insists that what he really needs are some solid connections to help him maintain his peaceful, noble life. For the sake of that easy life he's always dreamed of, he believes he must steer clear of this curvy, stunning woman who seems like trouble. With a respectful bow, he compliments her beauty, almost as if he's trying to say goodbye, but she stops him, saying she wants to have a word with him about something. He replies that he'd love to, but there are too many eyes on them right now. Deep down, he wishes she would just leave him alone. With a smile, she tells him he's just as the rumors say, and adds that she looks forward to seeing him again, leaving him completely dumbfounded. As she walks away, he wonders what that could mean, sensing it's some kind of code, but he shakes it off. Meanwhile, Renee and Diaz, who have been watching from a distance, are pleased that their mission to keep our protagonist in the dark is going smoothly. However, Diaz points out a problem. Looking out the window where our protagonist is standing, they spot someone who has been tailing him for a while, and they quickly rush out to deal with the threat. The next day, our protagonist and Evan find themselves in a forest, with Evan asking if he's really sure this is the canyon he's been searching for. Evan notes that it's midday, the sun is shining, but the canyon is oddly dark. Our boy, however, isn't paying much attention. He's ecstatic that he's finally found his true objective. As they venture inside, he jokes that if this place turns out to be empty like the others, he might actually cry. But as he looks at the symbols on the walls, he realizes this is the real deal. He explains that in the game, finding this place was a breeze. Truthfully, he admits that the only reason he traveled all the way to the south under the guise of attending the ball was to discover this labyrinth right here. The labyrinth is called the Labyrinth of Whispers, and if you can crack all the riddles in its 8 rooms, you'll earn a powerful artifact as a reward. Exactly what he's after. He claims to have memorized all the routes and puzzles this labyrinth has to offer. Finally, he arrives at a massive door, and as he gazes at it, he confesses that seeing the labyrinth entrance in person is breathtaking. It feels so much more real than it did in the game. In the game, he tackled this labyrinth countless times. Evan, on the other hand, asks how our protagonist even knew a place like this existed. Our boy, without thinking, replies that he's been here often, leaving Evan puzzled about what this guy is talking about. Realizing he might have slipped up, our protagonist quickly backtracks, saying he was just kidding, and suggests they head inside. Once inside, they encounter some monsters and giant golem hands that could easily crush them like twigs. Evan wonders if these creatures are tied to the riddle, and if our boy gets the answer wrong, those giant hands will show no mercy. But our boy, unfazed, starts solving the riddle, leaving Evan to wonder how he can remain so calm in such a dire situation. Evan reflects that they've been together for 4 years now, yet he still doesn't understand him at all. Things like saving orphans, repaying random debts, helping free slaves, and even delivering seemingly pointless messages. Yeah, in Evan's eyes, our boy is a total weirdo. Still, watching him solve the riddles with ease makes Evan question how this is even possible. This guy has barely left the estate, yet he seems to know everything about this labyrinth. Regardless, Evan admits that the reason he keeps following this mysterious master of his is simple. Everything he does somehow leads to a good outcome. They finally make it inside, but our main character can't shake off the gruesome visuals of the game. He's feeling queasy, but as they step into a lavish room brimming with treasures and gold, his attention is immediately drawn to a hand statue adorned with multiple rings. He declares that their goal is the black ring and insists they should grab it and get out fast. Meanwhile, Evan, who's busy stuffing his pockets with gold, questions why our protagonist is so fixated on the black ring, which looks like the least valuable of the bunch. Our hero explains that taking anything else could lead to trouble down the line. Deep down, he realizes he's finally got his hands on the ring that holds the oath of restraint. As they start to head back, our MC feels pretty pleased with himself, thinking that snagging the ring was a breeze thanks to his gaming knowledge. But Evan suddenly gets a bad vibe and points out that the rock piles they passed while entering the canyon are actually golems, and they seem to be stirring. Evan quickly gets into battle mode, feeling anxious about their situation. To him, these golems are total unknowns, making this a nightmare scenario. He thinks that if he can just get his young master out safely, he wouldn't mind sacrificing himself. But our protagonist steps up, telling Evan to stand down because he'll take care of the golems. As the golems prepare to attack, Evan urges him to find an escape route first. With the golems closing in, Evan shouts a warning, saying his second-tier magic won't be enough to handle them. But our MC stands tall, confidently, invoking the Oath of Restraint, which activates the black ring. Suddenly, time seems to slow, and he finds himself in a different dimension. A voice introduces itself as a fragment inheriting the great will of Nasilla, instructing our protagonist to state the two restrictions he wishes to impose on himself. Our main character finds himself in a pretty intense situation. In the game, this part showed up as a choice window, but now hearing this mysterious voice and seeing a gigantic face looming in the dark cosmic expanse is a bit overwhelming. The Oath of Restraint is an absorption-type artifact, and as the name suggests, it lets the user impose limitations on themselves in exchange for power. However, the sheer force of the voice makes our MC tremble a bit. The voice urges him to declare his first restraint, and with a hand sign, he states that he will always perform the hand signs of Babylonia when casting magic. The voice then asks what he hopes to gain from this restriction, and our boy responds that he desires the ability to bend the laws of the world just a little more. The voice grants him this power. For his second restraint, our boy explains that he will strictly chant the words of Babylonia when using magic. When the voice inquires about his desire behind this restriction, he boldly claims he wants even greater power to defy the laws of the world, which momentarily surprises the mysterious entity. Our protagonist starts to worry that he might have messed something up, especially since the entity paused. He even mimicked the exact skill icon from the game just to be safe. By choosing both the hand signs and the word restrictions, he believes he can achieve the highest possible magic attack power. Thanks to all his repeated gameplay, he has memorized every combination used in the game. So, this should work. Finally, the entity speaks again, confirming that his restraint has been granted. It expresses gratitude to the human who has remembered all the gestures and mysteries of the forgotten god. Our protagonist is puzzled by what the entity means, but he quickly notices that the ring is being absorbed, indicating that all the restrictions were successfully applied. The entity concludes by telling our MC that it will always be watching over him as the one who will inherit its will, whatever that means. Just then, time seems to start flowing again, and it's right as the golems launch their attack on our MC. Evan tries to reach him, but our hero, unfazed, begins to cast his magic. He can't help but chuckle at his own spell, thinking how in the game it looked so impressive and powerful. But now, thanks to his meager mana, it's just so small. He gathers it in his hand, reflecting that no matter how hard he pushes himself, this will always be his limit. But hey, it's time to test out his new restraints. I have to say, his magic looks majestic. Maybe it's the pose. Anyway, he starts chanting, with the first word being refraction, which makes his magic begin to take shape. Then comes repulsion, causing it to swell in size, transforming into a stunning blue light of electric magic. The magic ball is massive. Using hand signs, he adds another chant for direction, and finally, he unleashes it. The way he does it is so grand, reminiscent of how Gojo releases his hollow purple. The sheer power of our boy's magic leaves Evan in shock, as the lightning obliterates all the golems, turning them to dust. In the aftermath, aftermath, Evan can hardly believe his eyes, wondering what on earth just happened. He asks our protagonist if he's been hiding his power all this time, but our boy shakes his head. Evan explains that in all his 15 years as a mercenary, he's never seen anything like that. He questions if our MC is really sure that was second-tier magic, to which our boy confirms, though deep down, he's just as confused about what transpired. He admits that this wasn't at all like it was in the game. In the game's turn-based battle system of psychedelia, magic could be enhanced each turn through hand signs or incantations. This time, he boosted the chain lightning magic with all 4 incantations and hand signs for a total of 5 turns. In other words, he simply used magic settings for a large-scale lightning spell. However, because of his restraint oath, he had to use the hand signs and incantations for all his magic, meaning his spells were enhanced time and again. Even so, our protagonist felt that the second-tier magic he used was a bit over the top, and the results exceeded his expectations, which caught him off guard. Meanwhile, Evan was just relieved they made it out, and as he sat down, he remarked that watching the battle was way more exhausting than actually fighting. He asked our protagonist, who had created such an unpleasant canyon. After a moment of thought, our hero realized that the Maze of Whispers had a different name in the game. The map layout and strategy guide were posted on the game's community website, and it was called The Maze of Paladon. He told Evan that a guy named Paladon was the one behind it, but Evan was too worn out to even process that information. I really love this duo. Our protagonist grabbed Evan, saying they needed to head back home because he had something in mind to do once they got there. This made Evan question why his usually lazy master was suddenly so motivated today. Our main character explained that every time he picked a hand sign that matched the spell's attribute he was casting, the power increased. If he chose the right incantation, the magic properties would get enhanced, which is how the game mechanics were designed to work. The only difference was that, unlike in the game where the visuals remained the same and only the numbers went up, in this world, the spell actually changed shape with each incantation. But he suddenly wonders if this only applies to him, especially since he's particularly skilled at controlling mana. He decides he'll need to test it out once his mana has recovered. But for now, he's just relieved that everything turned out okay. As they prepare to leave on their horses, we see Ren, who has been quietly following our main character, watching the whole scene unfold. She quickly makes her way to the canyon, and upon arriving, she spots the runes on the wall and realizes she can actually read them. She explains that these are the glyphs of the Alanf Empire, which essentially tell the story of the era of the forgotten outer gods. Renee's eyes catch another glyph hidden in a corner, which she translates as "for my friend, who shall be left alone from the coward Palin." As she examines the glyphs more closely, a smile spreads across her face. She shares that the one who halted the invasion of the dark creatures, standing victorious against the Alkalkalaka that devoured the hearts of the citizens, was none other than the brilliant emperor known as Palin the Great. The reason she knows all this is that she inherited all this knowledge at birth thanks to the ancient library she received. She briefly recalls our main character mentioning that Palin was the one who built the canyon. But as usual, she misinterprets the situation. She thinks that she knew our MC was special since someone like the bloody Queen Udia follows him, which is a pretty big deal. Having someone like Udia as a subordinate is something you'd only read about in history books. However, she continues to believe that our MC is actually a friend of Palin, completely misreading the glyphs he saw. Moreover, she claims that the phrase "our boy used while casting magic" doesn't exist anywhere in the ancient library, which only strengthens her belief that our MC is truly remarkable. Blushing, she admits that Udia was right all along, feeling a bit embarrassed about having followed orders without question all this time. And just like that, our boy ends up with another yonder in his harem. Kind of a strange thing to say since they're basically just kids, but I digress. Anyway, Rena spots Deus arriving and immediately asks if he got any info from the fool who was tailing their great master. Deus responds that the idiot is dead and he didn't even do it. It's more like the guy's head just twisted in midair. Rena insists they need to report this back to Udia for processing, and disagrees. So they head out. Meanwhile, in Zenonia County, Lady Kalia is sipping her tea, pondering how our main character is, just as the rumors say. She notes his chilling, emotionless expression and those abyss-like eyes. It bothers her that he called her famous. Count Zenonia is indeed strong and well-known, but for our boy to label her as famous despite not being involved in social activities is quite intriguing. What's really going on here is that Kalia is the true mastermind, using black magic to control her father, the Count, making her the real head of the family. The fact that our boy called her famous makes her think he might know something about her secret, which terrifies her since no one is aware that she's turned her father into a puppet. She recalls how our boy mentioned there are too many eyes on them, which she misinterprets as him having discovered the person she had following him. Now, that's a classic case of misunderstanding, like something out of an Eminence and Shadow scenario. Suddenly, Klaya gets a call from one of her servants who says there's a problem. Well, she asks what's going on, and the servant insists that it's better for her to see it for herself. When she heads to her room, she discovers that the person she had following our boy is dead. The servant explains that since the seal on the body didn't activate, it means he didn't spill any secrets. But Klaya quickly points out that the person who killed her man must have intentionally brought him to her room. Frustrated, she starts questioning how our boy figured out she was the one who sent this guy to tail him. And just like that, our boy gets misunderstood once again. At the grand halls of the Alta Ducal estate, the scene unfolds as Loria walks through the quiet corridors, her face heavy with disappointment and fatigue. Her mind drifts with thoughts of regret and realization. As expected, she knew he was not someone to underestimate. The distinguished one of the underworld, a man who possessed cold eyes, much like her father's. He was the kind of person she must never make an enemy of. Once he had been her last lifeline, but she knew he would never accept a deal that could bring him significant losses. All her assets and power had been stripped away by her sly siblings. The eldest daughter, Mararian, the second son, Ki, the eldest son, Tamion, and the second daughter, Pai. With nothing left, she had survived only through her father's love and mercy. But now, even that seemed uncertain. As she walked deeper into the estate, lost in despair, she whispered to herself that she no longer knew what to do. The moment she entered the estate, the maids rushed toward her in panic, their voices trembling. They cried out, calling for Lady Loria, their faces pale with fear. They told her that Lady Pine and Key had taken their own lives. Shock spread across Loria's face, her body frozen in disbelief. Her thoughts raced. Those people would rather stab their own family, and yet they took their own lives. It didn't make any sense. Fear gripped her heart as she asked about Tamalian and Marianne. Soon after, she was shown a horrifying sight. Both Talon and Mararian lying lifeless, their swords buried into each other's chests. Gloria's body trembled as terror consumed her. Her mind screamed with confusion, wondering why and how such a tragedy had occurred. Meanwhile, outside the Altia estate, Radan was seen leaving swiftly, a faint smirk curling on his lips as he muttered to himself, "Successfully eliminated." Gloria's mind flashed back to Alon's earlier words, the ones that had hinted that good things would soon happen. Remembering that, she felt an icy dread run through her veins. A realization struck her. The true mastermind of the Count's household, the one who had hidden his claws and waited for the right moment to seize power, had finally made his move. This was exactly what he meant. Now she had become the only successor in the ducal family overnight. A bitter laugh escaped her lips as she wondered what kind of monstrous devil she had made a pact with. But she knew there was no going back now. Those who betrayed him had already met terrible fates. There were too many precedents. She told herself that she must walk the path she had chosen, no matter how dark it became. A sudden determination lit up her eyes. 2 months later, a grand gift arrived at Duke Alia's estate, addressed to Elon. Upon seeing it, Evan's eyes widened in surprise. It was a bottle of Cernant's wine, a rare and luxurious drink that cost thousands of gold per bottle. He was amazed, saying he had never expected to see such a treasure. When Elon read the letter accompanying it, he realized that the gift had not been sent by Duke Altia himself, but by Loria Alia. It seemed that the youngest daughter had prepared it personally. He was confused, wondering why she would send it to him. The thought stung his conscience. reminding him that he hadn't been able to help her when she needed it most. He turned to the servant and asked if it was truly meant for him. The servant confirmed that the Duke herself had prepared it and ordered him to deliver it personally. That single phrase of the Duke herself made Alan pause. Realization struck him. The youngest Lauria had become the Duke. In the next scene, Lauria was shown in her office, busy with documents. When her work was finally done, she leaned back, stretching her arms as she softly remarked how quickly 2 months had passed. After her father's funeral, who had passed away due to illness, she had officially become the Duke following the succession ceremony. She recalled how she couldn't even enter that office before. The death of her siblings had happened so suddenly, yet no one had suspected her at all. She had an alibi. She was attending the ball at the time. Back then, her secret organization had been destroyed by her siblings, leaving her utterly powerless when she returned to the mansion. Later, she came to understand how deeply he had calculated everything. He had declined her plea with indifference on the surface, but had perfectly cleaned up everything behind the scenes. She wondered just how far into the future he had planned all of this. She hadn't even informed him about her father's funeral, not wanting to trouble him. Yet, he still helped her. It was clear that he had a reason. He needed Aaliyah for some part of his grand plan. Although she had successfully merged all the subordinate organizations under Altea, it still wasn't enough to match the immense power he hid behind his calm facade. That only meant one thing. He wanted something from her. Palatio, the distinguished figure of the underworld who had risen through sheer business prowess. If there was one thing she possessed that he didn't, it was her ability to manipulate the political stage from the shadows. He needed the Altea name for now. She decided to focus on what she must do, believing that the distinguished one would contact her soon. She hoped he would appreciate her gift of gratitude. The scene shifted once more, showing Alon in his quarters as Lauria's servant bowed before him, saying that he would take his lead. Alan stood still, lost in thought, still unable to process the news. The fact that Lauria, who had once been threatened with death, was now the Duke, didn't sit right with him. Evan noticed his troubled expression and wondered silently what was wrong with him now. A few months passed. The narration marked that this was 5 years before the original story began. Evan entered with excitement, calling out to Alan and addressing him as the young master before quickly correcting himself to call him the Count. Alan replied calmly that the succession ceremony hadn't taken place yet, but since a year had already passed, he supposed it was fine to be called that. Despite his words, he sighed quietly, thinking that he had never planned on becoming the Count. Still, since he had already adjusted to it, he decided to make the most of his noble status and use it to his advantage. Evan then handed him a letter saying it had arrived from Utia. Alon received it with a thoughtful hum, asking if there had been any information found about the assassins who killed Leo. The two men walked into the library, and as they took their seats, Evan responded that nothing had been revealed yet. The Information Guild was still investigating, and they would have to give it more time. He then looked at Alon curiously and asked what his next goal would be. Assuming that revenge was not his intention anymore, both of them sat in silence within the Grand Library. Alan sat in deep thought, realizing that all the things that slightly differed from the original game were probably butterfly effects caused by his own actions. Accepting this, he decided that he would simply be prepared for any unexpected events that might come his way. Evan, observing him, remarked that he suddenly sounded like a real count. Alan responded casually and brushed it off, but his curiosity soon drifted to the letter he had received. He wondered what Utia had written this time. Opening the letter, Alan began to read. Utia had written warmly, asking if he had been well. She mentioned that, as always, they were all doing okay, and that everyone was pursuing their own hobbies. Dios's puppet shows had now reached a professional level, while Cioler loved to play and learn with her friends. Reinar quietly spent her days reading and making things, while Radan had developed a new hobby of tending his garden. As Alan read the letter, a gentle smile spread across his face. The routine of exchanging news every month had become something familiar and precious to him. It warmed his heart more and more each time he received a letter from them. Though he had never seen their faces, knowing that they were all growing well brought him a deep sense of contentment. The smile on his face was something he couldn't help but wear. A sudden realization struck him as he thought about it further. The 5 of them, the children, were already old now. Evan, noticing his expression, responded to his sudden thought, saying that they were ready to step out into society. Some of them even left the orphanage earlier than expected. The ones Alan had once ordered to save had now reached that age. Alan realized that the 5 from the orphanage were no longer the small, fragile children they used to be. They had grown. He quietly acknowledged that it was time to let them go. Evan seemed surprised, reminding him that he had placed them all in one place because they had been wounded. But Alan calmly reasoned that there was no need to do that anymore. The time had come to let them go. He thought to himself that he had cared for them enough to ensure they would not awaken as deadly sins, and because of that, they should be fine now. Evan agreed, noting that since they were all in good health, it was time to move forward. Alan's mind drifted toward his knowledge of the original game. Each boss battle had a rough outline of its setting revealed through narration. Utia possessed the talent of faith. Dios had the talent of the sword. Rina had the talent of studying. Seorang had the talent of a fighter. Roden had the talent of an apostle. If they used their talents in the right fields, they would surely thrive. The thought filled him with satisfaction as he mentally declared it a perfect plan. Feeling determined, he decided that while he was at it, he should also prepare a gift for each of them. He had planned on giving them gifts anyway, and now seemed like the right time. As evening arrived, his work for the day finally came to an end. Evan stretched and exclaimed with relief, saying that he would step out for a while before returning soon. Alan waved him off, bidding him goodbye. Alone in the quiet office, Alan smiled to himself, wondering if he might one day receive something back from them once. They became successful and influential. His thoughts softened as he hoped his letters would guide the children to step confidently into the world. Meanwhile, in another scene, Utia received Alan's new letter. Gathering everyone around, she announced that the orders had arrived. This time, however, the message had been delivered to each of them individually. The group grew silent, reading their respective letters with focused expressions. Though Seorang couldn't contain her excitement, her eyes sparkled as she eagerly unfolded her letter, marking the beginning of another chapter in their intertwined fates. Meanwhile, Yisha finished reading the letter sent by Alan. She announced excitedly to everyone that new orders had arrived. This time, Alan had delivered them individually, which surprised all the members. But before anything else, Yusa suggested that they should read the previous letter as well. Since the new instructions seemed to require a high level of attention, Xiang spoke cutely, mentioning that only Yusa had been able to read the earlier letters. Yusa explained that since Alan had given each of them a personal order, it meant he had decided it was time for everyone to see the contents themselves. The letter written by Alan made Seorang and the other sins react like curious kitten. Seorang clumsily repeated the first line of the message Alan had written. "How have you been lately? It seems you have many talented friends. If you need anything, let me know." Renee commented that it sounded like ordinary small talk, but Yusa smiled. She understood that Alan had intentionally kept the opening simple. After the greeting letter, this was the first true order he had issued. He had defined the elimination targets, assigned missions, and instructed them to report the results afterward. It was during this time that he entrusted Blue Moon to her. As everyone could see, he had personally chosen each of them, and all the sins were excited to meet him. Deus nodded and said it made sense. This prevented information leaked. She remembered her first order and smiled, recalling how firmly she had been told to understand the instruction clearly and carry out the mission without fail. Deus then wondered aloud if it would be better to visit Alan directly or contact him through magic communication. Raiden agreed that if leaks were the issue, letters seemed unusual. Yusa's expression sharpened. She reminded them that their duty was simply to follow Alan's order. She gripped the letter tightly, and Deus let out a sigh at her unwavering resolve. Deus eventually said they should read the orders properly. Moments later, after going through her assignment, she explained that Alan had instructed her to head to Caliban. The nation of knights Seorang scoffed, calling it a desert colony she disliked. Raiden mentioned his destination, Rexy, the entertainment city. Renee said she was ordered to go to Latina, the mage city. Finally, Yusha, the female lead of the entire story, looked stunning as always when she spoke. She said she was assigned to the Holy Kingdom of Ryza. Everything they needed to do was clearly written in their letters. Dea said she didn't understand the reason, but Alan had ordered her to become a knight. It felt unusual even for her. Xiang added that Alan had also told her not to worry since the patronage would continue. Reina mentioned that he had revealed the locations of their gifts as well. Raiden responded calmly, saying they would understand everything once they reached their destination. Yusa gathered everyone and repeated the final rule Alan had given. They must never mention the name Blue Moon. Everyone agreed and prepared to leave. Next day, all the members assembled and departed to carry out Alan's orders. 3 months later, inside his office, Alan sighed. As expected, there was no noticeable change in the field of magic. He continued reading advanced magical texts to increase his capabilities and muttered that he would have to experiment on his own, ridiculous as it felt. Suddenly, he looked at his knight, Yuan, and asked what he was doing. Alan then remembered something and questioned him about the investigation into the killing of Leo. Yuan replied that the Information Guild still hadn't found anything. Alan seemed surprised for a moment and asked if there was anything else to report. Then he whispered under his breath that the butterfly effect caused by saving the 5 deadly sins had already gone out of control. Even Lyra, who was never supposed to appear in the storyline, had become the Duke of Ayla. The thought distressed him. She was expanding her power and influence at a terrifying pace within the underworld. Alan let out a tired chuckle and told Yuan they should stop investigating the Ascension altogether. It was dull work, and he already had far too many responsibilities piling up. Yuan looked at him with surprise and really master. Alan explained that the entire situation was clearly the result of his own ignorance. In a place like this, almost nothing escaped the network of the Information Guild. Even he felt uneasy about it. If he tried to uncover things he was not meant to touch, the consequences that returned to him could be far worse. He muttered that if an unexpected complication led directly to death, then the investigation was meaningless. In the end, organizations like that wouldn't harm him as long as he didn't interfere with their affair. He clarified to himself and to Yuan that there was no reason for any secret group to target him unless he approached them first. That was why he believed there was no point in continuing the investigation into Leo's death. Yuan nodded and agreed to inform the guild to stop. Then he suddenly remembered something. Right. There's another piece of news, he said. Apparently, Deus has been appointed as a knight in Caliban recently. Alan looked up in surprise. Really? Good for her. 3 months later, Yuan entered the room carrying snacks. Count, there's something else, he said. Apparently, Deus has created an entire knight order. Alan straightened. A knight order? Then she must be at least expert level or higher. Could she already be at the level of a sword master? Yuan replied that Deus had indeed reached the level of sword expert. Alan thought quietly, noting that it hadn't been long since she was first appointed. Students across the continent were now talking about it, claiming the world would see a 5th master knight within 10 years. Alan raised an eyebrow. Deus, the future master knight. You mean the one they call the Sword of Caliban? Yuan chuckled. Yes. She's incredibly talented. Caliban must be in an uproar because of her. She keeps gaining more recognition and followers with her swordsmanship. Alan silently admired her progress. 6 months later, almost a full year had passed since the 5 deadly sins left the orphanage. Alan had slowly grown accustomed to the responsibilities of a count when Yuan rushed in again with news. Count. Something very recent just came in. Alan asked what it was. Yuan replied, Deus officially become the Sword of Caliban. Alan froze in place. That meant one thing. She had become the 5th master knight. In the next moment, Alan said calmly that only a sword master could become a master knight. He explained that the sword master of Physidalia was a superhuman who had surpassed the aura blade and unlocked a unique ability known as deviation. He looked at Yuan and asked if he was really saying that Deus had become a sword master. Yuan interrupted and clarified that she was about to reach that level. She hadn't created her deviation yet, but the nation had granted her the title of master knight regardless. Not only had she defeated the 4th sword in a duel, but Caliban had also lost one of their master knights to the northern barbarians. Alan thought for a moment and acknowledged that the two sides had been at war for more than a decade. Ewan continued, realizing mana and learning to control it took around 5 years, while creating a deviation usually required decades. The first sword, Reharnet, had been 32 when he became the youngest Master Knight in history. He had wielded a sword since the age of 5 and was unmatched in strength. Even with that talent, it had taken Reharnet over 20 years to reach that level. Yet now, a child who once knew nothing about swords, Deus, was becoming a Master Knight. Alan's eyes widened. So, if she's only waiting for her deviation, does that mean she has already surpassed Reharnet? She might reach Swordmaster status soon. A small smile appeared on his face. Maybe I can benefit from her sooner than I thought. Yuan quietly took note of his reaction. Alan looked at the letter with surprise and murmured that perhaps he couldn't do anything more. But Yuan immediately insisted that he should not blame himself. Alan held the letter again and explained that he only ever received letters from Yusha. Even after she left for the Holy Kingdom, she continued to send them regularly. Every letter contained news about the 5 deadly sins she grew up with. It seemed they stayed in close contact. He sighed, saying that even though none of them had ever seen his face, they could have at least thanked him for the gifts. He paused, then slapped his cheeks lightly and corrected himself. He was already grateful that they hadn't destroyed the entire kingdom. After awakening as the 5 deadly sins, Alan whispered that as long as they were living well, he was genuinely happy. Then scene shift to Caliban, central area of Kritham. Caliban, the central district where high-ranked nobles resided, held the grand mansion of the illustrious Sor Scapliff Knight Order inside. Countless knights practiced their swordsmanship. At the top of the hill stood Deus, now in full knight uniform. He looked immense, calm, and strikingly handsome. His title echoed across Caliban. Deus Mark Lane, captain of the Sor Scapliff Knight Order, youngest Master Knight in history. A girl suddenly waved at him with joy. Brother Deus smiled back. He looked far older and more composed than in his childhood. He smirked softly, thinking that even after a full year had passed, the memories still made him feel embarrassed. He remembered the day he lost everything to the black corruption, how his sister fell into darkness. Deus had been consumed with uncontrollable rage trying to protect her. His hatred dragged him down repeatedly to the point where he was nearly imprisoned. He had completely fallen into the dark. The fact that the great moon saved his life wasn't reason enough. He had sworn his allegiance out of desperation, believing it was the only path left. He thought of Yosha's voice and reminded himself of the promise he had made to take revenge with his own hands. Working under Blue Moon placed him in countless dangerous missions. He never complained, never hesitated. Each assignment became a stepping stone toward facing the black forces. After several years, he finally received his first personal order. When he opened the last letter, he had been confused. The order was different from anything Blue Moon had given before. It led him to a small inn in southern Caliban, where he was told to retrieve a gift. At first, it didn't excite him. Gifts meant nothing to someone who had lost everything. But when he arrived at the location, Deus instantly understood what his master Alan had been trying to give him. The gift was his sister, alive, safe, and waiting for him. His eyes trembled with disbelief as he read the final line of the letter. The gift from the great moon is your family, the one you thought you lost forever. Deus broke down. Tears streamed uncontrollably as he ran forward and embraced her with shaking arms. His sister stared at him in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. To Deus, she was more precious than his own life. The brother embraced his sister tightly. His voice trembled as he tried to speak through the tears. He said that the sister he had believed to be dead was still alive. Overwhelmed by pain and relief, he looked at her and asked what had happened after he lost her. Styla also cried while holding her brother's arm, offering a faint smile of comfort. A little later, they sat together with cups of tea. When she had calmed, she began to explain. After those people dragged her away, she had been trapped in darkness for a long time. The memories returned vividly as she spoke. She described being locked inside a pitch-black cage, waiting for the moment she would be taken out to be killed. When her turn finally came, someone terrifyingly strong appeared. That person grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the light. allowing her to escape and survive. Years later, when she was nearly sold to a slave merchant, another powerful figure protected her again. A blade cut through the attackers, saving her a second time. That person was Alan's knight, Yuan, who rescued Styla, Dana's sister. Returning to the present, Styla explained that after those events, he had received precious medicine from a sponsor. She confidently repeated his words while holding Alan's letter. She explained that the letter had been handed to him directly and that Alan continued to send medicine and support without fail. The name written on the letter was Alan Palestonio, and the message stated that Alan had sent everything specifically for Styla, and she added that Alan had instructed him to deliver it personally. By that moment, Deuce understood that the Great Moon had been acting for her sake as well. He already knew how precious she was to him, and she cheerfully said that the great sponsor had helped her more than she could ever express. She felt deeply grateful for everything he had done. Alan had supported them through his knight Yuan because he wished to keep his true identity hidden. Deuce, however, was stunned. Shock spread across his face as he whispered that the Great Moon had been protecting her under his own name. He could not understand how the Great Moon even knew about their situation. He stated that he had never spoken about his family to anyone. Only Yosha had noticed the black lamp that once targeted him. He grew serious, gripping his own shoulders as he asked himself how the Great Moon knew everything. Everyone recognized the Great Moon as the unparalleled prodigy behind countless stories, someone who seemed aware of every hidden truth. At the same time, memories flickered inside Deuce's mind. Moments connected to Yusa. Confusion and disbelief pulled at him like threads snapping together into a single picture. Everything suddenly aligned. He struggled to understand the anxiety Yusa had shown whenever she spoke about the Great Moon, the nervousness in her voice, and her repeated reminder that a sword could never act on its own without its master. Darkness washed through his thoughts as he realized that the foolish one had been himself. Yet a glimmer of hope remained. He remembered the words he had once heard. The Great Moon already knew everything and had been leaving hints for the child who would be forced to survive alone. His body trembled, his voice shaking as this truth finally struck him. Styla pulled him out of that spiraling realization and asked why he looked so stunned. Inside, Dus understood that his own sword had dared to act alone, yet the Great Moon had chosen to be merciful. The narrator's view widened, revealing how the Great Moon, Alan, had been guiding Deuce's life like a carefully arranged strategy, almost as if controlling him like a puppet. Dus whispered that he had spent all those years consumed by hatred and revenge against the Black Sheep, never realizing the truth behind everything. Danis looked at his sister. Her cheerful expression carried the brightness of someone who had emerged from a long, terrifying darkness. She had survived, saved the Great Moon, and protected their family. To him, that survival felt like a gift beyond measure. His thoughts twisted again as Yusa's words echoed in his mind. She had always told him that one day he would understand why she followed the man who was truly terrifying, the Great Moon. Danis realized she had never been a fanatic, nor someone who clung to blind trust. She had earned Caliban and become a knight through her own will, and yet she prayed to Alan as if he were a god. Now Vanuz finally understood why. Determination tightened his expression. He declared that his mission was to reach the pinnacle of Caliban, to stand as a master knight, and to create a personal knight order composed of the finest swordsmen devoted to the Great Moon. He also understood why Yusa always said that Alan was her god and lifesaver. She felt nothing but unwavering loyalty toward him. Fueled by his decision, Deuce embraced the path of sword mastery and the creation of his knight order. The story of their rise began to take shape. Sometime later, Danu stood on the balcony. A tall knight approached and informed him that the time had come. Danis walked forward and looked down at the assembled knight order. He announced that this expedition would become the first stepping stone for the solar skeletons. Hardship meant nothing to him. He gripped his mesmerizing yet terrifying sword and declared that he awaited the day he could offer his gratitude to the Great Moon, along with a repayment that would satisfy him. His eyes glowed with dark determination, his loyalty toward the prodigy of their age unwavering. He vowed to prove himself under the moon. The solar skeleton knights then departed for an expedition against the barbarians. Dina sat outside quietly, thinking that the place felt peaceful, perhaps perhaps because all his subordinates had grown into capable warriors. Meanwhile, Alan examined his book and muttered that everyone had flown away from him and he no longer wanted more information for now. His life felt increasingly chaotic, yet he reminded himself to focus. He joked about needing to stop writing in cursive and promised himself he would write more clearly. After returning from the labyrinth, he shifted his attention to researching the phrases he had encountered. Alan let out a quiet chuckle, satisfied that his reports were finally complete. As he leaned back, he reviewed the concepts he had been analyzing: reinforcement of magical imprint and the behavior of refraction within spells. He noted that refraction strengthened the imperfections inside a completed spell, allowing its rage to expand outward, while repulsion distorted the structure and influenced the transition of a fired projectile. The phenomenon still amazed him. With the universe law in his hands, his ability to manipulate the very rules that governed reality, he could alter magic beyond its original limits. According to his observations, blue light reinforced parallel magic, such as electrical attacks. He developed a theory that lines of diffraction allowed penetration, which created a critical effect upon impact. When he struck the golem earlier, the massive creature had been obliterated instantly. Despite its size and strength, it had been completely vaporized. For him, the rule always mattered, and not a single phrase within a spell could afford to mismatch. However, with his current mana, he could only use one magic of that scale per day. Fatigue pressed heavily on him. It had taken a long time to understand even this much. He grew serious as he remembered the world's limitations. The hand signs and phrases of baby Lowena had been lost long ago, leaving no record of them. Nothing existed in the written history of this world, so he was forced to research alone and build the missing pieces from scratch. Even so, he found himself oddly enjoying the challenge, despite having learned magic only for self-P protection. He placed his fingers together, preparing the spell he had been refining for 2 months. A crackling purple light formed in front of him. Alan described the result aloud, noting that eliminating the focal point of the mana phrase would force the imbalance required to create lightning. A small sphere of purple lightning appeared. Alan called it a weak and limited form, merely a fluxation spell. Yet the moment he finished the chant, a wave of thunder rippled from it, completing the structure. He continued chanting again. Compression. The condensed magic cannon tightened as the phrases broke down and reshaped themselves. At the final instant, he completed the last hand sign, triggering the purpose built into the spell. A violent thunder cannon erupted upward, blasting into the sky. Massive energy flooded the area, shaking the ground as bright blue lightning washed across the field like a roaring tide. Alan stood frozen, unable to believe the force that had been released. The order of the spell phrases had mattered more than anything. When he had attempted to use breakdown first, the spell failed instantly. But now, a voice echoed behind him. Impossible. Alan turned sharply. Shock stiffened his expression when he saw the figure standing there. Kalia, the red-haired woman, villain of her kingdom, murderer of her father, and the one who had always wanted to turn Alan into her puppet, stood with her butler. Her eyes were fixed on the remnants of lightning still flickering in the air. The butler's eyes widened. Origin magic. Using origin magic means he stands at the caliber of a 7th circle mage. Alan stiffened again, stunned by the term origin circle. He had never heard his abilities described like that. Yet the truth was clear. Someone had just named what he had become. Alan's expression twisted with disbelief as he watched the two of them stare at him with those ridiculous, exaggerated faces. He wondered how they could look so foolish at such a moment. Their reactions reminded him of his days at the academy, and his thoughts drifted back to a memory of his professor. During his time in Clyburn, the nation of knights, he had once received advice from that professor. The man had explained that one could establish an order only after gaining recognition from the king, and Alan had originally intended to become a mage, simply to defend himself. He wanted strength only for protection, both for himself and for those he cared about. Yet his professor had never taken him seriously. Instead, The man had treated him like a pet, constantly praising him and patting his head with the flat of his sword. He would call Alan talented, claiming him as his own student, begging him not to leave the country because he considered him precious. The narrator had even shown how fondly the professor looked at him. Alan, however, had always been annoyed by those assumptions. His magic ability had not come from the professor. None of it had been inspired or created by that man. Every spell, every theory, every refinement, he had achieved them through his own research. Lady Zenonia, or rather Zenonia Kalia, who had effectively been ruling the Zenonia County by making her father a puppet for several years, had come to Count Palatio's estate for two main reasons. One reason was to gauge the intentions of Elon, now Count Palatio. Despite holding cards that could cause substantial damage to the current Zenonia County, he hadn't used them. The relationship between Zenonia County and Palatio County wasn't necessarily bad, but she knew that the essence of the Count was similar to her own, a kindred spirit, so to speak. In other words, she easily understood that Elon wasn't the type to wield such powerful cards out of some trivial sentimentality or misplaced compassion. She had come to ascertain his true intentions. The second reason was to assess the power of the organization that Count Palatio was rumored to control. Of course, Kalia knew that just meeting the Count wouldn't reveal the full extent of the shadowy organization he commanded. However, Kalia had a way to glimpse at the fringes of that power. There was the wizard Bianchel. He had once proposed a new theory on forgotten era magic within the Magic Tower, earning academic acclaim, but he was later expelled from the tower due to his excessively inhumane magical experiments. However, despite his expulsion, his rank was still 5th tier. He was strong enough to obliterate an entire battalion of soldiers by himself. Kalia had brought him along in exchange for assisting with his experiments, forging an alliance with him. She reasoned that if a wizard like Bianchel, who specialized in detection magic and was on the cusp of the 5th tier, was present, he could easily assess the caliber of those protecting Count Palatio. While the nature of one's guards didn't reveal everything, observing the level of those guarding the Count could naturally offer insights into the organization's inner workings. At least that was why she had brought Bianchel along. In the reception room of Count Palatio's estate, Lady Kalia subtly glanced at Bianchel, who still hadn't fully closed his mouth and wore an anxious expression. She was inwardly surprised. As far as she knew, he wasn't someone who would normally show such foolish expressions in front of others. Bianchel's face was always arrogant, and he never spoke politely to anyone, not even to her who supported him. But now Bianchel's expression was extremely unusual. His face was still marked by shock, just as it had been earlier, and she could even detect flickers of fear, something she had never seen in him before. Kalia felt a mix of curiosity and unease as she looked at Bianchel. She had never seen him display such blatant fear, and she said to herself, if he's reacting like this, could it really be that the magic we saw earlier was an origin spell? Kalia's thought was fleeting as she quickly refocused on the present situation and met Elon's gaze. His eyes were the same as before. His gaze, which seemed to find no value in the current situation, he asked coldly, "What brings you to the country?" Kalia was the first to break the silence. As she said, "My apologies, Count Palatio. I've been rude." Although she was still Lady Zenonia on the surface, she respectfully addressed the Count and apologized for entering the training grounds, and for the sudden visit. She added, "I've been wanting to meet you so much. But he interrupted her words, saying, "No need to blame yourself, but let me clarify one thing. What I used wasn't origin. It seems the wizard you brought along was misunderstood." He added, "Indeed, my magic skills aren't particularly exceptional. If I had to rank them, they would be around the 2nd tier, and the mage beside you must have noticed that that magic has no effect at all." Naturally, Kalia didn't believe Elon's words. Even though she wasn't well-versed in magic, she could easily tell that the magic Elon had displayed was anything but ordinary. She turned her gaze subtly back to Bianchel and was even more surprised. His expression was worse than before. However, despite his sour expression, he seemed to have understood the underlying message in Elon's words. It was a warning to keep quiet about what they had witnessed here. Bianchel forced out the words, saying, "It seems I was mistaken." Kalia was once again startled. startled. Hearing him speak in polite language for the first time in 5 years, he usually spoke informally. Alon sighed, saying, "Yes, you seem quite capable, so you've likely already noticed, but that magic is of no practical use. Now then, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, what brings you to the county?" Without hesitation, Alon moved the conversation forward, prompting Kalia to quickly collect herself and said, "It wasn't anything special. I happened to be in the area for some business and thought of you, so I decided to stop by briefly." Alon inquired, "Is that so?" She replied, "Yes." After pondering for a moment, Alon said, "Unfortunately, I'm quite busy and won't be able to chat for long." She stooped ready to leave and said, "That's fine. I only stopped by briefly. I just wanted to pay my respects." But Alon spoke with an indifferent expression, saying, "If you're in need of conversation, it might be a good idea to visit the Duke of Altia. I think the two of you would get along quite well." Lady Zenonia smiled and replied politely, "If you say so, I'll consider visiting the Duke." However, her mouth was dry. Watching as Lady Zenonia's carriage gradually disappeared into the distance, Evan asked, "Why would Lady Zenonia from that notorious family in the West visit you?" Alon answered, "How would I know?" Evan looked puzzled, but Alon genuinely had nothing more to say this time. He couldn't guess why Kalia had come either, and he said to himself, "It's annoying that I showed her my magic. And let's just hope rumors about me using Origin don't start spreading. In this world, rumors carried more power than one might think. If a rumor spread that Alon could use Origin, a spell only supreme wizards in this world could cast, it might seem advantageous at first glance, but it would actually be a major headache. In this dark fantasy world, it wasn't hard to find madmen who couldn't resist picking fights with anyone strong. He thought that there was no way Lady Zenonia would actually seek out the Duke. Even so, the reason he introduced her to the Duke of Altia was more about sending a message that he had no interest in associating with her. With that thought, Alon ended his musings about Kalia. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Kalia asked, "Was the magic Count Palatio really used Origin?" Unlike his usual immediate responses, Bianca remained silent. Just as Kalia was about to speak again, Bianca finally spoke, saying, "It wasn't Origin." She asked, "It wasn't Origin? Then what was that earlier display?" As Kalia questioned him, clearly not understanding, Bianca trembled in fear and began to explain, saying, "Origin is the endpoint of all wizards, a canvas of sorts. It is a canvas allowed only to those who have established magic as a truth, where they can draw their own unique laws. Magic that possesses its own unique arrangements and manifestation formulas, painted onto an unchanging canvas. This is what we call Origin." However, he swallowed and continued, "Count Palatio's magic was different. It wasn't drawing on a canvas. To be more precise, his magic was akin to tearing the canvas apart." Bianca explained further, saying, "In other words, he was twisting the truth that should remain unchangeable. Although I only saw it for a fleeting moment, since I was using the observation eye at your request, I saw it clearly." Bianca muttered, "Fixing lightning that shouldn't stop, twisting the laws to collapse the spell that had been manifested, and yet still managing to manifest it flawlessly. It was an unbelievable miracle, and behind it," he stopped speaking abruptly. The image of Count Palladio from earlier flashed in his mind. At the moment when he displayed that incredible magic, his eyes had revealed a talent that could only be attained upon reaching the 6th tier, even if acquired later in life. A talent that Bianca had only barely glimpsed after reaching the peak of the 5th tier due to his own latent talent. Eyes that could perceive the world itself. It was an eye, a pair of jet black and red eyes, with 2 crimson rings encircling the pupils. Those eyes had appeared when the Count used his magic. Recalling this, Bianca could not hide the fear that filled his own eyes. If it was what he thought it was, the Count had accessed the power of a forgotten ancient god when he used that magic. But Bianca cut off his own thoughts, even using magic to force himself to stop thinking. Having delved into ancient knowledge, he was well aware of how dangerous it was to try to infer the truth behind such things through further thought, and he he added, "Let me give you one piece of advice. Never make an enemy of him. Do not oppose Count Palatio. That's all the advice I can give." Having said that much, Bianca fell silent. Lady Zenonia also kept her silence. At the same time, Kalia naturally recalled Alon's expressionless face and his calm gaze as he had looked at her. Without realizing it, she let out a self-deprecating smile, because through Bianca's words, she had realized something. There was no point in trying to understand Count Palatio's intentions from the start, and she had also realized that she had already become nothing more than a pawn on his chessboard. And then, about 5 months later, 2 years had passed since the children had been sent off on their individual paths. Inside his office, Alan asked calmly, "Any new information? Preferably news about that kid?" Evan shook his head, saying, "Nothing about the children, Count, but there is something else." Alan glanced up, uninterested at first. Evan continued, giving news that struck like lightning. "Zenonia County and Altea Duchy have formed an alliance." Alan froze, inquiring, "What the hell did you just say? The two pillars of the underworld have united," Evan confirmed, saying, "On the surface, it appears harmless, but in the underworld, the alliance is confirmed." Alan dragged a hand down his face in pure frustration, saying to himself, "I went through all that effort, raising those little sinners, and now the world gives me a shadow alliance instead. Is the Astria Kingdom going to collapse next?" Exhaustion washed over him. A creeping fear followed, and he said, "No way she didn't. Kalia didn't actually take my words seriously that day, right?" He remembered his cold suggestion. Visit Duke Altea. He certainly hadn't meant form an alliance with him. He slapped his forehead again, saying, "Come on, it has to be temporary. With Kalia's personality, cold, arrogant, hostile, it's impossible, but I should prepare." He picked up his pen to write a letter. "Kalia, if I came off blunt, if I sounded cold, I was not intending to insult you." He stared at the line. This doesn't sound like an excuse at all. Still, he folded the letter and handed it to Evan, saying, "I'm leaving this to you." Evan nodded, saying, "I'll deliver the message to Lady Zenonia through the Machinery Guild. I'll continue searching for the children as well." Alan sank back, scanning several reports, and he said to himself, "I wonder what Randan and Seol Rang are doing now. Even Utia." His eyes landed on a blood-stained letter the two had sent after reaching their destination, and he said, "Seol Rang wouldn't have died, right?" The thought was dark, but it slipped out. He continued reading. "If they followed the instructions and found the gift, they should have gained their warrior symbol, maybe even escaped Baba Yaga by accident." Alan reviewed the note describing the ability of the gold mana beast's hand glove, the treasure he had given Siren. That girl received something valuable. She wasn't born with the sin of pride. She could have become a strong warrior instead of a fallen sinner. He sighed, saying it was right there in the item description. If I had told her about the treasure's hidden value, she could have sold it or used it for funding. With her talent, she could have made a living anywhere. His gaze drifted toward the balcony and the stretching horizon beyond. He murmured, "After all, this land is a place where anyone can seize the world through strength." Night draped the desert colony in a quiet, shimmering glow. Deep inside a hidden cave, Seol Rang stretched her arms with a tired yawn and waved her hand as she walked forward. She murmured cheerfully, "At last, the ordeal is finally over." She lifted the golden hand glove, the treasure Alan, Great Moon, had given her, saying, "Oh, Great Moon, thank you," she whispered, eyes sparkling. "This gift is incredible." Clutching the glove with affection, she thought of the pale, gold, kitten-like spirit that had appeared earlier. She said, "I always believed the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was just some random charm. But what I heard as a child wasn't some fairy tale at all." Memories surfaced. Her mother's gentle voice, the warmth of their old home, her tribe's forgotten pride. "Our Lenjin are descendants of the Golden Mane tribe." Her mother had once told her, "Kings of all beastkin. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe is a high relic passed down for hundreds of years. It grants us power and divine authority." Returning to the present, Seol Rang held her breath, and she found that very essence inside this desert cave. The moment she had put on the golden glove, pain had surged through her entire body, so real, so overwhelming. She had faced trial after trial inside her own consciousness, each challenge tearing at her mind. But she endured. Looking at her her hand, she whispered, "One day I nearly died as a test subject, yet the great moon saved my life." The memory stung her heart. Abandoned orphan, treated as nothing. But Alan had changed her fate, she said, voice trembling with emotion. "He gave me the power to take revenge on the Black Dragon, the monster who killed my parents." She tightened her fist. Golden aura burst from her palm, flaring across the cave like sunlight tearing through darkness. She added, "I must repay the great moon's grace." Energy surged violently from her body, golden essence blooming outward with force strong enough to shake dust from the walls. She stared at her glowing hand, amazed, saying, "This gift was never meant to make me an ordinary gladiator. Not at all." Testing the glove's strength, she felt the awakened lineage roaring behind her blood. She said, "All I have to do is become the strongest gladiator alive, gather the scattered golden mane relics, and restore our trib's glory." Golden light erupted again, brighter, fiercer, unstoppable. Raising her hand high, she declared with absolute resolve, "I will slay the Black Dragon." Meanwhile, a few moments later, she stepped out of the cave and looked up at the beautiful moon. With confidence, she said, "All of this is for my savior. Let us begin," she continued. "The golden man who commands the greatest of all beast kind, the kings among their race, shall rise again under the blue moon after 500 years. Alan, holding the documents in front of him, and a small detail brought back a vague memory. Before the thought settled, Evan said, "The Information Guild obtained news about the children. I wanted to tell you back at the training ground, but I forgot." Alan placed the documents down and inquired calmly, "All right, what is it?" Evan continued, saying, "Seoring has been performing very well in the colony. She even earned the golden flesh from the allied group." Alan tensed, asking golden flesh. "Where did I hear that? I can't remember." Even so, he exhaled lightly and said, "I'm glad she's doing fine." Evan nodded. "Right. In that land, strength decides everything." Alan asked, "What about Radan? I haven't heard from him since he said he was learning how to work in Raxus. He said he was sent there." Evan adjusted the sword on his waist, saying, "There is information on him, but they are still verifying its integrity." Alan looked at him and said, "I see. By the way, Evan, aren't you supposed to be busy?" Evan froze, confusion spreading across his face like a short-circuited machine, saying, "My lord, why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? I did everything you told me." His voice trembled. Alan smiled and said, "You need to prepare. It takes at least a month to reach the Magic Tower." Evan's eyes widened in disbelief, inquiring, "What? The Magic Tower? I've never even heard about that." Shock hit him like thunder striking his head. Alan replied casually, "Easy." "Oh, did I not mention it before?" Evan let out a breath, saying, "I'm used to it, but still a month? It should only take a week to reach the Green Magic Tower," Alan said. "We're going to the Blue Magic Tower." Evan blinked, saying, "Ah, that's near Labyrinth City, so it's quite far." Then Evan straightened his posture, saying, "I will start preparing immediately, my lord." Alan nodded. Sometime later, Alan collapsed onto the sofa and slumped like an old man. Exhaustion weighed on him, leaving him lazy and drained. And he said, "A month in a carriage, just thinking about it makes me tired again," he muttered. "But what else can I do? The item that can support my small precious mana hole is there." His gaze dropped as a faint memory surfaced. The massive city slowly appeared before his imagination, just as it had in the game. Alan continued saying, "Even though countless players visited the labyrinth, no one ever reached the end. I only reached the 115th floor because I used a cheat code. Those devs were insane. There were even more floors below that, and the item I need is on the 151st floor. Because of that, the job of official magic appraiser has become so popular that it guarantees a stable life." His thoughts drifting to Rinne, her calm eyes, her knowledge, her talent with stones and elixirs. "She'll be taking the appraiser exam soon," Alan said. With her talent and sense for magical items, she should pass easily. But when the moment quieted, reality slid back in. Alan frowned faintly, saying, "Maybe I gave Rinne too small a gift compared to the others." Alan leaned back and added quietly, "All it does is suppress equipment items. If that gift wasn't enough, I should send her additional support." His thoughts returned to their destination. Labyrinth City, Labyrinthia, a city ruled by no one, a place of explorers, machines, and endless opportunity. Beyond the crowded streets and countless shops in the southern district stood a hidden appraisal shop known as Marita. It was discreet, but its reputation had grown among nobles and A-rank explorers because of its rare, specialized service. The scene shifted inside Merd. A man stood frozen, stunned by what he had just witnessed. An echoing voice reached him from deeper inside the shop. The voice reported, "The appraisal is over, my lord." The man gasped. Only then did the truth settle. The masked girl standing before the man was Rinne. She had concealed her identity flawlessly. She held an object between her hands. She explained, "This device ignites flame with mana," demonstrating it with quiet confidence. The lord nodded. "Thank you as always. Let me see." The lord carefully examined the lamp in his hand. He murmured, "It's a relic that can be imprinted." "What is the imprinted ability?" Rin answered with calm confidence, saying, "A small amount of mana will keep the flame burning for at least an hour." The lord smiled and said, "Its efficiency has improved drastically." "Very good." He genuinely appreciated Rena's precision and intelligence. She replied, "Thank you as always." Silence settled inside the shop. Rana removed her mask, her expression softening for a moment until her gaze shifted to another item on the table. She picked it up gently. She said, "This item can also be imprinted." In fact, this shop had become famous because of its extraordinary imprinted abilities, things seen nowhere else. Inside the shop, a mystical item rested on a pedestal. Alan's voice echoed in Rin's memory. A gift from the great moon. An item sent directly by him. Rin stepped closer. It looked like an eye-shaped device glowing faintly with blue flames, swirling behind layers of sealed energy. She smiled, excitement rising inside her. She whispered, "When the great moon told me to become an oppressor, I didn't understand the reason. But the thought of Alan made the meaning clearer. His true identity, a friend of Palin from the forgotten era of the outer gods. Everything he had done was meant to eliminate the black things." When she had read Alan's letter instructing her to head to Labyrinth City and become a magic oppressor, she could not connect the order to the goal. But later, she understood Alan wanted influence inside the Labyrinth Empire, a foundation strong enough to reach the Magic Tower. Even so, in the present moment, she wondered aloud, what does becoming an oppressor have to do with killing the black things? She entered the appraisal room fully. She whispered, "The eye of the stalker repeatedly identifies items below a certain mana threshold to assist with oppression. It was dangerous, deadly even. Red demonic chains wrapped around it, and a dark presence seeped from the relic. It was nothing like normal magical wisdom." Reen reached forward and touched the chains. She said, "This substance, it doesn't exist in any library." The device trembled. Energy surged violently and the seals shattered open. A burst of blue light filled the room as the eye of the stalker awakened completely. Mana swirled around her like a living storm. Rin leaned closer, determination settling in her eyes, saying, "To gain the strength to fight the black things, I must awaken this item myself." "For the great moon," she said, "I have 252 more sacrifices left before it fully awakens." And, she said, in exchange for raising the relic's stats, it absorbs something from each sacrifice, instantly changing the eye. It only reacts to specific high-tier relics. If the wrong item is sacrificed, the entire stack disappears. She understood clearly. The relic demanded high-tier offerings, many of them, to ascend fully, and when it finally awakened, it would become a weapon entrusted by Alan, the Great Moon. Rin felt a determined thrill. She wanted to awaken it completely. She murmured, accurately appraising all relics and selecting the proper high-tier sacrifices for imprinting. "This is something only I can do." She lifted the divine eye-shaped relic in her hands, saying, "I was born with the Library of Eternity. Everything is for killing the Black Wolf." Her voice deepened with resolve, saying, "All is according to the will of the Great Moon." 3 weeks later, Blue Magic Tower. The master of the tower was absent. A small young girl stood in the entry hall, her expression cute, but her tone impatient, saying, "State your business and leave. The tower master isn't here." She was Fina, the wise tower master of the Blue Magic Tower, a sixth circle mage, despite her childlike appearance. She glanced up at Alan and waved her hand, saying, "I'm very busy. Say it quickly." Alan stood there, puzzled by her attitude. Her words left him silent for a moment as he looked at the tiny mage in disbelief. Alan stared at the woman, and a memory from the game surfaced. He said to himself, I know her. I've seen her in the main story. Right now, she was still only the wise tower master because the main storyline had not begun yet. But in the game, she was remembered as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, a prodigy who reached the 8th circle at the age of 20, eventually becoming the tower master. He straightened his posture and introduced himself, saying, I am Count Palatio. As I relayed earlier, I came to discuss the matter of the time gate. The girl froze in the middle of her scattered documents. Papers slid across the desk as she frantically searched between stacks. She muttered, shuffling everything around. All right, I need the right document for that. Where is it? So, what did you say? You can eliminate the time gate? Wait, where is that file? I really need to find it. Alan kept his composure and explained the time gate, saying, It's cracking. It connects to a mysterious subspace that appears in areas where magic is frequently used. It creates a monolith that causes significant damage. Demons and disasters appear because of it. The girl activated her detection spell. Her eyes glimmered as she scanned him. She scoffed. With such a low-level talent? What are you planning to do? She waved her hand dismissively, saying, Whatever, just leave. Alan froze and said to himself, This is not how it's supposed to go. He needed her cooperation. He said, trying to remain steady, I need an answer. But she squeezed her eyes shut in irritation, saying, You want to eliminate the time gate and take the treasure? Of course you do. Everyone says that. She slammed her hand on the desk, her voice rising, inquiring, Do you have any idea how many people come here every single day with the same story? Alan felt wronged. He forced his frustration down and said, I am speaking the truth. Guide me to the time gate, and I will prove it. And he asked himself, why won't she believe me? Why is she so? His thought cut off as he watched her glare back at him, clearly unconvinced. The Vice Tower leader clicked her tongue. She said sharply, Listen, I get that you need something huge to change the public's opinion. People are starting to discover that the only reason you became Count was because you got lucky when your siblings died. A violent wave of mana burst from her, chaotic, oppressive, swirling through the tower like a storm. She continued, However, that doesn't mean you can storm in here and cause trouble for us. She had no idea who she was provoking. She didn't know she was talking to the great moon. Alan froze, stunned. He swallowed, saying, There's a rumor like that? Well, it fits the truth, but still, she's insane. Despite her small size and frantic behavior, she clearly kept up with every piece of information from the outside world. Alan stared at her, realizing how terrifying she really was. And he said, This Vice Tower leader, she's scary. Evan leaned toward his ear and whispered, tense and pale, saying, Not going to lie, she scared me too. When I got annoyed earlier, she put me back in my place immediately. He lowered his voice even more, saying, And that wasn't even her full mana. If we try anything stupid, we'll drown in it. Alan sighed and said, I'm honestly depressed now, but then something shifted inside him. He squared his shoulders, stepped forward, and faced the Vice Tower leader directly. He declared, If I cannot eliminate the time gate, I will surrender my entire property to the magic tower. She stared at him, still babbling, saying, Nonsense, I see. Alan released his energy. His voice turned cold, saying, If you want, I will swear an oath. Not a bad deal for a little of your time, don't you think? For the first time, she gasped. Her eyes widened as she looked at Alan properly. Moments later, the two stood inside the tower's restricted zone. The Vice Tower leader said, The time gate is in here. As promised, your entire wealth becomes mine the moment you fail. Alan stepped forward without hesitation, saying, That won't happen. Just watch what I do inside. The Vice Tower leader looked at Alan with sharp, narrowed eyes. She said, Perfect timing. I was wondering whether you were the true mastermind of your country, or just an incompetent man who got lucky. Now I really want to see what you came here to do, and what kind of mess you're planning to create. If you fail this task, all your wealth becomes mine. She let out a low, evil chuckle. She said to himself, After listening to him for a while, I'm convinced he's closer to the latter. Her gaze swept over Alan from head to toe, analyzing every detail with cold precision. She said, Unlike that inhuman atmosphere around you, you only have a small mana hole and barely above average sensing ability. You're stuck at the very edge of the second circle. And she inquired, What exactly are you going to do with such pathetic magic? You're completely useless. A box appeared before them containing the distorted fragment of the time gate. The truth was simple. There was barely any need to close close it. In 3 months, the gate would naturally collapse after spitting out the remaining relics. The research team had already concluded this. Alan said calmly, "Not a single mage capable of closing the time gate will show up." The Vice Tower leader scoffed. "And yet, the time gate inside the blue magic tower has been causing chaos for over 2 years," she said, her tone almost dismissive. "If you can't do anything, you may simply leave the room." Alan ignored her completely. Her expression twisted in irritation. She released a disbelieving laugh, clenching her teeth, inquiring, "You're going to use your hand as the minimum state of your staff?" Even ancient magical tomes classify that as a primal method, something practically treated like a fairy tale. The Vice Tower leader tried to stop him, her voice rising sharply. "For goodness sake, hey, you stupid brat, stop enchanting here. Enchantment is an ancient form of magic. You can't possibly pull this off. Just leave the room." But Alan ignored her completely, continuing his quiet chant as if she didn't exist. A strange shift rippled through the chamber. Darkness crept in from the edges, swallowing the light. The air grew so cold it stabbed at the bone. The Vice Tower leader's breath caught, inquiring, "What? What is this?" A chilling terror washed over her as the entire room dimmed. Her body froze in place and she said, I can't move." Everything stopped. Time itself had paused. Desperate, she activated the divine eye, wanting to see exactly what Alan was doing. The moment her vision shifted, her expression collapsed. Particles cracked apart in midair like reality itself was splintering, and behind them, a gigantic red eye appeared. A demon's eye, ancient, violent, insane. She trembled, saying, "To that thing, it's insane." Then Alan's body erupted with a deep red aura. The monstrous eye snapped fully open, glaring directly at her. The killing intent it radiated was overwhelming enough to freeze her soul in place. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't look away, and she inquired, "What is he trying to accomplish inside the time gate? How is this possible for someone barely at the second circle? And what is the connection between that demon's eye, the great moon, and Reyna forging the divine eye to slay the black entity?" The room shook as if it would collapse beneath the pressure. When she raised her head again, she saw that dark demon god's eye lingering behind Alan. Her ability stopped entirely, overwhelmed by its pressure. She froze where she stood. A chilling voice echoed from behind Alan, an absolute command. "Stop your thoughts. Cut them off." The Voice Tower Mage Master went pale. Sweat covered her face as she stuttered, saying, I understand. I understand the demand." The demon god's eyes shut at once. Time, which had seemed halted, slowly began to move again. The room sank into complete silence. At that moment, the red demon moved to close the gate of time. When Alan turned and looked back, he said, "Finally, the gate is closed." His expression remained calm, as if he hadn't done anything. The ancient demon god's presence faded, leaving the mage girl stunned. Alan let out a small breath, saying, "That was easier than I expected. All I needed were special items and the correct meth." Alan showed the relic and said, "I'll take the item Sharon crafted. I need to use it a few more times, so I used a convincing spell." Did she fall for it? But the mage girl trembled even more. She struggled to steady herself, still trapped in the fear she had felt moments ago. She whispered, I won't tell anyone." Alan frowned, asking himself, why does she look like that? Did my buff fail? He sighed and said, "I appreciate the concern, but it's not necessary." When he took a step toward her, she stumbled backward, nearly falling. Her voice shook as she added, "I'll keep silent. I won't say a word. I can keep a secret." Honestly, seriously. Alan stared at her, confused, and he asked himself, why is she suddenly acting like this? Outside, the scene shifted. Alan walked toward Evan and said, "Let's return." Before he could leave, the mage girl called out, "Wait one moment." She held out a small vial and said, "This is a mana recovery potion I made." Alan accepted it and examined the content. A potion half-crafted by the Voice Tower Lord, and it was a top-raid one at that. The Voice Tower hesitated before asking, "Do you really like it?" Alan looked surprised and said to himself, "2 bottles cost as much as several lower-ranked treasures. When I checked the price, I almost fainted." He glanced toward the Tower Master's safe and wondered, is she really this grateful that I closed the gate of time? But the mage girl trembled as she replied, "That's what the Count requested. I will absolutely remain silent. Seriously, if you want, I can even make a mana oath for certainty and loyalty." Alan blinked, asking himself, an oath for something like like this? What is she even talking about? He paused, saying, wait, she's clearly misunderstanding something. Before he could explain, the air rumbled. Magical chains formed above them. The Tower Master raised her staff toward the sky and began chanting, taking the mana oath for the prom. She glanced at the Count's direction and proudly declared, see, I keep my word perfect. Alan felt the tension rise in his chest, saying to himself, I see. She showed no intention of clearing the misunderstanding, and he had no way to stop her. The Blue Magic Tower officially acquired the relic. Alan considered what he had gained. 5 bottles of potion and an oath. For him, it was more than enough. The journey had been worth it. Dean shifted to outside the tower. Alan stepped into Evan's carriage. Evan examined the treasure in Alan's hand, and he said, Lord Alan, is that the item from the gate? It was difficult to obtain, but it looks more primitive than I expected. Does its performance match its reputation? Alan fastened the treasure to his wrist and said, either way, this is something I absolutely needed. He focused on the bracelet seal of the Unholy One, and he said to himself, I'm glad I secured it. The chain embedded in the bracelet absorbed mana from the air, and the stone embedded within it glowed faint. Alan murmured, it's working. Its storage capacity wasn't large, but it was more than enough for him. His mana hollowed out quickly, and he slumped back with a quiet sigh, saying, a body with less mana than a support tool. He reminded himself softly. My goal is magical research and self-preservation, not fighting. That's enough. Evan tilted his head, unsure why Alan looked so exhausted. Alan breathed out and muttered, by the way, what exactly did she misunderstand? He thought of the Voice Tower Master. Her sudden politeness felt unnatural. When he left, she had even said, I know you're exactly like a second circle wizard, which left him stunned. Alan assumed saying, she's mocking me, but the reaction was familiar. Kalia had behaved the same way last time, completely shaken by his butler. The memory still left him uneasy. He tried to calm himself, saying, it doesn't matter. I won't meet any of them again. That's good enough. Then scene shifted to Duke Altia. Inside the Duke's mansion, Duke Altia, she sat quietly with a cup of tea in his hand. It has been a while, she said warmly. I hope you enjoy your stay, young lady. Lady Zenonia narrowed her eyes slightly before giving Altia a sharp smile. Of course, Altia. You haven't changed either. I'm simply glad to see you, Altia replied calmly. It's convenient that we don't need to discuss class or authority between us. Both of them understood the situation clearly. Lady Zenonia had come for Duke Altia's alliance. Zenonia said, Count Palatio's foresight is remarkable as always. She recalled the moment she received the Count's command to visit Altia. The Count's intentions became clear only after she followed his advice. When she arrived at Duke Altia's residence, both she and Altia realized the same thing. Neither of them could match Palatonio. Their alliance existed because he ordered it. Yet despite that, they were becoming more comfortable working together. In the struggle surrounding the Great Moon, most conflicts were meaningless when compared to the overwhelming influence of a single person. At present, Altia spoke first. She inquired, the conference is next month. Why come today? Zenonia replied, the Count sent a letter the day I arrived. He gave me an excuse to visit early. Laura looked puzzled. What could it possibly be? Zenonia handed her the letter. Laura skimmed through it, frowning. Some nobles complained to me about this and regarding your visit that day. This command. The topic shifted to the conversation involving several noble family. Many nobles don't suit me, Laura muttered. There must be some misunderstanding. Zenonia nodded. It doesn't feel like a normal apology letter. Something about it is different. Laura leaned back sharply, saying, there must be a scheme hidden inside. Zenonia smiled and said, yes, that's why we need to discuss it. And Baron Kenya belongs to the noble faction. Marcus Martonio is a key figure in the royal faction. Viscount Bland is also tied to the royal faction. And you, Duke Altia, are an important figure among the nobles. Laura summarized in short, saying, he doesn't seem to side with either faction. Zenonia finished the thought, saying, which means he wants to push out the nobles heading toward extinction. Both women shivered at the idea. The thought that Alan, whom they believed to be dangerous, had sent that apology letter felt unsettling. Laura looked up, saying to herself, this must be the reason Altia needed my reputation and named me a duke. And the hangman of the West stands with him. That certainty certainty explains everything. Zenobia nodded calmly. Then we should discuss a new plan. What plan? A plan to deal with their misunderstanding of Alan, whose letter was simply a normal apology, yet they believed he intended to erase noble factions entirely. Zenobia found the confusion useful and began weaving new schemes. Seeing change to blue magic tower inside the tower, Fina collapsed onto the desk. The tower lord approached, saying, "Tell me in detail, Fina. Why were you so nervous?" She looked up, still shaken, then seen back to the Alan. He sat outside, casually eating a roasted sweet potato. Evan asked, "Are you all right, Lord Alan?" Alan nodded. "I almost fainted, but it's still delicious." He exhaled and added, "I want to go home. Utia's letter should arrive soon." The scene changed to the Holy Kingdom glowed under a beautiful sky. Utia stood in the sanctuary wearing her priest robes, elegant, radiant, breathtaking. Those who saw her wondered what fate awaited someone like her. A gift of beauty, yet capable of becoming something frightening. Sometime earlier at the Blue Magic Tower, Master Selim Micardo had just returned from a long journey when a faint sense of unease crossed his mind. He paused, frowning slightly. He could no longer feel the presence of their time gate. Concerned, he immediately sought out Fenya. When he entered her office, he found her slumped over her desk, visibly exhausted. As soon as she noticed his arrival, she forced herself upright and informed him that she had completed every task he had entrusted to her during his absence. Selim froze. This was the first time he had ever seen Fenya behave this way. Normally, the Vice Tower Master would greet him with irritation or sharp complaints, often bragging about how she had reduced yet another arrogant newcomer to tears. Seeing her so subdued unsettled him. He asked calmly whether something had happened. Instead of answering immediately, Fenya collapsed forward again, resting her forehead against the desk. Selim observed her quietly. Fenya had become Vice Tower Master at an exceptionally young age, blessed with overwhelming magical talent. Her arrogance had once been sky-high, almost unbearable, yet he had never bothered correcting her personality. As far as he was concerned, geniuses like her inevitably reached a point where they realized how insignificant their achievements truly were. Once she reached the seventh circle, humility would come naturally. That was why her current state felt so strange. Letting out an awkward laugh, Selim mentioned that his business trip to the north had taken longer than expected. He casually asked whether she had been overwhelmed with work while he was away. At that point, Fenya finally spoke. With a drained expression, she explained everything she could, carefully avoiding certain details. She revealed that the time gate had been closed and that the one responsible was Count Alan Palladio. However, she could not explain how it had been done. She stated plainly that she was bound by an oath and could say no more. Besides, she added, there truly wasn't much she could explain in detail anyway. Selim tapped his temple lightly, thinking, what kind of phenomenon could leave Fenya, someone normally bursting with pride, this subdued? Was it some incomprehensible form of magic? Or perhaps something even closer to origin magic itself? As he gently placed a hand on Fenea's head, she did not swat it away, too exhausted and shaken to react. That alone told him how deeply the experience had affected her. With a faint smile, Selim leaned back. He thought quietly. Count Alan Palladio of the Asteria Kingdom. That man is far more interesting than I expected. The scene shifted to Alan Palacio's residence. It had been a full month since Alan's return from the Blue Magic Tower. Since obtaining the Mark of the Corrupted, he had devoted himself almost entirely to research, specifically to the study of phases and their application within structured magical arrays. As Alan continued writing, he paused. He realized he had uncovered a new rule governing phase usage. There seemed to be a connection between where a phase was placed and how it functioned, but the exact relationship still eluded him. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Alan turned momentarily startled to see Evan, his knight, standing at the entrance. Evan stared at the surroundings in disbelief. The fractured ground, the scorched earth, and the massive crater left behind by Alan's experiments. He muttered in awe that Count Alan's magic seemed to grow stronger every time he witnessed it. Alan let out a quiet sigh sigh and asked casually whether that was really the case. Evan nodded, stating that it no longer felt like second circle magic at all. Compared to a few months ago, Alan's spells operated on an entirely different level. Alan glanced toward the crater in front of him and remarked that an ordinary gravity spell should never be capable of causing such destruction. Even at maximum output, a second circle gravity mage should not be able to crush something to death so thoroughly. Inwardly, Alan acknowledged the truth of that statement. He thought, I really am getting stronger, and this doesn't feel like an illusion. In the end, the only improvement he had achieved was greater stability, not increased destructive power. That made the current situation illogical. Aloud, Alan told Evan that there was no clear reason for his magic's firepower to increase suddenly. Perhaps he suggested he was simply in better physical condition these days. Evan accepted the explanation, though he remained unconvinced. Changing subject, Evan informed Alan that Utia's letter had arrived. Alan thanked him and said he would return to his room to read it at leisure. When Evan asked whether he intended to continue practicing magic, Alan replied that he had already exhausted his daily limit, 3 full uses. As Evan departed, Alan's thoughts drifted once more. If there is a reason my magic has grown stronger, could it be a reward tied to a curse? In certain Eastern rituals, a curse functioned as a sacrifice. The caster lost something, health, lifespan, or fate, but received a proportional compensation in return. Yet Alan quickly dismissed the idea. There was no one from the east anywhere near him. As he was walking and Evan was behind him, he thought, could it be receiving faith? He scoffed inwardly. He was merely the count of a small, insignificant kingdom that Underworld has ignored. That made even less sense. In the end, Alan shook his head. Some mysteries did not yield answers easily. For now, it was enough to move forward. Whatever the reason, the power had not brought him harm, and so he decided to stop overthinking it. Sometimes the only choice was to live on and see where the path led. The scene then shifted to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario within its capital city, Ryanel. Ryanel was a city of pure white stone, a sacred land where people worshipped the goddess of the moon and peace. The air itself felt solemn and tranquil, as if faith permeated every breath. Inside the Eastern Prayer Hall, Utia stood silently before a massive statue of the goddess. Moonlight filtered through the high windows, bathing her figure in a gentle glow as she prayed. Footsteps echoed softly behind her. A holy knight approached and greeted her respectfully, addressing her as sister. Utia turned to face him. Her presence was calm yet overwhelming, graceful, dignified, and strikingly beautiful. With a gentle smile, she asked whether Sir Locke had well. Locke stiffened slightly. Though Utia did not wear the sash of Holy Grace and held no official rank equal to a paladin, he knew instinctively that she stood far above him. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply in respect. He reported that their recent mission had been successful. Thanks to her guidance, they had managed to save 8 children and 25 villagers from a remote settlement in the eastern region. Utia immediately dismissed the praise, stating that the credit belonged to Locke alone, as he was the one who had carried out the deeds. Locke shook his head and spoke earnestly. He said that she was the one who had taught him everything, who had guided him when he was ignorant and lost. For that, he would always be grateful. His thoughts drifted back to the past. For nearly 20 years, Locke had lived in despair, unable to sense divine power. And no matter how fervently he prayed, he had stood on the verge of giving up entirely when someone had approached him and asked whether there was something he desired with all his heart. That person had been Utia. With her calm expression and crimson eyes, she had told him to place his faith in the moon. Confused and desperate, Locke had asked what the moon truly was. Utia had only replied that he would understand once he tried. Clinging to that faint hope, he had prayed to the moon for several days, just as she instructed. Then, impossibly, a miracle occurred. He awakened to divine power, finally able to wield it as others did. The joy had been overwhelming, yet along with that joy came doubt. He feared he had committed heresy by placing his faith in the moon rather than directly in goddess Chironia. However, the divine artifacts bestowed in the goddess's name still responded to him. glowing brilliantly in his hands. That alone proved his power was genuine. One day, he had asked Utia why she had guided him toward the moon instead of the goddess herself. Utia had smiled softly and explained that faith was an invisible belief, one that often took a long time to manifest. She said it was far easier to draw strength from something that undeniably existed. She told him that the moon would always be there watching over him. Standing by a large window, Utia had rested her hand against the moonlight glass. At that moment, Locke had finally understood. The goddess and the moon were one and the same. For humans burdened with doubt, belief required something they could see. Moved by that realization, Locke bowed deeply before her, offering his thanks from the bottom of his heart. In the present, Utia gently spoke, saying that if Locke truly wished to express his gratitude, then they should pray together. She stood before the largest statue of the goddess, her posture perfectly composed, bathed in moonlight. Her calm smile and dignified presence made her resemble a goddess herself. Locke answered without hesitation, stating that he would be willing to pray alongside her as many times as necessary. Utia then informed him that he had arrived at the perfect time. The prayer was about to begin, and many believers had already gathered inside. As the massive doors of the prayer hall were opened, a vast crowd came into view. Countless worshippers filled the hall, their heads bowed in reverence as a solemn atmosphere settled over the space. Utia walked forward toward the elevated stage, while Locke took his place before it among the faithful. Stepping onto the stage, she activated a ceremonial instrument. Raising her hand toward the gathered crowd, she addressed them with a serene voice. She announced that the prayer to the great moon would now begin. At that moment, she stood not merely as an individual, but as Utia, a sister of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, guiding the faith of all who stood before. The scene shifted to Alan Palacio's office, where silence hung heavily in the air. Alan sat behind his desk, holding a letter in his hands. It was one he had already read more than once. The letter was from Utia. As Alan reread its contents, he realized once again that there was nothing extraordinary written inside. It spoke only of her daily life. When he finished, Alan released a slow sigh. Nothing special had happened. That meant she was living well. He lowered his head and rested his forehead against the desk, the letter still in his grasp. To him, this was proof that the children were safe, living normal lives, exactly as he had intended. And yet, a faint sense of loneliness crept into his heart. Of the 5 children he had raised and guided away from becoming embodiment of sin, only Utia continued to send him letters. The others remained silent. From their perspective, it was understandable. To them, Alan was merely someone from the past, a man they had barely known, someone who had intervened briefly and then disappeared. He reasoned that this was fine. His purpose had never been to be remembered or thanked. His goal had been fulfilled the moment they chose paths that would not lead to the world's destruction. There was no reason for him to feel sad. Ellen repeated that thought to himself, trying to accept it. Still, exhaustion showed on his face. Despite her own busy life, Utia continued to write regularly. Half of him felt comforted by that fact. The other half felt a quiet ache he refused to acknowledge. At that moment, a voice spoke from within the room. Evan asked whether Alan was busy. Startled, Alan lifted his head abruptly, having failed to notice Evan's presence. He remarked that Evan had frightened him and questioned whether he was still there. Evan responded calmly, explaining that he had remained because new intelligence had arrived from the Information Guild. That immediately drew Alan's attention. He asked Evan to report. Evan informed him that the information concerned one of the children. Alan told him to continue. Evan then stated that the report was about Radan, the child Alan had asked about previously. Evan reported that, according to confirmed intelligence, Radan had become a pirate. Alan was visibly taken back. He repeated the word internally, disbelief filling his thoughts. Piracy was synonymous with lawlessness, bloodshed, and cruelty, far removed from the life Alan had envisioned for the child. Suppressing his reaction, Alan demanded a full explanation. Evan continued his report without pause, clearly prepared for the weight of what he was about to reveal. He informed Alan that among all the circulating rumors, the most prominent ones concerned Seolang and Deus. At the mention of Seolang's name, Alan's attention sharpened. Evan explained that Seolang had already achieved a 32 consecutive win streak in official combat matches. Out of the 100 victories required for qualification, She had reached nearly one-third of the threshold needed to earn the title of Baba Yaga. The moment Alan processed the number, his expression changed. 32. He stopped Evan mid-sentence and asked who currently held the longest win streak. Before Evan could fully answer, Alan himself recalled the name and spoke it aloud. The Lion King, the warrior known for holding a 41 win streak. Evan confirmed that Alan was correct. Ellen leaned back slightly. In the game, the Lion King had been an overwhelmingly powerful character, someone who had briefly joined the player's party and dominated battlefields with brute force alone. He was not merely strong, he was a symbol of supremacy. The colony's military balance depended on individuals like him, and yet Seolang was approaching that level. Alan felt disbelief creep in internally. He muttered that Seolang was on the verge of surpassing even the strongest pillar of the colony. The realization carried both pride and unease. Kid guided her so she would not become a calamity, but her growth was now brushing against the realm of monsters. Evan then shifted to the next report. He informed Alan about Deus. According to the intelligence, Deus had personally executed one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfield. At that name, Alan's expression stiffened. Evan added that Kurga had been the leader of a barbarian faction that practiced grotesque rituals, transforming themselves into monsters through blood sacrifices. He cautiously asked whether Alan was familiar with them. Alan did not answer aloud. Instead, his thoughts returned to the past. He knew them all too well. In the game, the barbarian tribes had been recurring threats. Alan had fought them repeatedly, and eventually he had been the one to eliminate their god, Alterus. He reflected silently that Alterus only manifested after the 5 deadly sins gathered together, which meant one thing. As things stood now, Alterus would not appear. Alan finally spoke, stating calmly that this meant there was no longer any reason to worry about Deus. Evan smiled brightly at that confirmation, and added that Deus was now widely acknowledged as standing on the same level as Reinhardt, the first sword. That comparison made Alan pause. Reinhardt was not a title lightly given. Alan considered inwardly that perhaps it was time for him to meet Deus in person. Evan then proceeded to the 4th report. He informed Alan about Renee. Renee had become an appraiser, a rare specialist capable of analyzing artifacts and engraving them with black runes that significantly enhanced their abilities. Hearing this, Alan was genuinely surprised. He muttered under his breath that he had not even known such a profession existed in this world. The concept intrigued him deeply, but he felt a quiet sense of relief. His expression then shifted abruptly as a realization struck him. He asked Evan what truly mattered, the core of the matter. Did Radan really become a pirate? Evan answered without hesitation. He asked whether Alan was familiar with the 7 archipelagos located off the coast of Rexus City. He explained that these archipelagos were infamous, known as the domain where the greatest pirates of the era gathered. Then he delivered the truth. Radan had become the captain of the first archipelago, the largest and most influential of the 7. The moment Evan finished speaking, Alan reacted as if struck by lightning. He sprang up from his seat so suddenly that he looked like a rag doll pulled by invisible strings. He shouted that it was impossible. Internally, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. Memories from his past life surfaced. Old internet posts he had once laughed at. One in particular echoed in his mind. A person joking about donating for years so Radan could live a proud yet ordinary life, only for him to become a pirate. That ridiculous joke had now become reality. Alan felt tears well up as he muttered that he had not sent Radan to Raxus to become a pirate. Evan, maintaining his calm, continued his explanation. He stated that Radan possessed an exceptional talent for locating enemies and navigating danger. More importantly, he reminded Alan that Radan was a rare sea godkin, a being naturally attuned to the ocean and capable of moving freely through water without restriction. Evan added that the seas surrounding Rexus were filled with priceless relics from ancient eras. Because of this, he had initially recommended that Radan pursue the path of a treasure hunter, a profession with immense potential and prestige. However, things had escalated far beyond that. Evan pointed out that the captain of a great pirate archipelago was in practice no different from a lord ruling an island. Such a position carried political influence and absolute authority over the seas. Alan could no longer deny it. He leaned back, his thoughts racing. He wondered how Radan could have defeated the previous captain of the first archipelago. Alan knew the truth well. Every archipelago captain was a superhuman, and none of them had ever lost a naval battle. That left only one plausible conclusion. Radan must have unearthed something extraordinary. Alan reasoned that Rodan likely discovered and claimed genuine relics of the old era, artifacts powerful enough to overturn the balance of the seas. In his previous life, Alan himself had spent countless hours chasing such relics through a mini-game called Treasure Hunter, the very game he now inhabited. He raised a hand to his forehead, utterly drained. He thought bitterly that he had always known this world would never unfold according to his expectations. But even so, this outcome was strangely not the worst. In fact, it was almost impressive. Letting out a long breath, Alan slumped back into his chair, completely limp, as if life had momentarily left his body. Seeing this, Evan rushed to his side and asked with concern whether he was all right. The scene shifted to the very heart of the Principality of Korkia, the colossal maritime city of Rexus, a city of endless sails and salt-stained stone. Raxus stood as the gateway between land and sea. Beyond its sprawling coastline lay the infamous 7 pirate paradises, territories ruled not by law but by blood, strength, and greed. Among them all, the most powerful was the first archipelago. Once this domain had belonged to the great pirate Alcaride, the Red Slayer, a man who secured the protection of the so-called Heavenly King through obscene wealth and tribute. His reign ended the day he was defeated. The one who struck him down was Radan. Now Radan stood atop a rooftop overlooking the sea, the wind tugging at his cloak as the glow of sunset painted the horizon red. A faint smile rested on his lips, the smile of someone who had climbed to the summit through blood and fire. He was now the captain of the first archipelago. Radan leaned back against the wall, cracked his neck lazily, and muttered to himself that he still did not understand what the Great Moon truly was. He had never been interested enough to think deeply about it. At first, the Great Moon had simply been someone he felt grateful toward, someone who had altered his fate. He had been destined to die as a vivisection slave, cut apart piece by piece. But because of the Great Moon, he had met Utia, and because of that meeting, his power awakened. In truth, Radan felt that he had been following Utia's will far more than the Great Moon's. Even during his time as the Blue Moon, it had felt less like devotion and more like obedience to her guidance. So now, when he received a direct order from the Great Moon, an order wrapped in vague words about becoming a treasure hunter, he could not grasp its meaning. What did treasure hunting have to do with revenge? His thoughts darkened as memories surfaced. Once his clan had lived peacefully on a forgotten island, no one knew of their existence. They harmed no one. Then the Black Things appeared. Mysterious power descended without warning and massacred his people. Those who survived fled to another continent, only to be hunted down by so-called hunters. His parents, exhausted and wounded, were slaughtered without mercy. Radan himself was captured and sold as a slave. Standing now at the edge of a sea cliff, gazing toward a distant city glowing beneath the dying sun, Radan clenched his fists. He did not believe that becoming a treasure hunter or receiving some so-called gift from the Great Moon had anything to do with fulfilling the revenge he had sworn. If anything, he would simply pretend to follow the order, at least for now. As his gaze drifted across the sea, he noticed a large ship in the distance. Laughter echoed from it, fireworks bursting into the sky as celebration filled the air. Radan frowned. Why were they celebrating? Then realization struck him like lightning. That ship belonged to the chosen captain of the 7 archipelagos, the very ones who had once hunted down his parents. One of the voices from the ship rang out proudly, declaring that only those chosen by fate could receive the Heavenly King's protection through wealth. Radahn's smile vanished. His expression turned pitch black. So this was it. He had finally found the bastards who murdered his parents, and now they had risen to power. He muttered coldly that the Heavenly King was spreading lies deliberately. Radahn knew the truth. The power those captains wielded did not come from wealth or divine favor. It came from a secret ritual, one that required the body parts of sea godkin. Only by sacrificing their flesh could one receive the power of the sea god clad. Every captain of the 7 archipelagos had performed that ritual. As the laughter and fireworks continued, Radahn's breathing grew heavy. His eyes trembled with restrained fury. In a low, broken voice, he realized the final truth. Those damned hunters had split his parents' bodies into 7. The moment he realized this, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage, joy, and confusion all at once. Even though Radahn had never shared his story after being rescued by the Blue Moon, it seemed as if the Great Moon had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. As if fulfilling a promise, he had given him the opportunity for revenge. However, just because the opportunity for revenge had come, it didn't mean it could be executed immediately. Objectively speaking, Radahn was currently no match for the captains who wielded the power of Cleod. Though he was strong, his strength wasn't enough to defeat those who had reached the realm of superhumans. As he began contemplating, it didn't take long for Radahn to realize that the answer lay in the gift bestowed upon him by the Great Moon. The gift, known as the Goggles of Amrita, had the ability to illuminate countless relics buried under the sea, making them easier to find. After discovering that some of these relics could compensate for his lack of power compared to the captains of the 7 archipelagos, Radahn realized that everything had been planned from the start. At the same time, he understood the true intention of the Great Moon: revenge and domination over the 7 archipelagos. The moment he understood this, the Great Moon became more than just a small entity he was grateful to. Not only had it laid out everything before Radahn, but he had also given him the strength to seek revenge. From start to finish, everything had been planned. Radahn muttered unconsciously. For the Great Moon, these words had once been meaningless to him, just a simple phrase without any real significance. But now, for the Great Moon, no longer felt hollow. Now, when those words left his mouth, they carried true meaning. Only then did they hold the significance of loyalty. About 3 months had passed since the news of the 5th son becoming a Somali pirate had reached him. As the unbearably hot summer began to fade, and the leaves in the forest started turning red, Alon boarded a carriage. He was on his way to the grand church held every 2 years at the Duke Rotegre's estate. I'd rather skip this if I could. While his body was moving in the carriage, Alon's mind was filled with reluctance. The shadowy reputation of the Count Palatio family had long since faded due to years of inactivity, but what replaced it was mockery, which bothered him. Nevertheless, the reason he went through with it was because all nobles of Astaria were bound by the rule to attend the grand church every 2 years. There was a strange rule that required attendance once every 2 cycles, unless there was an exceptional reason not to. Thus, Alon found himself in the carriage on his way to the grand church, soon to be joined by 2 other nobles. This was a planned arrangement, as mercenaries or bandits often targeted nobles during the grand church season, so traveling in larger groups was safer. As nobles, they had enough guards to avoid trouble, but even getting into a fight could cost valuable manpower, so they increased their numbers from the start to avoid any incidents. Through this understanding, Alon naturally traveled with 2 families from the east, and the day passed without any issues. The problem, however, came that night. One said, "Count Palatio, isn't it a bit much to have only 1 guard? Is it a financial issue? If you're short on funds, I could offer you some help." Another said, "It seems you've inherited your title in a rush, and now your finances are in trouble." Alon stared in disbelief at the 2 nobles who had gone out of their way to openly mock him. Alon already had some understanding of why the nobles blatantly ignored him. It was was because all the rumors have finally died down. Until now, the nobles had feared Alon because they believed he was the mastermind behind taking down Avalon, which had controlled the vast underworld of the East alongside Leo. However, the nobles no longer considered Alon to be the mastermind. After he became a count, he had done nothing significant for several years. The Palatio Count family, from the time of Alon's grandfather, had always been known as a notorious household that never failed to wield influence in the underworld. The Palatio family had consistently dominated the Eastern underworld, though the degree of their control varied over time. But ever since Alon became the count, the Palatio family no longer exerted influence in the underworld. As a result, the current Eastern underworld was now divided and devoured by packs of wolves that used to scavenge for the leftover crumbs outside the domain governed by the Palatio count. Furthermore, the power of the Palatio count family had also weakened, which was natural. The power they wielded up until now had mostly been fueled by the wealth generated from the underworld. However, since Alon became count, he no longer used money to maintain power. His desired life was not one of grand success in the underworld, but rather a comfortable and prosperous life that any noble could enjoy. In other words, he had already achieved what he wanted. However, by completely withdrawing from the underworld, rumors began to spread among the nobles. Some speculated that perhaps the current Count Palladio wasn't a mastermind at all, but merely someone who became count by chance. As time passed and Alon continued to do nothing, the rumor gradually became accepted as truth. Eventually, Alon's reputation had devolved into that of a lucky fool who happened to become count in the place of the real mastermind. Of course, there were still a few nobles who remained suspicious of Alon, but even they had begun to agree with the spreading rumors. After all, it didn't make sense that Alon, if he truly had the power to destroy Avalon in a single day, would not have used that power until now. In any case, Alon had somewhat expected this kind of treatment, but he hadn't anticipated that people would go out of their way to mock him like this. Alon looked up at the two nobles, whose faces radiated slyness. He didn't recognize either of them. However, based on the crest engraved on their carriage, it was easy to tell that one was from the Krilda Count family and the other from the Edelon Count family. He said to himself, "They both look old enough, but isn't this too childish?" Alon laughed to himself as he noted how aged their faces were. He quickly understood why the two nobles had come all this way just to mock him. He thought, "I see. This is a gathering of the victims." The Palatio family, notorious as they were, had also been a powerful family in the underworld. As a result, they naturally provided benefits to the surrounding families, but also exploited them beyond necessity. The families that were frequently treated like tools were none other than the Krild Count family and the Edelon Count family. To summarize the current situation, these families, who had suffered under the Palatio family, were now venting their grievances on Alon. Of course, it wasn't Alon, but Leo, the first son of the Count family, who had exploited them. In short, Alon had no real reason to be the target of such mockery. But to the two nobles who were eagerly mocking him, what mattered wasn't that he was Alon, but that he was the Count of Palatio. One said, "All those underworld forces you had, did they vanish because you couldn't manage them properly?" Another said, "Looks like you haven't been taking care of your carriage properly either. Would you like to borrow some money?" The two counts, like anonymous trolls commonly found on online communities, made every effort to scratch at Alon. Alon briefly thought, "This is kind of annoying," but he chose to follow his reason rather than his instincts. If he were to fight now, he could easily crush the two nobles before him, maybe not slaughter them, but leave them beaten to a pulp. However, doing so would only complicate things. The moment he fought with them, Alon would have to leave the gathering and move separately, and that might lead to unnecessary trouble like running into bandits. Clearly, responding to their provocations was exactly what they wanted. Alon decided to ignore them, saying, "There's no need to entertain these fools." He wasn't stupid enough to fall into such an obvious trap. That day, Alon ate 2 ears of corn, using the jeers from the two counts as background background music. He said the roasted corn tasted even better in the slightly chilly weather. It would have been nice to have some butter. Going to the cold northern lands, a place where no living being should be able to survive, was gripped by an unrelenting, life-draining frost. In this bleak, cursed land, painted eternally in shades of gray by the relentless blizzard, a man had fallen. Where his right arm should have been, a crimson stain of blood marked the spot, and his left eye socket lay empty. This man was none other than one of the 8 barbarian chieftains, the great Kulkan, now awaiting death after his defeat at the hands of the cowardly knights of Caliban. Yet even in his final moments, his eyes were filled with rage. He cursed, "Those dishonorable dogs!" His rage wasn't because of his defeat. To the barbarians, death in battle was a glorious end, a noble fate. Kulkan's fury stemmed from the dishonorable way he was struck down, caught in an ambush, tricked by the knight's deceitful challenge to a duel. Blood spilled from Kulkan's mouth as his world grew dim. The gray landscape blurred, and his ears gradually stopped hearing the bitter winds. Despite his anger, his mind slowly began to sink into darkness. Just as everything was about to fade into nothingness, Kulkan whispered the name of the great god, Ultultus. At that very moment, time seemed to stop. The dim, fading vision cleared. The harsh northern wind blew in his ears once again, and his mind, slipping into unconsciousness, began to rise. A voice echoed, "Child of blood, call my name. Call upon the great name that you worshipped. Call upon my name, and I shall grant you what you desire." As if commanded by a divine force, Kulkan, entranced, murmured, "Great god Ulthultus, I dare to call upon your honorable name." And in that moment, the demon smiled and said, "Do that, and I shall grant your heart's desire." For the next few days, the uncomfortable coexistence continued. Every evening, Count Krild and Count Edelon would emerge to hurl their mocking remarks, and every time, Alon pretended not to care, brushing off their words as if they were nothing. The one who ignores, and the one who tries desperately not to be ignored. Naturally, the one who ignored always won. Alon had deeply internalized one of the life lessons he had learned from a certain online community. Don't feed the trolls. At least in this place, no one could beat him at that game. Of course, after several days of this, other nobles began to mock Alon as well, whispering that he lacked dignity as a noble or scoffing at him for staying silent under the insults of Krilda and Edelon. But despite this, Count Krilda and Count Edelon, who had been the ones persistently mocking him, were not feeling particularly satisfied. Count Krilda growled, "Damn it, this is absurd." Count Krild frowned as he looked at Alon from a distance. Even though they had been mocking him, they were the ones being ignored, which was naturally infuriating. But after a moment of their sour mood, they exchanged low whispers. "Did you confirm?" "Yes, and it seems like he has no additional guards." In truth, the reason the two counts had openly mocked Alon wasn't just to vent their frustrations, it was also to assess his security. They continued, "Even with an artifact to secretly check, there was nothing. It's just that foolish brat and that rogue knight sitting next to him. So the rumors are true after all. It seems certain. If he had any forces, he wouldn't be moving around alone. Then we can proceed with the plan." The reason the two counts had been investigating Alon was because they were planning to expand into the underworld. They were well aware that Alon had no interest in the underworld, and that as a result it had become overrun by various packs of scavengers. While the rumors about Alon were already widely accepted, the two counts, having been tormented by the Palladio family for so long, wanted to confirm the truth for themselves. They needed to be sure that Alon truly had no power left. After days of checking and confirming that Alon had no personal guards, a smile spread across their faces. They said, "The gods are smiling upon us." Indeed, who would have thought we'd get a chance to step into the underworld? While most nobles hesitated to enter the underworld, these two were different. Having once acted as lackeys for the Palladio Count family, they knew full well just how astronomical the wealth circulating within the underworld was. They were well aware of how sweet the taste of power from that realm could be. Now that it seemed the Palladio family had truly become a hollow shell, the two spoke excitedly, as if they had already conquered the underworld. In truth, it wasn't impossible for them to seize control of the underworld if they joined forces. After all, the reason they hadn't been able to do so before was not due to a lack of power, but because they had feared the Palladio Count family. Just as the two were about to rejoin the camp, where the other nobles were gathered after finishing their private conversation, monsters appeared. The event happened suddenly. Under the cover of darkness, monsters appeared. It was as if they had been lying in ambush, waiting silently, until a soldier spotted them by chance and shouted. At that moment, monstrous cries echoed from within the forest, as if on cue. Immediately, the mercenaries and knights, as if rehearsed, drew their weapons to protect the nobles. They said, "Wizard, give us light!" A wizard, extravagantly brought along by a noble purely for boasting purposes at this grand church event, responded to the knight's command and cast an orb of light into the sky. In an instant, the mercenaries and knights, who had been noisy just moments earlier, fell silent. What they saw when the light from the wizard illuminated the dark forest were goblins. Goblins are commonly found in forests. With the strength of a child, they are not dangerous monsters for anyone other than rookie mercenaries. Though the rusty swords and bows they wield can be dangerous, they pose little threat to seasoned mercenaries and knights. Goblins only become troublesome when their numbers swell, but even with dozens of them, they can still be easily driven off. However, if their numbers are enough to fill the forest before them, then they are undoubtedly a threat to the knights and mercenaries. Moreover, what heightened the tension for the knights was that the goblins before them were far from ordinary. A knight's voice, laced with both fear and confusion, was directed at the sight of the goblins. What on earth is that? The problem wasn't just that they were goblins, it was their grotesque appearance. Purple crystals were growing all over their bodies, including their heads, as if they had been afflicted by some kind of plague. To make matters worse, one said, "Wait, isn't that Mark?" Among the horde of goblins, the body of a seasoned mercenary who had been assigned to external surveillance for precautionary measures was being devoured savagely. In the hands of a massive goblin was what remained of Mark's body. The mercenaries who saw this sight felt a rising wave of fear within them, saying, This can't be happening." Mark, the mutilated corpse in front of them, was a veteran mercenary who could easily handle dozens of goblins on his own. The fact that he had been killed without even being able to report the approach of this massive goblin horde suggested one thing to the mercenaries. The mutated goblins before them were anything but ordinary. The knights, who were holding their weapons alongside the mercenaries, also recognized that this was a dire situation. Even if there were only hundreds of goblins, this fight would be incredibly unfavorable for the knights. Individually, they might manage, but the knights had nobles to protect now, and goblins were cunning monsters, capable of easily exploiting that vulnerability. While the mercenaries seemed to be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the goblins' strange appearance and Mark's death, the knights who could sense magic were aware of something more. They realized that the goblins before them were imbued with magic power. Even a small amount of magic within a monster significantly enhances its physical abilities, and the knights understood this well. Just as the knights were grimacing at the goblins' bizarre howls and their impending charge, a wall of stones and rubble suddenly rose from the midst of the goblin horde. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. The wizard, who had cast the light spell, recognized that the wall was a rock wall, a third-tier spell. As the translucent barrier of a second-tier shield formed beyond the wall, the knight's expressions shifted from despair to confusion. The goblins' malicious stares were now entirely focused on the wall. A calm voice echoed through the air, "Enhance!" and then, "Compress!" With a loud cracking sound, the translucent sphere rapidly shrank, distorting the stone wall as it collapsed inward. In the ensuing silence, the sound of footsteps drew the attention of the knights and mercenaries to one direction. A man was approaching. Even in this life-threatening situation, he appeared completely unfazed, walking with an indifferent expression. The nobles and knights quickly realized that the man was Count Palladio. As soon as his lips moved again, the round shield transformed into a rough, rock-like shape. about the size of a soccer ball you might find by the roadside. And then, he said, "Return to origin." With Alon's final words, the bracelet on his wrist began to emit a faint gray light. The compressed stones exploded outward like a shotgun blast, tearing dozens of goblins to pieces. It all happened in an instant. The nobles, knights, and mercenaries stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, as they watched the magic-infused goblins get shredded into mere lumps of flesh. Among them, Count Krylda and Count Edelon's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. With all eyes now on Alon, he simply said, "Stop standing there in a daze and get ready." His voice was calm as he looked ahead. The knights and mercenaries, as if mesmerized, raised their swords. The fear that had been spreading in their hearts had, as if by magic, vanished entirely. The battle with the goblins ended in victory. Thanks to the knights and mercenaries responding calmly, the front lines held strong, and Alon's magic once again destroyed a detachment of enemies who were moving to attack the nobles from behind, quickly tilting the battle in their favor. Of course, with hundreds of mutated goblins, there were casualties, but the number was small given the scale of the battle. The final blow came when a knight pierced the head of the last goblin, ending the battle completely. As soon as the soldiers confirmed the battle was over, they sighed in deep relief and turned their gazes toward Alon, who was looking down at the goblin corpses. Despite having just fought a life-or-death struggle, he remained expressionless, as if the battle had left no impact on him, causing the mercenaries to look at him with awe. They couldn't forget the sight of Alon turning dozens of goblins into mere chunks of meat without even changing his expression. However, while the knights and mercenaries admired Alon, he was thinking, "I nearly died in a single strike." Though his face showed no sign, inside he was working hard to calm his wildly racing heart. Despite bearing the insignia of the impure, which allowed him to cast 3 times more spells than usual, after using walls and shields twice each, he had been reduced to a mere mortal due to the limitations of his mana capacity, he thought. It's a good thing the knights won. Though the odds of the knights and mercenaries losing were slim, even against mutated goblins, when he had lost all means of self-defense, he had felt a desperate fear. He said to himself, "Perhaps I should have just dropped out earlier. No, it was a good thing I stayed close." But more importantly, Alon praised his past self for acting rationally and, having calmed his heart, turned his gaze to the goblin before him, his expression growing serious. He knew all too well the significance of the purple amethyst emerging from the goblin's body. He inquired, "Why, a divine descent?" This was a strange phenomenon that occurred among the monsters of the continent when an outer god tried to descend upon the world. The monsters affected by divine descent became more ferocious and physically stronger. While the current group of soldiers could handle the monsters they would encounter on their journey to the Duke's territory, Alon was concerned about the fact that the divine descent had occurred at all. The phenomenon meant that an outer god would soon descend upon the land. Typically, such gods could not descend unless one of the 5 great sins manifested, but now even these borderland gods were about to arrive. He said, "This can't be good." The descent of outer gods was a grave matter for Alon. While not as catastrophic as the great sins, if these gods started rampaging, entire kingdoms could vanish easily. There were only 6 kingdoms on the continent excluding the Empire, meaning a 1/3 chance that his future plans would be destroyed. In fact, if he were lucky enough to even be able to think about his future at that point, he would consider it fortunate. Alon's expression grew serious as he stared at the goblin. However, there were others who looked even more serious than Alon. So serious, in fact, that their expressions seemed to suggest they had lost everything. Those individuals were Count Krylda and Count Edelon. The next day they arrived at the Duke's estate. But Alon want only one thing, sleeping. And I'll do the same. The scene opens inside Alon's castle, where a grand party is underway. The hall is filled with churches covered in gold, clearly built to show off wealth. Alon casually remarked remarks that the purpose is to flaunt money and implies that taking one would not even matter, though something about the atmosphere feels off. Nearby, young noble ladies admire the scene and praise Duke Lodiger for his abilities. The Duke responds flirtatiously, enjoying the attention, while others around him express concern for his health. Watching all of this, Alan thinks to himself that nothing good ever comes from joining the ranks of nobles, and he has no desire to be part of their world, even though he still needs to complete the required formalities. At that moment, someone calls out to him. Alan turns around and sees the same two annoying nobles from before. Trembling with fear, they approach him carrying gifts, including clothes and gold coins, and address him as Count Palladius. They politely ask for a moment of his time and present the highest quality meat from their territory, suggesting he take it. They also express their desire to support his land. Alan questions why they are suddenly acting this way. He gives them a cold, piercing look, causing both nobles to panic internally as they interpret his expression as a serious threat. To them, it feels like an unspoken warning not to mess with him. The narration then shifts back to a day earlier, right after the battle with the goblins. At that time, the two nobles had watched Alan defeat the goblins using only his mana. They were left completely speechless, frozen in terror by what they had witnessed. One of them asks the other if he saw it, while the other nervously identifies it as magic. Soon after, another noble urgently calls out to Baron Armin, begging to borrow his wizard. Baron Armin is shocked by the sudden request. It is then explained that the Baron had brought along a third-tier wizard simply to show off his wealth. The two nobles take the wizard aside, claiming they have a question. They ask him about the Pavak magic used earlier, assuming it must have been second tier at best. The wizard confirms it was not second tier at all, and explains that the spell was far beyond his own level. Hearing this, both nobles freeze in shock as they realize the magic must have been third tier or even higher. They conclude that Count Palladius must possess overwhelming power, even if it appeared to be by luck. To them, the situation feels like a complete mess, and the odds of survival seem almost non-existent. They recall rumors about Palacio being cold, cruel, and hiding his true nature. Convinced that he spared their lives only because of a bribe, they resign themselves to their fate and can do nothing but pray. The memory of Alan's death glare haunts them, and they cling to each other in fear, breaking down in tears. The story then returns to the present. Still shaking, the two nobles bow deeply before Alan and beg for mercy, ashamed of their earlier insolent behavior toward Count Palladius. They curse their own foolish pride and inflated dreams, realizing they had completely lost their minds. Overcome with fear and regret, they plead desperately for forgiveness, hoping to escape his wrath alive. Seeing the nobles behave this way, Alan becomes visibly annoyed. Evan quietly whispers to him, pointing out that Alan seems to be using the truth here as well. Alan reflects that he cannot even begin to understand what Evan is thinking. Evan comments on those nobles and casually suggests that maybe they should just kill them. He then adds that making a scene would only make things more exhausting. Alan thinks to himself that no matter how impressive or cool the country might be, the situation has crossed a line that cannot be ignored. Internally, he makes an irritated face and thinks that even though he does not have the strength to act recklessly, they should be as scared as they want. Outwardly, Alan gives the nobles a sharp death glare and tells Evan that he will handle the matter separately. The nobles immediately start crying, convinced they are completely finished. In their minds, this feels like a huge problem, and they believe they are already dead. The scene then moves forward to Alan eating at the party. While calmly enjoying the food, he thinks about how Evan was sent to the Information Guild and hopes to hear some new updates about the nobles. As he looks around the hall, he notices two men talking quietly. Alan senses that they are having a secret conversation using magic to enhance his hearing. Alan listens closely. The two men discuss rumors involving a baron and mention the Duke of Altia and the Count of Zenonia. They acknowledge the situation and note that those nobles are now trying to form factions. One of them admits that he never trusted the alliance in the first place. Hearing this, Alan thinks it is not a big deal and sees no reason to worry. He reasons that the two dark families have never gotten along well, so the alliance is unlikely to last long anyway. Relaxed, he continues eating and is impressed by the taste, thinking that the egg tart is exceptionally good. As he keeps listening, the conversation takes a more shocking turn. The men mention something even more surprising and warn each other to be careful. After hearing it, they reveal that the head of the faction is neither of the two nobles previously mentioned. When the name Palacio comes up, Alan is stunned. They continue stating clearly that the head of the faction is called Count Palladius. Alan is so shocked that the egg tart slips from his hand. Internally, he questions what they are even talking about. He recalls seeing the Duke of Alia only once when she was young and having met young I of Zenonia only a couple of times. He also remembers that the current Count of Zenonia has never even met him face to face. To him, the spread of such ridiculous rumors makes no sense. He judges the information as exaggerated and largely false at first glance, concluding that this is just how rumors about nobles circulate. Just then, someone approaches him and addresses him as Count Palladius. Alan feels uneasy, wondering why so many people are suddenly talking to him today. The man introduces himself as Carmine, the third son of Duke Comian from the kingdom of Ashtalin, and greets him politely. Alan finds it dull, but notes internally that even nobles from allied countries attend the ambassador church. He responds politely, introducing himself as Count Palladius. Carmine smiles and remarks that he heard Alan truly became a count, expressing envy and curiosity about his face and whether there is some secret behind it. Watching from the side, thinks to himself how surprising it is that even fools talk so boldly these days. Suddenly, another man interrupts and confronts Carmine, accusing him of ignoring and insulting the nobles of the kingdom of Asteria. Carmine panics and denies the accusation. In his thoughts, he wonders what went wrong as he believed the situation was harmless. The narration then explains who Carmine Kalin is. He is described as a gorgeous and romantic man coming from a distant land. He is the youngest of the Ligren and has arrived to take Yonga as his wife. He invites peons to taste the amazing tarts that Yiga brought. After some time passes, Carmine approaches Yungai and asks her for a dance. In his thoughts, he reflects that there is no such thing as a perfect woman every day. As he looks around, he suddenly notices someone and reacts in disbelief. He makes careless remarks about a young lady needing to take care of her figure and complains about someone nearby snoring loudly. He then notes that it is fortunate Lady Ligon is beautiful just like her mother and thinks of it as his moment to appeal. Embarrassed and irritated, Young responds by suggesting they reconsider their marriage proposal. Carmine is shocked and calls out to her, but she leaves without looking back. For reasons unknown, the marriage proposal with the youngest daughter of the Lot family falls apart. Left behind, Carmine fumes internally, thinking about how much he suffered just to come here and how unbearably annoying the entire situation has become. Carmine's gaze slowly shifts toward Alan. He sticks his tongue out slightly and grins, noticing the same hair color and the cold impression. In his thoughts, he connects those features and concludes that the man must be Count Palladius. He recalls hearing rumors that the Count was nothing more than a lucky fool with no real connections. To him, someone like that feels like the perfect and easy stress reliever, and he quietly resolves to act tomorrow. The scene then returns to the present. Several nobles and dukes glare sharply at Carmine and reprimand him for losing his sense of respect. They remind him that the kingdom of Ashtalin has been a long-time ally. Carmine panics and hurriedly denies any disrespect, insisting that was not his intention. From Alan's perspective, the situation looks like two large birds attacking a smaller one. He finds the scene strange and confusing. Even nobles with little political awareness recognize the three figures standing there as they represent the central pillars of the kingdom of Asteria. Duke Lotiger, a leading figure of the aristocratic faction, points out that Duke Comilan is a major pillar of Ashtalin. Marquard Yahello, a powerful royalist, questions whether Carmine is treating Asteria lightly. Count Palin, the core of the centrist faction, openly wonders why Carmen is behaving so rudely. Duke Laudiger further implies that Duke Kalen may be underestimating them. Carmen, visibly shaken, insists that he absolutely has no such intention. Count Palin presses further, questioning whether there is any valid reason to address nobles so carelessly by name. Carmen stumbles over his words and apologizes, admitting his disrespect. Marque Mardano fixes Carmen with a death glare and criticizes him for forming an attitude based on ignorance. Carmen freezes, unable to figure out what to say next. Alan quietly observes the scene and thinks about how unlucky Carmen is for ending up as a shield in front of him at such a moment. He also realizes why the nobleman's spinning wheel had looked so familiar earlier. Eventually, Carmen bows deeply and apologizes to the three nobles. The Marquis responds coldly, implying that apologies alone do not erase consequences, and sarcastically questioning whether an apology could end military service. Carmen continues apologizing repeatedly while the Marquis presses the point again, reinforcing the severity of the situation. Watching this, Alan thinks about how traumatic the scene is and how it reminds him of unpleasant memories. Tearfully, Carmen leaves the area while muttering that he committed an offense so rude that he nearly lost his life. Duke Loiger then turns to Alan and checks on his condition. Alan assures him that he is fine, though internally he feels unsettled. He wonders why everyone is acting this way toward him today and feels an unfamiliar sense of pressure and fear. Even as things calm down, Alan's enhanced senses still pick up the conversation of two nobles nearby. They discuss how the powerful figures are already moving and confirm that the rumors are true. They speculate that if Altia and Zenonia fully enter politics, the power of their leader Palacio will become overwhelming. Hearing this, Alan realizes the chaos is being fueled by those rumors. He thinks that if this continues, it will only become more annoying and decides that it would be better to expose the rumor as false. Marque Mardano then reflects that he has never had a proper conversation with Count Palladius. Alan hesitates briefly in response. The three nobles quickly conclude that Alan must be extremely busy. They mention hearing that he has been researching magic lately and bring up a valuable artifact they recently acquired. They propose gifting him a relic capable of storing magical power and add that they have prepared additional presents as well, asking him to accept their small favor. As Alan considers the situation, he thinks that accepting may be the fastest way to put an end to the rumor. At that moment, a system window appears, stating that Alan remains silent, unable to resist the flow of events. The notification then confirms the acquisition of 5 magic artifacts identified as magic recovery lines. At dawn, the scene shifts to the annex of the Duke of Liger, where a calm yet meaningful conversation unfolds. The Marquis speaks with Alita, and she seeks to understand what has transpired. He explains that the gift was fortunately well received. Among nobles, exchanging gifts is a common courtesy, but when the item is valuable, such as a relic, it carries deeper significance. Such offerings are not mere formalities. They represent intent. Those who wish to join a faction present precious gifts to the faction's leader as a sign of loyalty and alignment. Alita expresses her relief that permission was granted. The Marquis responds with light-hearted gratitude, attributing the outcome to the Duke of Altia's consideration. Alita then formally welcomes Marque Mardano, acknowledging the mutual understanding behind the exchange. It becomes clear that in essence these formalities all carry the same underlying meaning. Altia expressed her satisfaction that everyone shared the same objective. She then asked how things went for the others. Marque responded that it was a great honor, and it was clear that everyone accepted without hesitation. Marque reflected on the situation. Duke Altia, who rarely took action himself, had personally appeared and given his word, but only after carefully selecting the necessary cards. After that, they were made to go through a rite of passage that involved a sincere bribe. Even though rumors were spreading rapidly, this was clearly part of the current political flow. Realizing the importance of the moment, Marque decided that he had to seize this opportunity. Altia's expression darkened as she concluded that they could finally begin moving seriously, but only with a select few. The focus then shifted to Alan, who explained that on the 4th day of the banquet, spoils were somehow being added one by one. He assumed this was because he was being treated well due to the false rumor linking him to Altia and Zenonia. idea. He decided to take the spoils for now, wondering if they would later be taken back, and internally planned it as a complete hit and run. At that moment, Evan appeared from behind and placed a hand on Alan's shoulder. Announcing his return, Alan reacted with a hiccup. Evan questioned why Alan looked so surprised and confirmed that he was back. Alan quickly brushed it off, explaining that he had simply been lost in thought for a moment. The scene then transitioned to a private conversation between Evan and Alan. After hearing Evan's information, Alan was left in shock upon learning that an outer god had descended in the north. Evan confirmed it and added that Caliban was currently in an uproar. According to ancient texts, scholars were speculating that the amethysts were connected to the outer gods. Alan then asked about the additional information he had requested. Evan revealed that the person Alan was searching for was located in a village north of Ashtan. Hearing this, Alan stated that they could stop by there on their way before firmly deciding that their destination was Caliban. Evan was visibly shocked by the sudden decision and wondered why Caliban was chosen. Suspecting that Alan was planning to head north, Alan stated that he would explain the details along the way and ordered Evan to prepare for immediate departure. Evan acknowledged and left to make preparations. After Evan departed, Alan let out a long sigh and reflected on the situation. He had truly hoped it would not come to this. Calamitous beings like the 5 great sins and the outer gods were beyond prediction. It was impossible to know which outer god would descend or when a divine descent would occur. That uncertainty was the reason he had tried to gather information and act as quickly as possible. Yet he had never expected events to unfold this fast. As fragments of data and probabilities crossed his mind, memories from playing the game resurfaced. Having seen hundreds of possible outcomes, the ending now painted itself clearly. The allied kingdoms would crumble and collapse, falling into ruin as they fought foolish wars in lands contaminated by otherworldly powers. In the end, his own life would be shattered in an instant. He reminded himself that he had devised a plan to deal with this crisis. After descending, an outer god entered a stabilization period lasting several months before awakening as a living god. During that time, they could not fully exert their power as heroic spirits, making that window the best opportunity to target them. Even though nothing was guaranteed, he knew he had to try. This was the only way forward. With that resolve, he briefly wondered what that kid might like. With those thoughts settled, Alan began writing a letter. The scene then shifted to 1 week later. The vice commander approached the commander and handed over the letter written by Alan. After reading the contents and realizing it was an official order, the commander was left in shock. He immediately addressed the vice commander and gave a clear instruction. The vice commander acknowledged and was told to inform everyone that the next northern schedule was being pushed back by 2 weeks. The scene then shifted to Patron, a village located north of the Ashtalan kingdom. As Alan spotted someone ahead, he reflected that he never expected to find him this easily, and the discovery felt unexpected. Standing before them was a bright, ill-looking child who warmly greeted them. Alan observed that the boy truly stood out. He immediately recognized him as the protagonist and playable character of the Liban roguelike turn-based APS Psychedelia. Seeing him in person made Alan quietly acknowledged that a protagonist was indeed a protagonist. The boy looked exactly like the illustration from the game. Alan noted that he was a boy and found him unusually beautiful, almost too striking in appearance. Alan asked whether the boy knew who he was. The child replied that he was simply happy to meet a new person and introduced himself as Eliban. Alan reflected that no matter how much this world differed from the game, the protagonist would always remain the protagonist. Eventually, Eliban would become famous and strong. Alan remarked that Eliban had a very bright personality, while internally admitting that facing a character he once played as felt strange. Alan then handed Eliban a small bag and told him it was for him to take. When Eliban opened it, he found a large number of gold coins inside. Alan then instructed Evan to bring the other item. Evan stepped forward, opened another box in front of Eliban, and revealed that it was filled with potions, explaining that all of it belonged to him. Eliban reacted with joy, overwhelmed by happiness, and expressed disbelief that everything was really for him, wondering why it was being given so suddenly. Alan explained that it was an investment. Internally, he affirmed that he had brought everything necessary for a protagonist's early growth. Alan explained to Eliban that he was doing this because Eliban was destined to become a big deal in the future. Internally, Alan urged him to grow quickly so that he could one day deal with threats like the outer gods in his place. As more indicators crossed his mind, Alan briefly wondered whether this treatment was generous enough and assumed that he must have won Eliban over. Suddenly, Alan realized he had forgotten something and introduced himself as Count Palatio. This was the name of the patron he should be grateful to when he succeeded. He quickly corrected himself, thanked the Count sincerely, and promised to remember the name. Filled with excitement, Eliban then happily said goodbye to Evan. Watching this, Alan reflected on Eliban's personality and wondered if it had always been this bright, considering that the story belonged to a dark fantasy genre. He had never expected the protagonist to be so upbeat. As they prepared to leave, Evan addressed Alan, acknowledging his intentions, but pointing out that they were leaving without even having a proper conversation. Alan responded that Eliban was a sharp kid and would understand. Internally, Alan admitted that his own life was on the line and that he did not have time to build personal affinity. He noted that he had effectively set the protagonist on auto hunt and embraced the idea of pay to win as his chosen strategy. Evan then remarked that the child seemed to possess incredible talent. His mana felt dense and constantly swirling, and despite wearing ordinary clothes, he appeared to be equipped with artifacts. Alan agreed, stating that he could feel the manner as well. Alan reflected further that in the original setting, Eliban was supposed to be ordinary before beginning his adventure. This change felt like another unexpected butterfly effect that differed from the game, especially since Eliban was the protagonist. Even so, Alan concluded that what mattered most was preserving his plan for an easy life. Alan addressed them with confidence, explaining that the stronger he became, the better the outcome would be, and that it would all be worth the investment. He reassured them that Eliban was one of the few kind-hearted people in that wretched, dark fantasy world, so there was nothing to worry about. A moment later, doubt crept in, and the idea of Eliban being kind-hearted suddenly felt questionable. Alan then brought up Evan while talking about Deus, stating that Deus would meet him. Internally, Alan reflected that he had never even visited before because he was scared, and he never imagined things would end up like this. Evan, filled with anxiety, wondered whether they would at least let him see them. Alan responded uncertainly, suggesting that it would probably happen, capturing the quiet grief of a young transmigrator. After that exchange, Alan went into his room and checked all of his belongings. Evan noticed the clutter and expressed disbelief at why Alan had bought so many random items. Alan calmly explained that these items were bribes meant to be offered to his future lifeline. 10 days later, the journey reached the capital of Caliban. Kurdum, the massive northern gate of Kurdum, stood ahead, imposing and orderly, marking the end of a long road. As the carriage continued forward, Evan grew heavily fatigued from constant travel. Boredom and exhaustion settled deep into his body, and he openly expressed how completely worn out he felt. Alan, equally exhausted but composed, reflected that long journeys were naturally draining and unavoidable. Evan, still pushing through his frustration, thought about how the final stretch had been made worse by the bizarre labyrinth they were forced to pass through, feeling that without it, he could have at least maintained some pride in their arrival. Alan accepted the hardship calmly, understanding that nothing could have been done to change it. While the carriage rolled onward, Alan gently held the locket in his hand and sank into his thoughts. He reflected on how they had traveled from place to place in preparation for the coming war against the outer gods, gathering strength and securing gifts along the way. His thoughts turned to Deus, wondering whether those efforts would be enough to please him. Within him stirred the heart of a father, one who wished to give without restraint or hesitation. As the capital gates drew closer, Evan noted that their turn for inspection was approaching. Soon after, Evan stepped down from the carriage and moved ahead for the capital inspection, the process to conclude with nothing more than simple identity verification. He assured Alan that he would return shortly. Alan, remaining relaxed, waved him off casually and encouraged him to take as much time as needed. Left alone, Alan sat back comfortably within the carriage. He allowed himself a brief moment of rest, closing his eyes and feeling relief that, at least in this city, things seemed to move quickly and efficiently. That calm did not last long. Evan soon returned with a tense expression and urgently addressed Alan, informing him that a minor issue had arisen. Alan sought clarification, and Evan explained that they had been asked to step aside. Although Alan's identity had already been verified, something else appeared to be causing concern. Responding without visible agitation, Alan stepped out of the carriage. At that moment, a knight approached from behind. The man wore a twisted, overconfident smile, raising an eyebrow as he closed the distance. He identified Alan directly, confirming whether he was Count Palladio. The knight introduced himself as Varane, declaring his status as the direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola. Known as the Fourth Sword, with a smug expression, Varane fixed his gaze upon Alan, his smirk heavy with provocation, as the tension at the northern gate quietly intensified. Annoyance flickered through Alan's thoughts as he fixated on the unfamiliar name Fiola. He found himself questioning what that name even meant to him, realizing he did not know who Fiola was at all. Maintaining a cold and disinterested expression, Alan openly questioned the situation, noting that Varane had even brought knights along and demanding to know the meaning behind such a display. Varane calmly explained that a friend of his from the Asteria Kingdom had sent word, claiming he was indebted to Alan. Alan immediately rejected the notion, stating that nothing of that sort had ever happened between them. Irritation deepened within him as a realization surfaced. He suspected the so-called friend could only be that excessively dramatic and unstable man, Carmine. With clear boredom in his tone, Alan asked whether Varane's friend was Carmine. Varane responded with a twisted smirk, raising his eyebrows as he confirmed that Alan had indeed thoroughly offended his friend. Inside his own thoughts, Varane recalled his friend's furious words, remembering how Carmine had claimed to be humiliated beyond measure. The scene then shifted into the past, revealing Carmine communicating with Varane through a magically conjured globe. Carmine appeared consumed by rage and exhaustion, seething as he described how Count Palatino had harassed him severely, aided by 3 other men. He branded Alan a bastard and informed Varane that the Count was heading toward Caliban, demanding that Varane cripple him in retaliation. Carmine's expression darkened further as he formed a slow, confident smirk. He tempted Varane by suggesting that if he truly wished to improve his skills, he would need more abyssal bodies to work with. The memory continued as Varane laughed openly, acknowledging that he owed his friend a debt. He resolved that at the very least, he would put on an impressive show to repay it. At that moment, the knights who had arrived alongside Varane moved without warning. In unison, they drew their swords and swiftly surrounded Evan and Alan, steel flashing under the light near the northern gate. Confusion crossed both of their faces as the situation escalated abruptly. Evan reacted on instinct, pulling out his own sword and taking a guarded stance beside Alan. Irritation surged through Alan's mind as he assessed the scene. He reflected bitterly that the brat had picked a fight on his own, fled afterward, and now this mess had followed him here. He recognized it clearly as revenge taken through a friend, finding the behavior pitiful and rat-like in its cowardice. Varane then drew his own sword. He stepped forward and pointed the blade directly at Alan's chest. His lips curling into a smug smirk, he made his demand clear, insisting that if every valuable item inside the carriage were handed over, he might consider showing leniency. He regarded this act as nothing more than the favor he had been asked to fulfill. Pride filled Varane's thoughts as he maintained his confident grin. He believed there was nothing for him to lose in this situation. In his mental assessment, everything aligned in his favor. The probability tilted decisively toward success. Alan was, in his view, merely a fringe noble from the Asteria Kingdom, someone with little influence within the Union, and absolutely no connections to Caliban. Varane had investigated the matter thoroughly, and with that certainty, he stood convinced that no consequences would follow his actions. Alan visibly grows angry, angry, annoyed, and irritated by Varen's words, and a thought crosses his mind that birds of a feather truly flock together. He clenches his fist, and a highly powerful, energetic flame-like aura forms in his hand, aimed directly at striking Varen. At the same time, Varen rushes forward with a wild grin, charging toward Alan. Alan remains calm as another thought runs through his head, believing that even if things go slightly awry, his master will smooth it over. Before the clash can happen, someone suddenly appears from behind and forcefully grabs Varen by the neck. Stopping him mid-attack, Varen lets out a scream of pain, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. The person gripping Varen's neck then lifts him up into the air. Overwhelmed by pain, Varen groans helplessly as the sword slips from his hand and crashes to the ground below. The pain becomes so intense for Varen that the veins on his face begin to bulge visibly, and he clenches his teeth hard as he endures the agony. The one holding Varen by the neck keeps him lifted in the air, while Varen, filled with rage and pain, tries to find out who this person is and who dared to attempt to kill him. As the scene continues, it is revealed that the one gripping Varen by the neck is none other than Deus. Deus makes it clear that his identity is not important at the moment, and he instead condemns Varen's actions, making it known that Varen had no right to lay a hand on his benefactor. Varen remains suspended in the air, still groaning uncontrollably in pain. Unfortunately, the crucial truth that Varen completely failed to grasp slowly comes to light. That truth is that Count Palatio had already triumphed in a duel against Kurga of the Snowfields. Through that victory, Count Palatio earned the title of Swordless Master Knight and became known as the benefactor of Deus Macallion. Deus suddenly releases Varan and hurls him down onto the ground. Varan groans loudly in pain as Deus relentlessly kicks him again and again without mercy. Deus then grabs Varan's hair with an iron grip, holding him down with overwhelming force, maintaining a cold, deathly glare. Deus shifts his attention toward the surrounding knights and issues a clear warning. He makes it known that if even a single one of them dares to move, the consequences will be beyond their imagination. Deus delivers a brutal kick straight into Varen's chest, so powerful that blood spills from Varen's mouth as he is sent flying and crashes far away. Alan watches in shock, a realization forming in his mind as he recognizes that knight. Understanding that this is the present-day Deus, Deus then makes it clear to Varan that he should be grateful to be in a situation where he cannot be killed. Varan struggles to even stand after the earlier attacks, barely able to move as he leans against a tree for support. In the very next moment, Deus steps in and slams his knee forcefully into Varan's chest, sending him crashing violently into the tree once again. Varan's cheeks swell badly from Deus's kick, and Deus continues to strike him mercilessly, landing punch after punch and kick after kick without pause. Nearby, Evan remarks to Alan that his strike was quite impressive. Hearing this, Alan's mind drifts back to the moment when Deus had declared his outrage at anyone daring to lay a hand on his benefactor. A realization settles in as Alan reflects that Deus did, in fact, call him his benefactor. He considers how Deus may have been grateful when he was young, yet now that he has grown, Alan assumed he would not welcome someone he barely knew. He remembers that Deus never even sent a single reply, and it makes him feel as though he has received every possible reward for raising a son. Alan acknowledges to himself that Deus has truly grown, calling him a troublesome rascal in his thoughts, yet admitting his genuine growth. The impression becomes clear, marked as 52% certain, that one can plainly see who sponsored Deus. As he has developed remarkably well, Alan recognizes that Deus has matured into an exceptionally upright young man. With this realization, Alan reflects on how this must be what it feels like to see a well-raised son, and he feels a deep sense of pride as a father. A heavy impact echoes through the scene. Evan then teasingly points out to Alan that he is aware his son is beating someone senseless. Alan responds by making it clear that he cannot hear him. Deep inside, Alan understands that Deus stepped forward like this because his father had been slighted in a foreign land. As this thought settles in, the scene shows Deus continuing to kick Viren mercilessly, showing no restraint at all. Another thought crosses Alan's mind as he wonders why his son is unbearably sweet like this. Soon after, Varine is shown taking an overwhelming beating, struck again and again until he finally loses consciousness. Even then, Alan cannot help but think that this still feels a bit excessive. At that moment, another realization suddenly occurs to Alan, reminding him once more that Deus is one of the 5 great sins. As the situation shifts, Deus is seen turning and walking toward Alan. He then stops in front of him, bows respectfully, and wears a confident smile as he states that he will escort him. Hearing this, the remaining knights are left completely shocked by what they witness. The scene opens in a frozen, icy land where a brutal war has taken place. Dead bodies lie scattered across the battlefield, their frozen forms covering the ground. Some of the corpses are engulfed in flames as the opposing side burns them without mercy. In the midst of this aftermath stands Delman, the wielder of Caliburn's 3rd sword and the commander of the Crimson Flame. Overcome with triumph, he raises his sword high, celebrating the outcome of the battle. Delman shouted, "One of the 8 chieftains, the great Khan, along with his entire tribe, has been wiped out. The Red Flame Knights have emerged victorious on the kingdom's land." Hearing this declaration, all the Crimson Flame Knights erupt in joy. They cheer loudly, jumping and celebrating their hard-earned victory. After allowing the celebration to settle, Delman said, "Return to the outpost and begin preparations." The knights responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." As they begin to move, Delman's expression hardens. In his mind, he reflects on his achievements, believing that after accomplishing something so significant, he should no longer be pushed around by the newly appointed Master Knight. His anger deepens as he clenches his teeth. Delman thought, "Even if that man used underhanded methods unknown to others, I know the truth." Caliban and the barbarians had shared a long-standing conflict, a war governed by mutual honor and unspoken rules. But this time, everything was different. K.L. Khan had been tricked. He was lured out alone and eliminated by an undercover force. Delman remembered how the great Khan's knights were slaughtered and how unfair the entire operation truly was. By exploiting the momentum of the battle, the tribe was completely annihilated. Delman muttered, "That bastard!" He remembered how that same man sent him a victory report, claiming the defeat of the Kurga of the snowfield. It had all happened because Delman demanded a decisive result from the expedition. Khan's body had vanished during the chaos of the battle. Even if he had survived, the poison would have ensured his death. Eventually, Delman convinced himself there was nothing left to do except return to Caliban and report the mission's success. A smirk formed on his face as he stepped forward, but suddenly stopped. In the distance, he noticed a lone man standing still near the forward base. Confusion flashed across Delman's face. The man slowly turned toward him. The man said, "Delman." Filled with rage, Delman gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Flames burst from the blade as fire erupted into the air. A strange unease crawled up Delman's spine. Delman thought, "Clank should already be dead." As he looked closer, an overwhelming aura began to rise from Clank's body. Within Clank's shadow, Delman perceived the shape of a demon forming. Clank said, "You defiled a sacred duel, a duel meant to be fought with honor." Terror radiated from his presence. Even superhumans capable of ending hundreds of lives could be devoured by this being. Cold sweat poured down Delman's face. Delman realized this is not Clank. Driven by desperation, Delman launched another attack. Flames exploded violently from his sword. The man dodged effortlessly. The man said, "Answer me first." Refusing to hesitate, Delman attacked again, unleashing even greater flames. Once again, the man evaded him with ease. Delman thought bitterly, "Believing in duels on a battlefield and was foolish." The flames scorched the land, melting the ice around them. The man stared at him with a deathly glare. The man said, "You are strong. For a human, I will give you one last chance. Duel me." Sensing danger, Delman shouted, "Prepare for battle." The knights surrounded the man from all sides. The man smirked. Demonic mana gathered in both his hands. The man said, "A mortal without honor does not deserve an honorable death. There will be no duel between me and a barbarian like you." From his hands, poisonous mana erupted and spread into the fallen knights' bodies. The toxin infected every corpse. The knights began screaming in unbearable pain. Their eyes turned blood red as their bodies collapsed. Several knights cried, "Kill us! Please, end it!" As their screams faded, the man stepped forward. forward. He slashed Delman's throat with his bare hand. Immediately after, he struck the ice, triggering a massive explosion. The remaining knights were blasted into the air and slammed violently into the ground. Blood spread across the sky like a grim mist. The man then delivered a devastating punch. His fist pierced straight through Delman's chest. Blood poured from Delman's mouth. Delman whispered weakly, "What alternative remains?" He collapsed to the ground, trembling in agony. Delman cried, "It hurts! Kill me! Please kill me!" Moments later, Delman died. As his life faded, the man's eyes turned blood red. The man said, "Savages, all of you, creatures formed from the dead, robbed of your rightful death." The fallen knights began to rise, surrounding the remaining Crimson Knights. Shock spread through their ranks. The man announced, "The bloody Colosseum is now open." Suddenly, a terrifying presence descended. Althus appeared with a twisted smirk. Althus declared, "I am the god of all barbarians, the father of duels. I will personally grant you honorable deaths. If you claim you are not barbarians, prove it in a duel." Blood began raining from the sky. The scene then shifts away from the battlefield. Deus lowered his head respectfully. Deus said, "I will take you there, Count Alan." The surrounding knights froze in shock. The narration explained that in Caliban, the prestige of the swordless Duke Deus Massilian stood as high as the sky itself. He once defeated the second prince and never showed courtesy to anyone except the king. Alan observed him carefully. The knights thought, "What kind of man is Count Palladius to receive such respect?" The surrounding knights stared at Alan in disbelief. One knight whispered, "Who is he?" Deus summoned a luxurious carriage. Deus said, "Please sit inside." Alan felt burdened by the excessive attention. Evan quietly said, "Go ahead, Alan. I will follow behind." Soon, Alan arrived at Deus's mansion. Stepping out of the carriage, he saw an enormous, brightly lit structure resembling a massive crab-like fortress. Inside, silence filled the mansion. Alan thought, "Coming here is technically a success. I obtained Kim Dong Dong, but something feels wrong." After thinking carefully, Alan decided to be honest. Alan said, "I would like to speak with you for a moment. I came here with a purpose. I have a favor to ask." Deus looked shocked. Deus said, "You came to ask something from me? Please explain." Alan nodded. Alan said, "I will explain everything clearly." Deus responded immediately. Deus said, "Helping you would be my honor." Inside, he realized this was not an order, but a request. Deus then said, "Let us sit and speak properly." They sat at a tea table. Silence filled the room. Alan thought, "Isn't the owner supposed to sit at the head of the table?" Despite the awkwardness, he felt strangely comfortable. After a long pause, Alan spoke again. Alan said, "I have two requests. I know they may not be easy to accept." He continued, "I must travel north, and I would like you to travel with me." Deus smiled slightly. Deus said, "I would gladly accompany you." Alan felt uncertain. Then Deus revealed something unexpected. Deus said, "I was already planning an expedition to the north." Relief appeared on Alan's face. But then Alan spoke again. Alan said, "The second request involves the royal treasury of Caliban." The atmosphere grew heavy. Alan said, "I want to borrow an artifact." He looked directly at Deus. Alan said, "The ring of the madman." Outside the estate, a knight stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He spoke firmly. "Vice Captain, I have returned from the escort mission." The man standing before him replied calmly, "Well done. I was not concerned. The captain personally handled it." Inside his thoughts, he reflected on the truth. The escort had been led by Deus himself, personally guiding Count Palatinio. Moments later, Styla, Deus's younger sister, approached gracefully. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she asked carefully, "If my brother handled the escort himself, the guest must be someone truly distinguished, correct?" The knight chuckled softly and nodded. "Indeed, Lady Styla." Before that, Deus stood silently while reading a letter. His eyes moved across every word carefully. After finishing, he lowered the parchment and spoke toward the warrior waiting before him. "Inform them the northern schedule will be delayed by 2 weeks. One subordinate stepped forward and asked respectfully, "May I ask the reason, Vice Captain?" A faint smile appeared across Deus's face. "Because my benefactor, the great Moon Count Palatinio, will be arriving soon." Nearby, a white-haired knight observed quietly, thinking to himself that he had never seen the Vice Captain display such an expression before. The arrival of the Count from the Kingdom of Austria had stirred the entire estate, and even Styla struggled to hide her anticipation. The scene shifted. Alan stood before Deus, his posture calm but heavy with tension. A thin layer of sweat formed along his face as he spoke carefully. Would it be possible for me to borrow the ring of the Maid One from the Caliban treasury? He understood the weight of the request. It was unreasonable, and it could place him in dangerous debt to the royal family. Yet the ring was essential to his plans. He looked directly into Deus's eyes. Without hesitation, Deus lowered his head slightly and replied, "Yes, of course." At that moment, Evan entered the room, bowing politely. "My apologies for arriving late." Alan smiled slightly, thinking his timing was perfect. He said calmly, "You came at the right time. You brought them, correct?" Evan nodded confidently. "I will bring them immediately." He soon returned, carrying several elegant boxes. Light shimmered across their polished surfaces as Alan personally presented them to Deus. Deus looked at them with mild curiosity. "What are these?" Alan opened one carefully. "Gifts, prepared personally. I especially recommend this gemstone string tie. It is quite popular." Inside, Alan steadied his breathing. He had chosen it with great care. The refined design, decorated with delicate gemstones, gave it a noble appearance. He truly hoped Deus would appreciate it. Deus accepted the gift calmly. "Thank you." But he did not open the box. Alan hesitated before asking, "Aren't you going to open it?" Deus turned his face slightly and answered politely, "It would be discourteous to open it in front of you. I will do so when I am alone." Doubt flickered through Alan's mind. Had the gift failed? Was he simply a foreign noble offering something meaningless? Then he noticed the subtle brightness within Deus's eyes and remembered their bond. Clearing his throat, Alan spoke again. "If my request causes inconvenience, I will compensate properly." He paused, adding firmly, "I will retrieve the ring of the Maid One immediately." Then he asked carefully, "Did you not hear what I said about its location?" Deus replied calmly, "It is inside the royal treasury of Kelvin." Alan frowned slightly. "Would retrieving it not be extremely difficult?" Deus answered quietly. "Under normal circumstances, it would take roughly 1 week." Silence followed as he fell into thought. Alan and Evan waited patiently, but when no answer came, Alan sighed and considered the political complications. He even wondered if deploying 50 elite disciples might be necessary. Suddenly, Deus's expression hardened. He asked seriously, "Should I begin immediately?" Alan quickly shook his head. "You don't need to go that far." Deus nodded slightly. "Understood. Then I will retrieve it as quickly as possible." Gratitude surged within Alan. Deus was clearly willing to fulfill the request by any means necessary. Their conversation ended, and they prepared to leave. Suddenly, Stila burst into the room excitedly. "Brother!" At the same time, Evan smiled warmly and greeted her. "Lady Stila, it has been a long time." The two greeted each other like siblings reunited after years apart. Alan watched quietly, surprised by the genuine happiness on their faces. He remembered clearly. Stila was the girl he had ordered Evan to save. In the original timeline, she had died tragically. Seeing her alive made him realize how strongly she resembled Deus, but the warm moment shattered instantly. Deus stepped forward, his face darkening as he pulled Stila slightly behind him. Narrowing his eyes at Evan, spoke coldly. "Address me properly. I am not your brother. I am Mr. Deus." Shock froze both Alan and Evan stammered awkwardly. You're not wrong, but..." Alan observed silently. He knew Deus carried deep emotional scars regarding family, but he had never realized how fiercely he protected Stila. The atmosphere grew tense. Deus's eyes glowed faintly with dark purple light as his aura deepened ominously. He spoke in a chilling voice. "Silence. Do not speak to my sister so casually." Evan raised his hands defensively. "I was only trying to greet her." Tension escalated dangerously. Alan suddenly realized something crucial. Deus treated him kindly because Alan had saved Stila. He wondered silently if Deus's loyalty would remain unconditional or if he had pushed his luck too far. Before the tension could worsen, Stila stepped forward gently. She turned toward Alan and asked politely, "Excuse me, you must be Count Palatinio?" Alan nodded. "That is correct." She bowed sincerely. "I heard you ordered Sir Evan to save me." Alan replied modestly. "I simply did what was necessary." Inside, he admitted the truth. If she had died, her brother would have become a merciless killing machine. Stila gently held Deus's hand and whispered warmly, "Truly, thank you." Her gratitude caught Alan completely off guard. He had acted out of calculation, never expecting genuine appreciation, yet her sincerity filled him him with unexpected warmth, and he smiled faintly. Later that evening, Alan remained at the mansion for dinner. During the meal, Deus returned calmly and said, "I have brought it." Alan looked up in disbelief. Only one day had passed, yet Deus had already retrieved the treasured ring. Alan opened the box and gasped softly upon seeing the ring of the Maid One. "How did you retrieve this in a single day?" Before Deus could answer, Evan burst into the room. "Count, I have discovered something extremely strange." Alan raised an eyebrow. "Explain." Evan hesitated before speaking carefully. "Deus caused a disturbance inside the royal treasury, demanding the ring." Alan stiffened. "What?" Daewon lowered his voice. "The second prince attempted to delay him, so Deus slapped him repeatedly while demanding the ring." Alan stood speechless. After that incident, preparations continued for 3 days. Soon after, Alan departed north alongside the solar eclipse knights. 2 weeks later, at the southern border outpost, terrifying news arrived. Northern forces were collapsing. Entire units had been slaughtered. Demonic monsters had begun appearing across battlefields. Inside the war tent, chaos erupted. One officer shouted, "Retreat immediately!" Another slammed his fist against the table. "Are you suggesting we abandon the barbarians after witnessing this devastation?" A third officer argued, "The soldiers are barely standing. They cannot continue fighting." Another voice snapped, "The first sword has already fallen. Victory is impossible at this rate." Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed across the tent. Silence swallowed the room. All eyes turned toward Deus. Standing beside him was Folia, the fourth sword of Caliban. Deus spoke calmly. "Every opinion here holds merit. We will decide after calming ourselves." Later, outside the camp, Folia explained grimly, "The outer god is sweeping through our bases using undead armies." He continued heavily, "The third sword, Dalamin, has fallen. The second sword, Chirin, is critically wounded." Deus gazed toward the distant horizon. "I can already sense it." Folia nodded grimly. "The mana is overwhelming, distorted, and filled with a strange red aura. Only warriors who reached the realm of 3 opened eyes could perceive such terrifying corruption." Folia frowned. "That aura keeps drawing my attention. Perhaps retreat truly is our best option." Suddenly, Deus narrowed his eyes. "Smoke. What is that?" Across the camp, Alan sat calmly roasting a sweet potato over a small flame. Deus stared in disbelief. "That is a sweet potato." Alan looked oddly relaxed, as if war meant nothing. Voices suddenly erupted behind them. A young woman shouted sharply at 2 soldiers, "I told you the treatment is complete. I am here to investigate the barbarian ritual." One soldier pleaded, "Saving lives should come first." She cut him off coldly. "All you can do now is watch over him." Deus looked up suddenly and whispered, "The wise master of the blue magic tower. She has arrived." The woman snapped irritably, but suddenly froze. Her eyes locked onto Alan. Deus raised an eyebrow, confused by her sudden silence, but then he realized she wasn't looking at him. She was staring at someone behind him. Pania's trembling voice broke the tense air, and she whispered, "Why?" Terror flooded her eyes, as if she had seen something that should not exist. Her body subtly shook, and Deus instinctively followed her gaze. Standing there was Alon, the same man who had been casually munching on a sweet potato moments ago. Now he stared back at them. A brief moment passed. Then, Alon greeted calmly, "It's been a while, Deputy Tower Master." Pania stiffened and stammered, Yes, hello." Her head lowered like a frightened kitten, all traces of her earlier hysteria completely gone. Alon tilted his head slightly and asked, "How have you been?" Pania answered nervously, I've been well." Watching her, this woman he had once considered overwhelmingly powerful, cower like a stray cat, Deus felt utterly baffled. Deus wondered silently, was I simply ignorant all this time? Then Alon turned slightly and asked, "Vice Tower Master, may I ask you a favor?" He continued calmly, "Could you make a potion of Leviathan?" Penia immediately bowed her head and said, "Ah, yes, of course, absolutely." The Knights of Eclipse froze. Even the Silver Knights, who had only recently been berated by her, stared in disbelief. They knew her personality: eccentric, explosive, impossible. This was Penia, the infamous 6th-rank wizard of the Blue Tower, the same Penia known across the northern expeditions as Hysteric Penia. Whenever the Blue Tower wizards were summoned north, they would endlessly complain about her unbearable temper. It was impossible not to know. And yet, here she was, obedient, more than obedient. She was bending herself to avoid upsetting him. Alon hummed lightly and asked, just to check, do you happen to have, or know how to make the elixir of exceptionality? Pania swallowed and replied, I don't have it, but I think I could make it. She hesitated and added weakly, it takes a lot of time, and I have other things to do. Alon replied simply, I really need it. Pania immediately straightened and declared, I'll do it. I promise I will. The knights could not believe what they were witnessing. The Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower. Following orders like this? Even the Blue Tower wizard stared as if witnessing the end of the world. One muttered in disbelief, What the hell? Another whispered, What is this? Am I seeing things? Someone added shakily, Has the Vice Tower Master completely lost it? One wizard said in shock, She refused to make that last time because it was too difficult, and spent weeks complaining. Another asked, Am I seeing this wrong? Did someone cast an illusion spell? Then Alon calmly asked, How much payment will you need? He added casually. However, if it's a bit expensive, the payment might be delayed. The finances haven't been great lately. Pania waved her hands rapidly and blurted, Just give me 1 gold coin. Alon blinked and asked, 1 gold coin? Isn't that too cheap? Pania nodded quickly and insisted, No, it's fine. Yes, it's totally fine. Alon smiled faintly and replied, Well then, I won't refuse such a generous offer. The knights and wizards stared blankly. 2 potions that normally cost hundreds of gold coins, for one. They slowly turned their heads toward Alon. Their eyes were filled with admiration. They would have given him a hat if they had the chance. Trying to escape the overwhelming pressure of the situation, Pania bowed respectfully and exclaimed, Right then, I'll whip up this concoction immediately and serve it piping hot. And like a rocket, she disappeared. Alon blinked and thought quietly, There seems to be some misunderstanding, but at least I got the potions easily. Several hours later, while Deus and his assistant were consulting, an ominous energy crept across the air. The assistant stiffened and asked in shock, Did you feel this energy? Deus slowly stood, his hand naturally reaching for the hilt of his sword. He spoke coldly, We are under attack. Outside, the undead were approaching. Steel clashed against rotting flesh. Despite the knight's strength, the undead received the blades with numb bodies, feeling no pain, continuing forward relentlessly. Suddenly, a voice rang through the battlefield. Pania raised her staff and declared, Ice Shard! Hundreds of undead advancing toward the soldiers froze instantly, cracked and shattered, a magnificent display of magic. But even more than Pania, the true symbols of hope were the 2 master knights, Fiola and Deus. Of the 2, Deus's presence was overwhelming. In an instant, hundreds of undead around him halted, as if time itself had frozen. Then, with a single horizontal sweep of his sword, every frozen undead body was cleanly cut in half. One strike, hundreds of corpses. Hope ignited in the soldiers' eyes. But then, a deafening explosion tore through the battlefield. The outer god descended. For a moment, even the undead halted. Ashen dust filled the air. As it cleared, a massive figure stood revealed. Though dressed as a barbarian, he had long transcended humanity. Massive, blue-skinned, monstrous. Then, a voice echoed. Ultaltus declared, Barbarian! Do not defile the sins of those who do not know honor. The undead rose again. The tide had changed. Before anyone could react, Fiola vanished and reappeared directly before the outer god. As one of the fastest master knights of Caliban, blessed with divine speed, he struck before Ultaltus could respond. His blade pierced the giant's heart, but only the tip entered. Ultaltus looked down and uttered, His contemptuous gaze shifted toward Fiola. He spoke coldly. Barbarians know no honor. The air cracked. He continued, Those who do not uphold honor abandon their very existence. Furthermore, they forsake the nobility of the soul. Fiola's body collapsed. His head separated cleanly from his neck. Yet, Ultaltus continued, There is no honorable death for those who disregard all value. Fiola's headless corpse twitched and rose again. Horror spread. Everyone understood. This battle was lost. Fear consumed the soldiers. Despair gripped the knights and wizards. Even Pania, even Deus. They had sensed it earlier. The being before them was far beyond their expectations. While despair swallowed the battlefield, one man began walking forward, step by step, neither hurried nor slow. He spoke calmly, O mighty god of duels, Ulthultus, in accordance with the great oath of Calgunius. His face remained calm, as if he had seen this scene countless times. Then he declared, I, Alon Palatio, in the name of the great oath. The Count of Palatio stepped forward and finished. Demand a duel of Babylonia. With a smooth swirl of his wrist, Alon raised his arm. A bracelet glowing deep gray illuminated the battlefield, and he stood face to face with a god. The giant's expressionless eyes locked onto Alon. Alon's emotionless gaze met them without hesitation. Then a low hiss escaped the giant's lips. Ulthultus let out a slow breath, and then a smile crept across his face. Ulthultus burst into thunderous laughter and roared, "Ha ha 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 ha!" The laughter shook the entire battlefield. The ground trembled violently. The force of it was so overwhelming that even the undead, who had been chanting despair, fell silent. Ulthultus raised his voice with delight and declared, "Good, very good, O noble one!" His laughter was not mockery. It was sincere, joyful, ecstatic. The atmosphere around him shifted from contempt to joy, from joy to something close to divine ecstasy. Then he proclaimed loudly, I, Ulthultus, will accept your duel under the Great Pact. At his declaration, the undead moved in perfect unison. They began forming a massive circle around Ulthultus and Alon. Blood flowed from their bodies and soaked into the ground, marking a boundary. And thus, a blood-red coliseum was formed, an arena of ash, decorated in slaughter. Ulthultus raised his voice once more and proclaimed, under the Great Pact, until the duel is over, no one may interfere with this sacred battle. The moment the words were spoken, the bodies of the undead exploded. A crimson wall rose around the arena. Ulthultus smiled thickly. It was pure delight. In contrast, Alon's face remained utterly expressionless, but beneath that mask, he trembled. He whispered under his breath, I want to go home. Behind the calm facade, terror gripped him desperately. No matter how many times he reminded himself, he had come to the north for this, to kill the outer god Ulthultus. He had prepared everything. From the moment he heard of the god's awakening, everything, all that remained, was execution. And yet, the pressure emanating from Ulthultus far exceeded anything he had imagined. Alon steadied himself and muttered inwardly, stay calm. Even after consuming the elixir of exceptionality, meant to stabilize his mental state, his heart pounded violently in his chest. This wasn't just instinctive pressure. Something was wrong, he thought sharply. Why has the manifestation process advanced so much already? All outer gods required time after descending, time to adapt to reality, time to become a wise god. Ulthultus should have been no different, and yet his manifestation had progressed far faster than expected. The closer a god came to becoming a wise god, the stronger it became. Ulthultus tilted his head slightly and asked curiously, but more curious still, O noble one who bloomed amid savagery, why do you know of our pact, though you are not of this era? Alon swallowed dryly. He had no luxury to answer. His thoughts spiraled. Can I do this? Doubt flooded his mind. Ulthultus was far stronger than anticipated. Even with potions stabilizing his mind, his resolve trembled. But then he forced the negativity away. There was only one path left. He had known that from the beginning. As Alon fell silent, Ulthultus smiled broadly and declared, if you do not wish to speak, so be it. You have the right. Then let us begin the sacred duel. The giant raised his arm. He proclaimed clearly, the duel of Babylonia. Ulthultus stepped forward. Each step echoed across ash and blood. Footprints sank into the stained earth. Alon did not move. He simply waited. Ulthultus reached him. The giant raised his massive fist. Still, Alon remained silent, watching. From beyond the arena, murmurs of shock rose from the living. But Alon did not move. The reason was simple. The rules, to move, to flee, would violate the great Babylonian duel. A sacred duel from the forgotten age of gods. There were only two rules. First, the attacker and defender take turns. The defender cannot move. Second, the one who requested the duel must yield the first attack. A turn-based battle. If Alon stepped even once, the meaning would be lost. Worse, he would lose the only chance to kill this god. Without the duel's restrictions, he could never defeat a being capable of killing master knights with a single strike. This duel was his only weapon. weapon. Alon whispered softly, "Fixation." A sphere manifested before him. He continued, "Condensation." The sphere compressed and focused toward his left arm. He spoke again, "Reinforcement." Deep light began radiating from his arm. Finally, he completed the gesture and declared, "Intensification." Ultholtus smiled widely. He pulled his fist back, like a ballista. Muscles tightened. Force condensed. Then he swung. The impact roared. Everything was swept away. The ground burst open as if its shell had shattered. The air exploded violently. For a brief moment, the world became a vacuum. Then, a delayed, ear-splitting explosion followed. Gray dust scattered in all directions. A distant voice whispered in disbelief, "This is unbelievable." Where the fist had struck, nothing remained. A massive cone-shaped crater carved into the earth. The gray sky cracked open. A purple sunset poured over the battlefield, overwhelming power. As the living stared in awe and despair, Pania gasped in shock and cried out, The Count! He's still alive!" Deus stared forward in disbelief. Count Palladio, drenched in blood, was standing, barely. His right arm hung limply. Blood poured from his wounds. His body trembled at the brink of death. Yet he stood and held the potion prepared by the Vice Tower Master, recalling that it was described as a redemption potion capable of soothing unbearable pain. He observed that when used at the precise moment, it worked flawlessly and allowed him to remain standing. He poured the golden liquid over himself as warm light enveloped his body and restored his strength gradually. He assessed that it would not restore him completely, but would allow him to move. His gaze turned cold as he declared that he had fulfilled the conditions to enter the state of stillness. He raised his hand as a ring appeared upon his finger. Golden radiance burst forth from it, illuminating the crimson mist as he activated Binding Summon and announced that the long-awaited hour had arrived. He muttered to himself, "Finally, it's my time to attack. I had been waiting for it." Alan explained that to fight Ultra Lulis, it was recommended to read the rules of the duel before beginning. He continued, "In order to limit the movements of the Outer God with these rules, I voluntarily accepted his challenge and requested a sacred duel of Babylon," he explained. "Thanks to the reincarnation pendant that prevented death and a healing potion, I managed to barely survive his attack." He continued that to activate the Ring of Radiance, one had to be on the verge of death. There it was. The constraint had been activated. Alan approached Ultus and said, "Since it's a sacred duel, no defense or counterattack is permitted," he continued. "In the game, I just tanked the first hit. Plus, the reinforcement effects weren't limited by turns, but by real time. Here, it's different. There's no time limit." He began invoking his magic and said, "First constraint. When magic is used on snowy terrain, I can twist the rules of this world just a little." A red eye appeared above his head, then a blue one, and he activated diffraction. Magic began to manifest in front of his hand. He continued, "Second constraint. When magic is used at the gates of death, I can twist the rules of this world a little more." He activated Primeral Point. His lightning magic took the shape of a spear, and with condensation he hurled it at Ultus. He added extinction to his magic, and it began to take on a dark aura. He explained, "Third constraint. When fighting against a god, I can twist the rules of this world even further." He activated Silent Front, and his magic grew even stronger. Then came the fourth constraint. When magic is used against the great god of duels, Ultus, the magic intensifies further. Ultus waited with his arms wide, and the spell hit him full on, creating a massive explosion. Alan explained, "I can twist the rules of this world one more time." He said, "For this to work, he has to be wiped out in a single hit," and all fell silent. A silence so profound that even the smallest breath felt forbidden. Only the faint sound of crumbling gravel and dust filled the space, as the living gazed upon Alan with varied expressions. The soldier's eyes were filled with awe. The knight's eyes were filled with hope. However, Alan, the one receiving these gazes of awe and hope, merely maintained a blank expression. To be more precise, "Please, please, please," he had been praying fervently. He sincerely wished that with this strike, the outer god would be annihilated. But Alan realized that his prayer had not reached the heavens. A giant stood there, arms raised triumphantly, facing the sunset with an expression of joy. A massive hole pierced through his chest. Impressive. A low low voice. The sight of the giant smiling brightly despite his heart being pierced filled both the soldiers and knights with a reverence that transcended fear. But for Alan, it was a feeling of endless despair. He said to himself, "It's over." His attack had indeed succeeded in delivering a direct hit to Ultultus. However, the problem was that it had only destroyed the heart rather than obliterating the entire body. Alan asked himself, was my firepower insufficient? Objectively speaking, for someone who had only recently reached the third tier of magic, the fact that he could even muster this level of firepower was due to various factors. Among them, the constraints had played a significant role. The use of Babylonian phrases and beastly power were clear restrictions, but this time, the constraints he had placed were even more limited. In short, the magic from a moment ago had been Alan's strongest and only trump card at that point in time. Thus, with this attack having failed, Alan's defeat had been inevitable. His attack had indeed destroyed the outer god's heart, but destroying just the heart would not make the outer god vanish. As if to prove this, Ultultus stood proudly in the same spot, still smiling broadly. His body was covered in burn marks, and there was a gaping hole in his chest. But that majestic smile remained as he said, "Ah, I see. So you were still holding on to your will." Muttering words that only Alan could hear, the giant spoke in cryptic tones, causing Alan to drop the hands that had been clasped together in a seal. Even at that moment, the effects of the highest grade potion continued to restore his body. Though his body was still uncomfortable, it had recovered enough for him to move around. But that meant little. Alan, who had exhausted all the magic in his bracelet due to the recent spell, no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Because of this, his expressionless face concealed a gloomy mood as he raised his gaze with some doubt at Ultultus's next words. At that moment, he saw it. Ultultus's body was slowly beginning to disappear. Reflecting the light of the setting sun, the giant started vanishing from his feet upwards, and Alan wore a bewildered expression, and he inquired, "Is he disintegrating?" The thought flickered briefly in his mind, but Alan quickly shook his head. He had never seen an outer god's dissolution happen in such a manner. The moment of confusion passed. The outer god said, "Impressive, noble one. I never imagined you would even carry rank within you." Though Alan was confused by the outer god's words, he continued to listen. With a great smile, Ultultus sat down heavily, propping his chin on his hand before speaking again. "Noble one, though we exchanged blows but once, it was truly magnificent. Indeed, the black one and the blue one had chosen well." Alan, perplexed by the sudden voice in his head and the mysterious words, felt a surge of questions. Of course, his face remained expressionless, showing no sign of his inner thoughts. So Ultultus continued speaking. "Since I have lost the duel, I shall give you a gift. I shall also bestow you with authority." With a grin. "Remember us, the ones who retain the mystery and legacy of the forgotten great god." By that point, nearly half of Ultultus's body had disappeared, and his disintegration seemed to be accelerating. Yet he smiled even more warmly and spoke again. "When the usurpers crawl out from their restraints, summon me. Call upon my true name instead of the false derogatory titles they have spread," he continued, "for you have earned that right. And then, call me the god of chaos and disorder." With those final words, the outer god vanished completely, leaving behind only a lingering smile filled with expectation. Alan, having witnessed the outer god's complete disappearance, stared blankly at the accessory left behind. Bathed in the light of the setting sun, he expressionlessly gazed at the spot where the outer god had vanished. After the giant vanished, the once bitterly cold land, which had been filled with the voices of the dead, became silent, with only the sharp wind filling the void. The restless undead, unable to die, had finally found peace, and the living began to gather and sort the remains of the fallen. About a day later, having accomplished their mission of capturing the outer god, the expedition began to move once again, heading back to Caliban. The scene shifted to Alan's carriage. Penia was with him. Alan said, "All right, next question," but she interrupted him and immediately said, "Yes, you're a rank 2 mage." He corrected her. "Rank 3. She immediately replied, "You're right. Rank 3. Where was my head at?" Then Alan asked, "What do you know about the blue things and black things?" She shook her head in distress and replied, "I don't know anything. I've never seen a black thing or a blue thing, that's the truth. I swear I'm telling the truth. Her quick response left Alan speechless, wondering if she had even thought about it. Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information from her, he nodded. She dashed out of the carriage, thanking and greeting him as she left. Seeing her behavior, Alan thought to himself, I didn't even tell her she could leave yet. Then he said, if people keep thanking me for such trivial things, I'm going to start believing I'm some dark criminal. He began to ponder the fight and thought to himself, but why did he disappear even though my attack failed? His words left me with more questions than answers. Beside him lay the belt Ultus had given him. Alan looked at it and said, I've seen this in the game. It's true, but the bracelet was explained. Belt of the Forgotten, reward obtained by defeating Ultus, doubles damage dealt and damage taken. There was an inscription inside it that read, O you who have inherited his will, let your steps lead you to Kahala, the city of ancient gods. Alan said, it's the first time I've seen this. He wondered, will I be able to discover something in Kahala? At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Deus. Surprised, Alan asked, what is it? Deus said that the mage had dared to leave without seeing him off properly and asked, do you want me to kill her? Alan stopped him and said, that isn't necessary. He thought to himself, isn't this getting a bit out of hand now? At the same time, Pania felt a shiver run through her body and wondered if anyone was speaking ill of her. In truth, she had almost gotten her head chopped off. 2 weeks later in Kidram, the capital of Caliban, Deus headed to the castle to deliver his report, thus concluding the expedition to the north. He also took the opportunity to return the Ring of Radiance. Alan, without hesitation, prepared to leave once again. For him, there was no longer any reason to stay in Caliban after the outer god had been eradicated. He thought with a satisfied expression as he glanced at the carriage. I've received plenty of gifts. The carriage was loaded with numerous gifts, courtesy of the quick-witted king of Caliban, who sought to strengthen their friendship. Alan, gazing contentedly at the slightly excessive gifts, soon spoke to Deus. Well, see you next time. As he turned to leave, suddenly Deus asked a question. May I ask you something? Alan, who had been about to turn away, paused. What is it? Having spent about a month with Deus, from the northern expedition to their return to the capital, Alan had never heard such a direct question from him before. Usually, Deus only expressed his deepening respect without much inquiry. Alan patiently waited for him to speak. After a moment of silence, Deus finally asked, Can I become stronger too? Alan was briefly taken aback by the unexpected question, especially since Deus was already quite strong. He pondered what could have prompted such a question, then reached a conclusion. Perhaps it was because the magic I used in battle against the outer god had left a strong impression, increasing his respect for me. After concluding his thoughts, Alan spoke. Of course, you can become stronger, Deus inquired. Really? Alan replied. Yes, as long as you put in the effort, you can achieve anything you desire. Alan wasn't lying. In fact, Deus, like the rest of the 5 sins, already had extraordinary innate abilities even before the descent of the gods. In Deus's case, even without using his unique abilities, he could become a sword master with sheer skill. Given that he had reached that level in just 1 year, it was only a matter of time before he became even stronger. Reflecting on these facts made Alan feel a tinge of envy for the sheer talent standing before him. He added, so don't worry, then I'll be on my way. But suddenly Deus asked, wait, may I ask you one more thing? Why do you always ask instead of command? Alan, momentarily confused by the question, tried to piece together what Deus might have been getting at. Did he think there was some hidden motive behind my support? Alan replied, hoping to convey his sincerity with his parting words. Who would issue orders to family? With that, he said his final farewell to Deus and departed for Asteria in his carriage. Deus was surprised by his words. Inside his carriage, Alan thought to himself, did he still think that my sponsorship had hidden motives? He said, sure, I wanted to prevent the descent of the 5 sins, but I spent all that money out of the pure goodness of my heart. And he finished by exclaiming, what's the point of raising a kid? That evening, Deus was in his room with Alan's gifts and said, I was following him because I felt indebted, but here he is doing me another favor. A moment later, still silent, Deus recalled that moment and instinctively raised his left hand forward. He inquired, Back then, it was like this, wasn't it? Just as Alan had done when facing the outer god, Deus extended his middle and ring fingers, releasing a bit of magic to scan the surroundings for any presence. First line of silence. He quietly muttered the words in the empty room, his left hand twitching slightly. Of course, nothing happened, but even though he was alone in the room, mimicking Alan's actions, Deus couldn't help but feel a mixture of slight embarrassment and satisfaction. He adjusted his posture once again, thinking briefly to himself, it would have been nice to have as much talent in magic as he did. Also, remembering Alan's words that he was part of the same family, he felt content. At the same time, Evan asked, "My lord, I've noticed you seem to really enjoy sweet potatoes from time to time." Alan responded to Evan's comment while eating sweet potatoes. Indeed, the sweet potatoes were truly delicious. If you enjoyed the video, give it a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you don't miss the next episode. About a month later, when Alan finally arrived at Count Palladio's estate, it had been nearly 3 months since his last return, and as he stepped inside, Alan stretched his stiff shoulders and muttered to himself, "Home, finally." After such a long journey, Alan had only one simple dream in mind: sleep, just a peaceful, uninterrupted nap. Without wasting a second, Alan headed straight toward his room. As he reached the door, he sighed with relief and pushed it open. And then he froze. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, because this was not his bedroom. It was his office, and waiting inside was a mountain of documents stacked so high it looked like a small fortress built entirely out of paperwork. The papers almost seemed alive, silently welcoming him back. "Welcome home, Count. Now please finish your work." Alan slowly closed the door, then immediately turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. He said calmly, "I must have opened the wrong door." He took 3 steps, then 5, then 10, and then he suddenly stopped. After a long moment of silence, Alan let out a deep sigh and rubbed his face. Right, who am I kidding? Since the work had to be done sooner or later, Alan turned around and returned to the office like a man walking toward his own execution. After all, this was the tragic fate of an overworked noble. Soon, Alan sat at his desk. One hand was writing, the other was stamping documents. Meanwhile, his soul slowly drifted out of his body from exhaustion. As he stamped another paper, Alan muttered with determination, "Fine, once I finish this backlog, I'm taking a vacation, no matter what, even if the kingdom collapses." He leaned back in his chair and sighed. When exactly do I get to live my peaceful, noble life? After finally finishing the mountain of work, Alan rewarded himself with a 1-week vacation, and he fully embraced the lifestyle he had always dreamed of, sleeping late, toasting bread in the morning, eating a perfect steak for dinner. This leisurely routine brought him a level of happiness that even powerful magic couldn't match. However, despite the peaceful atmosphere, Alan wasn't completely idle. Even during his vacation, his mind refused to rest, because he knew one thing: otherworldly beings had already appeared once, and if one had descended, then others could appear as well. Now that the 5 great sins had been sealed, the world had unknowingly entered a new stage. Rather than resisting fate, Alan simply accepted the situation. After all, if saving the 5 great sins had created this butterfly effect, then a few otherworldly visitors appearing occasionally was far better than the alternative. At least those beings would show signs before appearing. The 5 great sins, on the other hand, would descend like a bomb with no warning whatsoever. So during the week, Alan quietly gathered information and continued researching magic. Eventually, he clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll need to go to Colony for information." Normally, Alan preferred investigating things personally rather than relying on the Information Guild. But there was a problem. The location of the ancient god city, Kahara, had not yet been discovered. Alan crossed his arms and thought carefully. If my memory from the game Psychedelia is right, the city should be discovered this year, because in the original story, Kahara was discovered 3 years before the protagonist left the village, and this year just happened to be that exact year. So I just need to wait. Right at that moment, the door opened. Evan stepped inside and immediately frowned. Count?" He rubbed his arms and shivered. "It's strangely cold in here." Alan blinked. Then he looked down at the ice magic circle he had unconsciously drawn on the floor. The entire room was slowly freezing. Alan scratched his head awkwardly, saying, "It looks like my research is working." Apparently, his magic experiment had accidentally turned his office into a refrigerator. Evan then cleared his throat. "How should I put this? A hidden city has been discovered in Colony." Alan froze. His eyes widened. What? The timing was so perfect it felt suspicious. For a moment, Alan wondered if the world was secretly listening to his thoughts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Blue Moon meeting had begun. The members usually gathered every 6 months. Because of the distance between them, they communicated through a crystal orb created by Reen. Normally, the meetings were extremely short. Most of the time, they lasted less than 10 minutes. Utia led the discussion. Seolrang occasionally made innocent comments. The rest simply answered with short replies like yes, no, or I agree. Deus, in particular, almost never spoke, mostly because he was naturally quiet, so no one expected what happened next. During the meeting, Seolrang innocently asked, "Oh, I heard a rumor that the Great Moon has left. What was it like seeing him in person?" Everyone casually waited for a short answer, but instead, Deus began speaking and speaking and speaking. The Great Moon stood before the otherworldly entity, Ulthultus, while everyone was overwhelmed with fear, even the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower. The Great Moon stepped forward and challenged it to a duel. The members listened politely. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, then 30 minutes. The others slowly began to realize something terrifying. Deus was giving a full lecture. Deus continued, "Thinking back, the Great Moon had probably been preparing magic from the very beginning. By the time the speech passed the 1-hour mark, everyone was staring at the crystal orb with blank expressions." Reen tried to interrupt. "Wait, you're getting off topic." But Deus continued calmly. "Just listen to this part. I'm telling a story about the Great Moon, aren't I? So where was I? Ah, yes, with Ultultus." Then he restarted the story from an even earlier point. Rene and Seolrang desperately looked at Utia, silently begging her to stop him, because she was the only one who could. But instead, Utia smiled brightly, saying, "The Great Moon truly is remarkable. Please continue." At that moment, the others realized something. This meeting was not ending anytime soon. As expected, Deus finally finished his story. 2 hours later, the meeting room fell into complete silence. Rhine, Radan, and Seolrang all engraved a single lesson deep into their hearts. Never ask Deus about the Great Moon again. Deus calmly concluded, "I seem to have talked a little too much. I'll see you all again in 6 months." Utia smiled warmly. "That was very entertaining." And with that, the meeting ended. It was already dawn. Back with Alan, he suddenly found himself standing in front of yet another strange sight. An entire room, completely filled with gift boxes, large boxes, small boxes, shiny boxes, suspiciously expensive-looking boxes. For a moment, Alan just stood there silently, staring at the mountain of gifts like a man who had accidentally walked into the wrong house. Then he slowly turned toward Evan. "Evan, what exactly am I looking at?" Evan stepped forward to inspect one of the boxes. As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened in shock, saying, "My lord, this artifact came from the deep floors of the Aberranth." He carefully lifted the item and added in disbelief, "To be honest, we could probably buy a mansion with just this one." Alan blinked. Then he picked up a golden cup from another box. It was ridiculously expensive. In his other hand were several letters that had been delivered along with the gifts. He began reading the names and immediately frowned. He said, "I don't know any of these nobles." The letters were extremely polite and full of praise. Some even sounded suspiciously respectful. Alan slowly nodded to himself. "Ah, I see. The rumors must have spread." Even so, he couldn't hide his amazement. All of this, just because he had one connection with a master knight. He leaned back and let out a small whistle. Amazing. Despite his confusion, something deep inside Alan suddenly awakened. His small business slave mentality. After thinking for a moment, Alan came to a very reasonable conclusion. If people give you things, you should accept them. He folded the letters neatly and smiled. "To the generous nobles who sent these gifts, thank you." Then he looked at the overflowing boxes and laughed. "Let's just put everything inside the secret chest." A week later, Evan returned with even more gifts. He placed the new boxes down and sighed. "My lord, it doesn't seem like they're going to stop." Alan stared at the growing pile with wide eyes. Then he nodded slowly. He leaned back proudly and thought, "So this is what happens when you know a master knight." He crossed crossed his arms and thought, Deus must be doing well. Looks like that kid is finally being a good son. He generously decided to forgive Deus for never writing back. What Alan didn't know was that these gifts were actually bribes from nobles hoping he would let them join his faction. But in Alan's mind, they were simply friendly presents. A month later, the gifts were still arriving. At this point, Alan started feeling slightly embarrassed. Looking at a ridiculously luxurious jewel box, he sighed. Maybe I should return the more outrageous ones. At the beginning of summer, as the gifts finally started slowing down, the Grand Assembly began in Teria, the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. Unfortunately for Alan, he was late, which resulted in a very unusual sight. Count Alan Palladio, walking quickly. Evan followed behind him, said, "See you later." Alan is desperate not to draw attention for being late to his first Grand Assembly. Evan notices his speed and is surprised, assuming his master must be in a real hurry. He also notices that several other nobles have started following behind the Count. Alan finally pushed open the massive doors of the assembly hall and immediately froze. The center area of the hall was completely empty. Alan blinked, then sighed in relief. Oh, so I'm not late after all. He recalled the research he had done earlier. The royalists sit on the left, the aristocrats sit on the right. He looked toward the empty center area and said, "So the middle must be for neutral nobles." Alan nodded wisely. "I'll just sit in the back." But the moment he stepped forward, he noticed something strange. The nobles entered the room and they were staring directly at him. Alan shocked and asked himself, "What? Weren't they outside a minute ago?" He also inquired, "Are they judging me for sitting in the back?" Trying to avoid suspicion, he changed direction and walked toward the middle row. The nobles continued staring, their expressions growing more shocked by the second, because they were thinking something completely different. Why isn't he sitting in the front? Eventually, Alan gave up and said, "Fine, I'll just sit in the front row." The moment he sat down, every noble in the hall immediately sat down as well. Alan slowly looked around in confusion. He scratched his head. Were they all waiting for me? He frowned. Is no one brave enough to sit in the front row? Then he leaned back with a sigh. What's the point of sitting this close to the faction leaders anyway? Soon, the presenter called the assembly to order. "We will begin the Grand Assembly," the presenter continued. "Today, we recognize a new faction that has officially received voting rights. The faction known as Kalpa." Alan blinked, but he didn't pay much attention. He simply hoped the meeting would end quickly. Then the presenter suddenly called out, "Count Palladio, the president of Kalpa." Alan jumped. "Yes!" Then his brain froze. Wait, inside his head, Alan was screaming, "What is Kalpa?" He quickly turned around to see if anyone else looked confused, but instead, he saw Altia and Zenonius sitting together. Both of them were staring at him with pure admiration. Alan's mind completely shut down. Why are those two sitting together? Did Zenonia and Altia form an alliance, and they named it Kalpa? He felt his sanity slowly slipping away. How did those two even stay in the same room without fighting? Then the presenter asked politely, "Count Palladio, as the president of Kalpa, would you like to say a few words?" Alan slowly turned back toward the front, his face completely blank, and at that moment, he realized something horrifying. The president of this mysterious and possibly dangerous faction was apparently him. In the northern lands, where the cold wind never stops and the gray earth stretches endlessly, lay the place where a terrifying battle had recently taken place. A battle between an outer god and the Count of Asteria. Now the battlefield had turned into something else entirely, a land of countless graves. These graves belonged to the unfortunate souls the expedition had been unable to recover. Standing silently among the graves was a mysterious figure. He wore a black sacred robe, and several ominous black accessories dangled from his waist and hands, clinking softly whenever he moved. His face was hidden beneath a deep hood, but it was clear that he was carefully observing the surroundings. At first, he twisted his mouth slightly, as if he couldn't quite understand what he was looking at. But after glancing around a few more times, a faint smile slowly appeared on his lips. The hooded figure said with amusement, "Interesting." His voice sounded strangely cheerful for such a depressing landscape. Even stranger, the voice echoed in layered tones, making it impossible to tell whether the speaker was a man man or a woman. Slowly scanning the battlefield, his gaze eventually stopped at a single spot on the ground. It was the exact place where the outer god had vanished. The same place where, during a rightful duel, Alan had landed the final blow. The hooded figure stared at the spot for a moment. Then the hooded figure muttered curiously, "Let's see how far this will go." After a brief pause, the hooded figure added playfully, "Shall we watch?" With those mysterious words, he turned around without hesitation, as if he had already seen everything he needed to see. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Council Hall, Alan suddenly had a strange thought. Inside his mind, Alan thought with disbelief. "I accidentally became the leader of a group formed by a shadowy alliance." It sounded suspiciously like the title of a cheap web novel. Just then, the moderator spoke. The moderator asked politely, "Do you have anything to say?" Alan blinked. Inside his mind, Alan screamed silently, "Wait, me? Leader? Shadowy alliance? What kind of nonsense is this?" But before Alan could say anything, the moderator continued. The moderator said calmly, "It seems you have nothing to add, so we will move on." Alan slowly opened his mouth, and then slowly closed it again. His chance to ask questions had already disappeared. Trying to understand what was happening, Alan slowly turned his head toward Duke Altia. Duke Altia nodded confidently. Not just a normal nod, a very meaningful nod. The kind of nod that said, "Yes, everything is going exactly according to your brilliant plan." Alan almost choked. Lady Zenonia. No, now she was officially Countess Zenonia, after inheriting her title following her father's death several months ago, and she was smiling. Not a normal smile. It was the smile of someone who believed she was standing next to a terrifying mastermind. Inside his mind, Alan panicked. Alan thought nervously, "Is this a prank? Did someone spike the wine earlier? Am I hallucinating right now?" As Alan struggled to understand the situation, something suddenly clicked in his mind. Alan whispered quietly to himself, "Ah." Now he understood. He finally realized why the nobles had looked so confused earlier when he sat down, because apparently he had just sat in the leader's seat of a secret faction. Realizing this horrifying truth, Alan felt the world spin. He grabbed his head and shut his eyes tightly. After the Grand Council meeting ended, Alan somehow found himself being guided to a banquet celebrating the birth of the Kalfa faction. He didn't remember agreeing to attend. He didn't even remember standing up, but somehow he was already there. Then Countess Zenonia spoke. Countess Zenonia said with satisfaction, "How about this? I think it's perfect now." From Alan's perspective, absolutely nothing about this situation was perfect. He had no idea what she was talking about. Then Duke Altia added another comment. Duke Altia said thoughtfully, "It seems everything has been arranged exactly the way Count Palatio intended." Alan felt like someone had thrown 50 question marks directly into his brain. Inside his mind, Alan shouted silently, "What are you talking about? Who arranged what? When did I do that?" But on the outside, Alan maintained a calm, dignified, noble expression. Because panicking in front of two possible psychopath masterminds felt like a bad survival strategy. Alan glanced between Duke Altia and Countess Zenonia. Both of them were looking at him with clear expectation. They were waiting for him to speak. Inside his mind, Alan slowly reached a horrifying conclusion. Alan thought nervously, "Do I have a split personality? Did my other personality secretly create this faction while I was sleeping?" Because honestly, that explanation was starting to sound more believable than the current situation. After all, Alan wasn't even close to these two. He had only met Duke Altia once several years ago, and their conversation had been extremely unpleasant. It was during the time when Loria begged for help, and Alan had bluntly rejected the request. Likewise, Alan barely knew Countess Zenonia. They had only met twice, and during their second meeting, Alan had literally ordered her to be thrown out of his manor. Realizing he had been silent for too long, Alan finally spoke. Alan said calmly, "I see." Inside his mind, however, Alan was screaming, but he couldn't ask, "What is going on here?" because it was painfully obvious that these two believed he had planned everything. If he suddenly asked what they were talking about, they might conclude that their genius mastermind leader had gone insane, or worse, that he was testing them. So Alan made a decision. For now, he would play along and gather information. Once he understood the misunderstanding, he could fix everything later. However, before he could say anything else, Duke Altia spoke again. Duke Altia said sincerely, "I'm just glad I was able to repay you for saving my life." Alan slowly closed his eyes. Inside his mind, mind, Alan screamed, "When did I save your life?" Despite the chaos in his brain, Alan slowly managed to gather three important facts from the conversation. First, apparently, the alliance between Countess Zenonia and Duke Altia had been orchestrated by Alan. Second, the faction called Kalfa had been formed because of a letter Alan had sent to Countess Zenonia. And third, all the gifts Alan had been receiving recently were actually from nobles who wanted to join the faction. Those gifts were part of the process of asking permission from the faction leader, which unfortunately was Alan. As Duke Altia and Countess Zenonia continued talking enthusiastically about his brilliant plans, Alan slowly pieced everything together, though doing so felt like solving a puzzle while his brain was actively melting. Keeping a neutral expression while feeling disbelief inside, Alan stared at the two nobles in front of him. Even though he had begun to understand part of the situation, there was still far too much he didn't understand. No, to be more precise, there were countless things he wanted to question. Inside his mind, Alan thought, if I'm not secretly some kind of Jekyll and Hyde split personality, then I definitely never ordered Countess Zenonia to do anything. I never told them to form an alliance. I swear I didn't. Then Alan thought again. All I did was send a letter saying I disliked the other nobles. So how did it turn into this? Alan's head spun as he looked at Duke Altia and Countess Zenonia, trying desperately to understand what was happening. Inside his mind, Alan wondered, is this what people mean by the realm of genius, where ordinary people can't even understand the plans of a mastermind? Alan remained silent, because he had slowly realized something terrifying. Through a series of coincidences, he had unknowingly helped create the Kalfa faction himself. By the time he finished piecing together the facts, Alan's instincts told him something very important. There was no getting off the Kalfa train anymore. He had already accepted too much. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, there were ways, but none of them were good options. Now that both the royalist faction and the aristocratic faction clearly saw him as an enemy, leaving this faction would only cause more problems. To be honest, if the losses were manageable, Alan would have pressed the escape button immediately, but another thought quickly followed. Inside his mind, Alan wondered, what if I tell them this was all a misunderstanding? Alan slowly glanced at Duke Altia and Countess Zenonia. Their conversation had just ended, and now both of them were looking directly at him. To any outsider, they looked like elegant and refined nobles. But Alan knew better. He knew exactly how frightening Countess Zenonia could be. And although Duke Altia wasn't the same character he remembered from the game, she was someone who should have already disappeared from the story. Because of that, Alan couldn't underestimate her either. After all, masterminds always had their own logic, and they possessed a level of awareness ordinary people simply couldn't understand. Inside his mind, Alan thought, even if I explain everything clearly, they might just think it's embarrassing and decide to kill me. Of course, Alan didn't know them very well, but in this world, most characters labeled as masterminds tended to be somewhat unstable. Because of that, Alan reached a reluctant conclusion. Whether he liked it or not, he had to remain the leader of Kalfa. Yes, whether he liked it or not, at least until he could find a good excuse to step down later. Because Alan had absolutely no desire to stay in the leadership role forever. He knew that being the leader of a faction came with countless responsibilities, even if the benefits were great. And for Alan, whose life motto was living leisurely as a noble without working, leadership was the exact opposite of what he wanted. So Alan quietly made a decision. Inside his mind, Alan said to himself, I'll lead for now and retire later when the timing is right. At that moment, Duke Altia asked, so, what do you plan to do now? Hearing the question, Alan let out a quiet groan. Alan murmured thoughtfully. Since he couldn't reveal the truth, Alan rolled his eyes slightly and tried to buy himself some time. After a short pause, Alan said, for now, let's start by cleaning up the underworld. Confused, Countess Zenonia asked, clean up? Calmly, Alan replied, yes, that way it will be easier for us to operate. Of course, Alan had absolutely no idea how anything would become easier, but since he couldn't even remember half the topics discussed at the assembly earlier that day, bringing up politics would have been a terrible idea. So this vague statement was the best he could manage. It was clumsy, but for Alan, it was the best he could do. After that, Alan stood up and said, well then, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Before either of them could ask ask another question, Alan immediately turned around and began walking away. His steps gradually became faster, because he knew that if they asked even one more question, he had no answers. Soon, Alan left the hall and hurried through the empty corridor. Eventually, he almost ran to his carriage, worried that someone might stop him. Seeing him arrive so quickly, Evan asked, "Count?" Without hesitation, Alan said, "Let's head straight to the colony." Alan had already decided to leave that very day. Inside his mind, Alan thought, the letter should have arrived by now. I hope I can get some help there, like I did with Dios. Soon, Alan's carriage began moving through the night. It was a midsummer evening. Meanwhile, back at the banquet hall, thinking about Alan's words, Countess Zenonia murmured, "Clean up the underworld." Huh. After a brief moment of thought, Duke Altea said, "When he says clean up the underworld, there can only be one meaning, right?" Nodding slowly, Countess Zenonia replied, "Indeed, we've had our territories under firm control for a long time." Then Countess Zenonia continued, "So if he's telling us to clean things up?" Finishing the thought, Duke Altea said, "Then the only option left is the remaining territories." "Indeed," Countess Zenonia agreed. For a moment, both women fell silent. Then they smiled at the same time, because the idea forming in their minds was something that would have been impossible when they acted separately. But now, with their alliance, and the formation of the Kalfa faction, it had become possible. Smiling slightly, Countess Zenonia said, "Unifying the entire underworld." Amused by the idea, Duke Altea said, "That sounds fun." Both nobles smiled deeply. Looking thoughtful, Countess Zenonia said, "I'm curious to see what he's planning next. He becomes more intriguing every day." Agreeing with her, Duke Altea said, "Indeed, I'm eager to see what he has prepared for us." Then the two nobles gently clinked their wine glasses. Smiling faintly, Countess Zenonia said, "I'm truly looking forward to it." Their admiration for Alan quietly spread through the room, along with the fragrance of the wine. In the vast territory of Malteon, located south of the kingdom of Ashtalon, two men sat in the underground hall of a massive mansion. One of them was Carmine, the third son of Duke Comelon, the owner of this mansion. The man standing before him looked completely relaxed, even though he was facing Carmine, who was infamous as a tyrant and a scoundrel. Carmine leaned back in his chair. Carmine asked calmly, "You're the agent, right?" The man with half-closed eyes gave a small smile. He slowly took out a quill from his pocket. The man said lazily, "Before anything else, I don't tolerate rats during a mission." The next moment, he moved. A sharp splattering sound echoed across the underground hall. Blood burst into the air. Bodies that had been hidden in the shadows suddenly appeared as they collapsed onto the ground, their blood spreading across the stone floor. 9 corpses, all of them dead. Carmine stared at the scene for a moment, then he smiled. Carmine said with satisfaction, "You really are strong, just as I expected." Without hesitation, he leaned forward. Carmine said directly, "I want you to kill a noble, Count Palladio of the Asteria Kingdom." Then he smirked. Carmine said confidently, "You wouldn't refuse a request from me, the tyrant of Ashtalon, would you?" The agent chuckled. The agent said casually, "As long as the payment is correct, there are no failures." Then he tilted his head. The agent added with a faint grin, "Though I'm curious if you can actually afford my fee, Carmine." Carmine simply smiled. Slowly, he pulled something out from inside his coat and placed it on the table. Carmine said proudly, "How about 4 of these?" What he revealed was a black cube, a cube so dark it seemed to swallow even the surrounding light. It looked like a fragment of the abyss itself. Interest immediately flashed in the agent's eyes. The agent narrowed his eyes. Then his eyes widened slightly. The agent whispered in surprise, "That's an abyssal core." The abyssal substance, a rare item distributed in extremely small quantities by Duke Comelon on the black market. Unlike abyssal jade, which merely increased physical abilities, the abyssal core granted special powers. Its price was astronomical. The agent stared at the cube. The agent thought silently, "I only got a tiny taste of this thanks to the leader. How strong would I become if I used it?" Then he turned away. The agent said calmly, "I'll return as quickly as possible." And just like that, he disappeared. Carmine clenched his fist. Carmine said with a dark grin, "Palladio, did you really think you could ignore me and live comfortably?" He chuckled coldly. Carmine finished coldly, "Absolutely not." After leaving Carmine, the agent visited another person, Duke Comelon, the head of the nobles in the kingdom of Ashtalon, and the true ruler of the underworld among the allied kingdoms. Standing before the Duke, the agent bowed slightly. The agent asked politely, "Will this be acceptable?" The Duke looked bored. The Duke said coldly, I was wondering what that useless son of mine was plotting when he stole the abyssal substances. He waved his hand dismissively. The Duke added indifferently, I heard nothing. Now get lost. The agent blinked. Then he smiled internally. The agent thought happily, so he's turning a blind eye to this. I hit the jackpot. The agent bowed again. The agent asked politely, then shall I send your regards to the leader? The Duke smirked. The Duke said with a grin, you came here uninvited and now you want an excuse. He leaned back. The Duke finished lazily. Do as you please. The agent nodded and left. Moments later, another man appeared. The Duke glanced at him. The Duke asked calmly, didn't you say you couldn't exert influence over the kingdom of Asteria? The man immediately knelt. The man replied respectfully, yes, Seeker. Then he added carefully, the man reported, I heard Kalpa is growing there, centered around Count Palatio. The Duke's eyes turned cold. The Duke said quietly, it would have been annoying if I had to move personally. The Duke added, this worked out perfectly. Meanwhile, as Alan was heading south toward the desert city after leaving Teria, someone else was watching the same road. High above the path, the agent observed a distant carriage. The agent narrowed his eyes. The agent said quietly, found you, Count Palladio. Inside that carriage was his target. While watching it approach, the agent took out his quill again. The agent thought to himself, the abyssal core is tempting, but something still bothers me. In truth, killing Count Palatio would be easy. With a single stroke of his quill, the man's life would end. Yet he hesitated. The agent sighed. The agent muttered, the rules say not to make troublesome enemies if possible. Count Palatio himself wasn't the problem, but someone connected to him was. Someone in Caliban, Deus. The agent frowned slightly. The agent thought, he'll definitely take action. The agents weren't afraid of Deus. Each agent possessed power comparable to a swordmaster, but unnecessary enemies were always troublesome, even if the payment was enormous. Still, 4 abyssal cores were far too tempting. The agent licked his lips slightly. The agent whispered with excitement, how strong would I become if I used them? He raised his quill. Black ink began to flow into the air. The agent said softly, sorry, it's just business. He drew a horizontal line in the air. Then suddenly, something felt wrong. The agent blinked. The agent said slowly, wait. He looked down. His right hand was gone, completely gone. For a moment, he simply stared at the empty space. The agent said in confusion, I feel like I'm missing something important. Then the pain hit. The agent screamed, Gah! Before he could even finish screaming, another impact struck him. His body flew through the air and crashed violently into a tree. When he lifted his head, he froze. Standing there was a boy, black hair, blue eyes, young, too young. The agent stared in disbelief. The agent tried to speak, but his mouth wouldn't open, not even slightly. Panic filled his eyes. Then the boy smiled brightly. The boy said cheerfully, how unfortunate. The agent felt a chill. Then, crack, his neck twisted. Once, then twice. The agent died with a confused expression, never understanding what had happened. The boy said calmly, if your target had been anyone else, you might have survived. He paused, then added softly, the boy said quietly, but unfortunately for you, it was the Count. And with that, he disappeared. 2 weeks and 3 days had passed since Alan left Teria, the capital of the kingdom of Asteria. He was now crossing the southern desert, a necessary route before reaching Colony. The heat was unbearable. Evan wiped the sweat off his face dramatically. Evan said miserably, it's filthy hot. If only I had an ice crystal stone. He stuck his tongue out like a dog, panting in the heat. It looked absolutely ridiculous. Alan glanced at him. Alan thought silently, I would laugh, but I'm suffering too. The desert was beyond scorching. Even breathing felt like inhaling fire. Alan sighed quietly. Alan thought to himself, I should have arrived by now, if I had just moved a little faster. In truth, Alan had already reached the edge of the desert over a week ago. If he had entered immediately, he would have arrived at Colony by now. But there were reasons. The first, Alan thought calmly, even if it's our first meeting, I should at least bring a gift for Sailrang. So he had made a stop in another territory. The second, he had joined a caravan, because crossing a desert like this alone, that was basically asking to die. While Alan was quietly observing the caravan, Evan suddenly leaned closer. Evan asked, curiously, by the way, Count, are you not going to practice magic? He tried to sound casual. He failed. His eyes were practically sparkling with expectation. Alan didn't even look at him. Alan said flatly, no. Evan said in disappointment, what a waste. Alan ignored him completely. As he continued watching the caravan, he noticed something. Someone had noticed him him first. A woman with striking red hair turned toward him sharply. It was Lion Aguileras. Lion said coldly, what are you looking at? Alan didn't react much. Alan said calmly, just happened to glance over. Leon, while reading a book, said mockingly, do you enjoy spying on others? Alan sighed slightly. Alan said plainly, I don't have that kind of hobby. Leon said sarcastically, is that so? My mistake. She tilted her head and added with a sharp tone, I thought someone who spreads rumors so eagerly might also enjoy peeping. Evan's eyes widened. Evan thought in shock, wait, rumors? Our count? Since when? Alan blinked once, then exhaled slowly. Alan thought tiredly, how troublesome. In reality, Leon was the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master, a rank 4 mage. Even without an official title, that name alone carried weight, a terrifying kind of weight, especially considering her father, a man who had charged alone at one of the 5 great sins and died doing it. In simple terms, a complete madman. Alan looked at Leanne for a moment, then looked away. Alan said quietly to himself, can't I get even a moment of peace? Despite her constant provocation, Alan chose to ignore her, not because he was patient, but because he was cautious. Alan thought calmly, better not get involved, especially with someone like her. Then he added internally, I'll never see her again after crossing the desert anyway. At that moment, Leon's carriage began moving ahead. Evan, who had been watching everything, suddenly grabbed Alan's sleeve. Evan said excitedly, whoa, did you see that? Evan said loudly, her carriage, it's full of ice crystal stones. Alan paused. For a moment, he was silent. Evan leaned closer. Evan whispered desperately, Count, if we ask nicely, maybe just one? Alan immediately turned his head away. Alan said firmly, no. Evan froze again. Evan said in disbelief, you didn't even try? But Alan wasn't even listening anymore. His thoughts were somewhere else entirely. Alan thought seriously, the Red Magic Tower Master was a complete maniac, which means his daughter is probably just as dangerous. Alan concluded internally, stay away. Absolutely stay away. Meanwhile, Evan looked between Alan and the carriage full of ice crystal stones. Then he lowered his head in despair. Evan muttered sadly, my cold dreams. Gone. At night, everything changed. Without warning, one of the bandits at the front swung a chain sickle. The blade cut through the air, and instantly took a mercenary's life. For a moment, silence. Then, chaos. No, it wasn't even a battle. It was a massacre. The bandits showed no intention of negotiating. They slaughtered the mercenaries, protecting the wagons in mere moments. In less than 2 minutes, most of the mercenaries were dead. Blood soaked the sand. A man stepped forward. He wore an eye patch and carried twin scimitars at his waist. He looked over the scene with a cold smile. Then his eyes landed on one person, Leon. In an instant, she was captured. The man grinned wickedly. The eye patch man said loudly, listen up, everyone. He raised his sword. Blue energy ignited around it like flames. The eye patch man said with a cruel smile, for your own safety, I suggest you cooperate quietly. Leon's face turned pale. Even without understanding everything, she knew he was dangerous, far beyond ordinary knights. Nearby, a surviving mercenary trembled. The mercenary thought in horror, that symbol, it's the bloody sand bandits. His voice shook. The mercenary thought desperately. They even captured Lady Leon before she could react. We're done. The eye patch man chuckled. The eye patch man said mockingly, they told me the Tower Master's daughter was here, and look at that. I found her. He leaned closer. The eye patch man added with a twisted grin, do you want special treatment, little girl? Leon trembled. Her breathing became unstable. Leon asked fearfully, who are you? But deep down, she already knew there was no escape. A worse fate than death awaited her. Her past resurfaced. Pain, fear, memories she wished to forget. Her body shook uncontrollably. Leon thought in panic, no, not again. Her breathing grew faster. Her vision blurred. Her mind began collapsing. Then something changed. Leon froze. The air, her breathing suddenly stabilized. A cold breath escaped her lips. Visible. White. Leon blinked. Leon thought in confusion. Cold. The desert had turned cold. The scorching heat vanished. The sand began to freeze. Even the eye patch man's smile disappeared. The eye patch patch man said slowly. What? Silence fell. Then, footsteps. Calm. Steady. Every bandit turned. Someone was walking toward them, unbothered, unhurried, as if none of this mattered. It was Alan. His expression didn't change, not even slightly. Ashen energy flowed from the bracelet on his wrist. The cold intensified. Then, he stopped. Alan looked at the scene, then spoke quietly. Alan said softly, "Freeze." Leon's eyes widened. Leon said to herself in disbelief, "Count Palatio? That's impossible." Her mind raced. She hated lies, more than anything, and from the moment she met Alan, she had believed one thing. He was a fraud, weak, a man who stole credit from Deus, a man with pitiful mana. She had seen it herself. There was no way he could do this. Yet, reality stood before her. A frozen domain spread around Alan. The desert had turned into a tundra. Frost covered the sand. Leon whispered in shock. "This doesn't make sense." Her eyes trembled. Leon analyzed instinctively. Compound magic. At least 3 spells. Her voice shook. Leon continued in disbelief. "That's impossible with that amount of mana." Then something moved. The eye patch man vanished. In an instant, he appeared in front of Alan. No one saw how. Leon reacted immediately. Leon said urgently, "Wait!" She began casting. Too late. The eye patch man raised his twin scimitars. He smirked. The eye patch man said confidently, "You're dead." Alan didn't move. Alan said calmly, "Freeze." Silence. The eye patch man stopped completely. His body frozen, mid-swing. An ice statue. Leon froze. Leon thought blankly, "What?" Alan raised his hand slightly. Alan said quietly, "Shatter." Crack, crash. The ice exploded. The bandit leader shattered into pieces. Gone. Just like that. A white breath escaped Alan's lips. He lowered his hand, then looked at the remaining bandits. No emotion, no hesitation. Alan said coldly, "I'll give you one chance." The bandits trembled. Alan finished simply, "Get lost." Silence. Then panic. The bandits ran. All of them. Not even daring to look back. Later, everything changed. Completely. The mercenaries who survived gathered around Alan. This time, with respect. No, with admiration. One mercenary stepped forward. The mercenary said eagerly, "Ah, Count Palatio, this is a special wine from Gur. It's said to be incredible." Another rushed in. Another mercenary said quickly, "And this is premium ham. I brought it to sell, but please, you must try it." Alan accepted calmly. Alan said politely, "Thank you." But inside, he had a completely different thought. Alan thought seriously, food secured. He quietly ate and drank. Peace, finally. Alan thought in relief, this is what I wanted. After a while, the mercenaries bowed and left. Alan leaned back slightly. Alan thought calmly. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Evan was still eating non-stop. Meanwhile, Alan analyzed. Alan thought reducing the constraint penalties was the right decision. The spell he used, Extreme Cold, a spell he developed over half a year, combining spatial magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic. It transformed the environment, turned any place into frozen land. Alan thought seriously, this satisfies one of the conditions. He continued internally, magic must be used on land of extreme cold, which meant fewer penalties, more power. Then he touched his belt, the belt of the forgotten. Alan thought calmly, double damage, both ways. So I can die twice as fast too. Great, he shrugged slightly. Alan thought casually, well, as long as I don't get hit. At that moment, someone approached. Alan looked up. It was Leon. She walked slowly. Then she bowed deeply. Both Alan and Evan froze. Evan said in shock, "We're dead." Alan thought calmly, what did I do this time? Leon raised her head slightly. Her voice was hesitant. Leon said sincerely, "I apologize for my previous behavior." Evan blinked. Evan whispered, "Wait, we survived?" Leon looked at Alan, a bit shy, a bit nervous. Then she spoke. Leon asked softly, "If it's not an inconvenience, I'd like to discuss magic with you." She hesitated, then finished, "Would that be all right?" Alan stared at her in silence. Then he thought, she kept picking fights with me the whole time. What changed all of a sudden? Evan frowned in irritation. He was clearly annoyed by her attitude, not because she was rude, but because she hadn't given them the cold crystal. But suddenly, acting generously, Alan spoke. Alan said, "Fine, I accept your apology." Evan's expression immediately changed. He looked satisfied, even proud of Alan's nobility. Leon, on the other hand, looked surprised. She hadn't expected such a response. Leon said, "Thank you so much." From the next day on, everything changed. She began approaching Alan frequently, asking him questions about magic. Leon said, "So, this part of the magic array can be arranged freely?" Alan said, "Yes. boss. For compound magic, you maintain the structure, but instead of fixing it, you rotate it. Their conversations turned out to be beneficial for Alan as well. Until now, he had been self-taught, relying only on twisting spells through language. But Leon's academic knowledge gave him a new perspective. Whenever Alan explained something slightly more advanced, Leon would softly react. Leon said, "Oh, I see." And strangely, Alan found that quite satisfying. After more than a week of traveling, they finally arrived at the desert city, Colony. Leon politely bowed her head. Leon said, "Thank you for everything you've taught me, Count." Then she asked, "Will you be attending the conference?" Alan calmly replied. Alan said, "I'm not affiliated with any tower. I wasn't invited." Leon smiled warmly. Leon said, "Then why not try joining the Red Magic Tower?" She added, "I really enjoyed our conversations." Alan nodded slightly. Alan said, "Thank you for your kindness." As she left, she waved her hand. Leon said, "Then I'll see you there." Alan watched her go. Then he thought to himself, "I actually needed something from the conference tower. This works out." At that moment, Evan returned. Evan said, "All right, I've taken care of the carriage and luggage." Alan nodded. Evan was about to ask about their next destination, but suddenly, boom! A massive explosion shook the area. The ground cracked, and rocks shattered everywhere. Evan instantly reacted. He frowned and reached for his sword. Then they saw it. Several men lying on the ground, barely alive. Both Alan and Evan were confused. But before they could react, something moved. Fast. Too fast to see clearly. Boom! Another explosion. And then a figure appeared. Seol rang. In an instant, she completely wiped out the remaining men, then disappeared again. Evan stepped forward immediately. He raised his sword and stood in front of Alan. Evan said, "Count, stay back." But before anyone could understand what was happening, Seol rang reappeared. This time, with a bright smile. Her golden tail swayed playfully behind her. She casually wrapped her arm around Alan. Alan froze in shock. Seol rang smiled warmly. Seol rang said, "Hello, Godfather." Alan blinked in disbelief. Alan said, "Seol rang?" She raised her hand happily. Seol rang said, "You should have told me you were coming. This place is full of nasty thugs." Evan stared at her in shock. He couldn't believe this cheerful girl was the same person from before. Seol rang puffed her chest proudly, like a satisfied cat. Seol rang said, "Don't worry, Godfather. I already took care of those bastards." Then she grabbed his hand excitedly. Seol rang said, "I've been waiting so long for your arrival since I got your letter." The nearby fighters who witnessed everything were stunned. One of them whispered, "Is that the Golden Flash?" Another one said, "Who is that guy? For her to treat him like this." However, Alan, who was currently being dragged like a sack of potatoes by a blood-covered Seol rang, was just as confused as everyone else. The fighters around him were shocked, but Alan's confusion was a bit more personal. Despite feeling grateful and weirdly proud, he couldn't help but wonder, am I not going to die? Which, honestly, felt like a very important detail to confirm at the moment. Following Seol rang, who suddenly perked her ears up like she just received a system notification, they arrived at a massive building. Alan stared at it for a moment and thought quietly, "It's big." Truly a man of deep and meaningful observations. The building stood over 9 stories tall, which in this city was basically the equivalent of a skyscraper. So naturally, Evan also contributed his wisdom by saying, "Wow, it's huge," just in case anyone missed it. Even though it didn't feel as grand as Deus's mansion, tall buildings were rare here, which made it stand out even more. After entering with Seol rang, they headed straight to the top floor, because obviously that's where all important people live. As they approached the top floor, they passed several beast folk, who greeted Seol rang with stiff salutes. All of them, like Seol rang, having golden hair. "Ah, boss, you're back." When they finally reached the top floor, another beast folk, who seemed to have been waiting at the door, greeted them with a bow. This one also had golden hair but bore a long scar across one side of his face. He said, "Boss, welcome back." Seol rang casually asked if anything had happened, and the answer was, "Nothing at all," which is exactly what you want to hear from people who look like that. The man inquired, "So these are the distinguished guests the boss mentioned?" He added, "The boss was waiting for you so much. Sir, I'm telling you, she was sitting at the entrance every day." Alan gazed at her. while she laughed in shy. She then cheerfully opened the door while doing some random, almost playful movements that completely ruined the intimidating mad dog image she supposedly had. Alan and Evan followed her inside, though Alan briefly felt a strange gaze from behind, like someone was silently judging his entire existence, but he decided not to question it because he had bigger problems, like staying alive. Evan then casually dropped that Seolrang didn't have the best reputation, explaining that people called her the mad dog and described her as extremely cruel. Alan looked at her again, clearly trying to process how this energetic, slightly chaotic person matched that description, and simply said he thought she was good at taking care of her guild members. Seolrang immediately lit up and proudly declared that they were all her family, emphasizing that she would take care of them no matter what, and that she didn't care about anyone else. Alan was about to accept that statement peacefully when Seolrang suddenly froze mid-thought, her eyes widening as if she had just remembered something critical. She turned to him seriously and clarified, "Oh, but not you, master," which felt like a very unnecessary correction. Then she started muttering to herself, trying to rank people in her life like it was some kind of priority list, going from family to Utia, and then awkwardly trying to figure out where Alan belonged. After a moment of intense mental calculation, she concluded with slight apology that no matter how important he or Utia were, they were not blood-related. Surprisingly, Alan wasn't offended at all. In fact, he just shrugged and thought, higher than I expected. Considering he barely interacted with her before, being ranked that high was actually a win. He even started thinking that if something dangerous happened later, he could probably ask her for help at least once, which was already a solid return on investment. Still, he wasn't entirely sure how to handle a conversation with someone like her. Unlike Deus, who was relatively predictable, Seolrang felt like a walking wild card. But then, like all great masterminds, Alan came up with a brilliant plan, used the usual strategy. He glanced at Evan and gave him a subtle signal, silently asking if he was ready. Evan, being the reliable man for difficult tasks, nodded immediately. The next moment, he placed a pile of gifts on the table with perfect timing, then sighed in relief like he had just completed a life-threatening mission. Seolrang's reaction was instant. Her eyes sparkled as she excitedly reacted to the gifts, and just like that, the conversation mode switched to easy difficulty. From that point on, everything went much smoother than Alan expected. In fact, it was even easier than talking to Deus, which left him slightly confused. At one point, she enthusiastically agreed to something he said, only for Alan to pause and question whether she had actually listened. She confidently said yes and told him to speak casually with her, which did not answer the question at all. She was so full of energy that she couldn't even sit still properly. Alan watched this with a blank expression and tried to bring the discussion back to something reasonable, mentioning that she must have a lot to think about since she was running a guild. She immediately dismissed the concern, saying it was fine and reminding him that even if they weren't family, he was still her master, which apparently solved everything. Alan nodded awkwardly, but deep down he felt a sense of pride. He genuinely hadn't expected her to go this far to help him, especially since they barely kept in touch. Then Seolrang mentioned that thanks to him, she had been able to gather the scattered members of her tribe. She proudly showed him the glove she was wearing, which Alan quickly recognized as an essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Realizing this, he thought that the rumors were true. Meeting them really did unlock their true power. After that, the conversation became more relaxed. They talked about various things, nothing particularly important, just casual exchanges. Alan asked about her life, shared some stories about Deus, and listened as she talked about her experiences. At some point, however, Alan had a very questionable thought and decided that he was, in fact, a good father, proudly believing that he had successfully raised his children, which was a conclusion absolutely no one else agreed with. Then, without any warning, Seolrang suddenly picked Alan up and threw him over her shoulder like he was a piece of construction material, saying to him, "Master, you must be tired from coming all this way, so please get some rest. I'll show you to my room. Surprisingly, Alan didn't resist at all. Instead, he looked completely satisfied. For someone like him, who valued comfort above all else, this situation was nothing short of perfect. After all, it was basically a free ride. After that, she casually asked how the desert was, and honestly, she didn't even wait for a deep answer before basically answering it herself. There's nothing but sand. No fun at all. Evan, trying to sound a bit more professional about it, added that the desert was actually quite dangerous, which immediately caught Seolrang's attention. She tilted her head in confusion, clearly not seeing how endless sand could be a threat, so Evan simply explained that they were attacked. The moment the word attack came out, Seolrang's cheerful expression froze for a split second, while Alan calmly confirmed it, explaining that they had been ambushed by the blood sand bandits in broad daylight, which was unusual since those guys normally preferred nighttime. Seolrang reacted with mild curiosity, calling them bad guys like she was asking about some minor inconvenience, while Alan made it very clear that they were absolutely not people he ever wanted to meet again. Now, normally, that sentence would just be a casual complaint. But unfortunately for the bandits, Seolrang didn't process it that way. What she heard was something completely different. In her mind, this wasn't a comment. It was an order. And thanks to the power of misunderstanding, her brain translated it into one simple mission. If Master doesn't want to see them again, then they shouldn't exist anymore. A faint, cold smile mixed with excitement appeared on her face for just a moment, before she immediately switched back to her usual cheerful tone and told them to get some rest, because they must be tired from the long journey. Everything seemed perfectly normal on the surface. That night, however, things were not normal. The secret hideout of the blood sand bandits, which had stood strong for years, was reduced to complete ruins, not partially destroyed, not damaged, completely gone. The soldiers they had spent over a decade training were either buried under the sand or crushed into the remains of their own base. It wasn't a battle, it was a disappearance. Sharp golden eyes scanned the area for a brief moment before vanishing, and in the next instant, a flash of golden lightning tore through the darkness. Seolrang reappeared, holding two severed heads, one in each hand. The expressions on those faces were still frozen in anticipation, as if they hadn't even realized they were already dead. Without the slightest bit of interest, she casually threw the heads away like trash. Meanwhile, Draco stood there, completely unable to process what had just happened. From start to finish, he hadn't even understood the situation. One moment everything was fine, and the next, everything was gone. His mind struggled to catch up, and the only thought he could form was a confused, desperate, "What in the world is this?" Then he saw her, slowly approaching, and in that moment, instinct kicked in. Pure, primal fear ran through his entire body. Even so, he desperately tried to speak. Clinging to whatever hope he had left, he shouted her name, demanded if she understood what she had done, and quickly brought up Kalman Arentz, hoping that name alone would save his life. He begged, questioned, shouted, his voice filled with fear, anger, and frustration, but none of it mattered. Seolrang didn't react at all. No hesitation, no emotion. She simply raised her blood-covered hand and calmly explained that he had touched her master, and more importantly, she didn't want to get scolded. That was it. That was the entire reason. And just like that, everything ended. With overwhelming power, she erased what little remained, completing her mission without a second thought. Then she disappeared, leaving behind nothing but silence. The next day, things returned to normal, at least on the surface. When Alan woke up, Evan immediately told him that the blood sand bandits had been completely wiped out. Alan, still half processing reality, asked when that even happened, only to hear that it was yesterday. What made it even more absurd was how fast the news had spread. An entire bandit group erased in a single night, and the whole city already knew about it. As Alan tried to make sense of it, feeling like 1,000 question marks were floating above his head, he wondered why they had suddenly vanished. The answer, however, came much faster and much simpler than expected. Seolrang cheerfully announced that she took care of it. Both Alan and Evan froze. She proudly confirmed that she had wiped out out the blood sand bandits, and when Alan instinctively asked why, her answer was as straightforward as it was terrifying. She reminded him that he said he didn't want to see them again. Alan tried to clarify that he didn't mean it like that, but Seolrang just smiled brightly and explained that if they were gone, he wouldn't have to see them anymore. Problem solved. In her mind, this was flawless logic. That same overwhelming feeling Alan had when dealing with Deus returned once again. That sense that things had gone way further than expected. But before he could fully process it, another thought hit him, and he asked the most important question. Did she really wipe out the entire group by herself? Seolrang nodded casually, like she had just done something as simple as taking a walk, and Alan went silent. The blood sand bandits weren't weak. There were hundreds of them, most of them skilled enough to use magic in combat. They weren't the kind of group someone could just casually eliminate. And yet, Seolrang had single-handedly killed all of them, including their leader Draco, without leaving anything behind. Alan already knew she was strong. The title of Baba Yaga wasn't something given lightly, but this was on a completely different level. Without thinking, he placed his hand on her head and patted it gently, like she was a cat that had just brought him a gift. But then, suddenly, he remembered something important about her future, that she would one day become the embodiment of the sin of pride. That thought alone made him pause, and slowly, his attitude became just a little more respectful. The Colosseum, the heart and literal main attraction of the entire nation, was as chaotic as always. It shared the same name as the capital itself, which honestly tells you everything you need to know about their priorities. This place was never quiet. It was constantly filled with the cheers, screams, and absolute madness of the crowd, all fueled by the bloodshed of gladiators who were basically fighting for entertainment. The moment the referee's magically amplified voice echoed across the arena, hundreds of gladiators charged forward at the same time. Some had swords, some used their bare fists, others carried axes, and all of them had the same brilliant plan: rush one guy and hope for the best. That one guy, unfortunately for them, was Kalman Arentz, one of the Baba Yagas of the colony, and not just any Baba Yaga, the one who had held the title the longest, which, in this situation, should have been a very obvious red flag. Just before the gladiators even reached him, Kalman casually threw a punch, not at anyone, not even close, just into the air. A completely normal punch, except it wasn't, because that single punch created a shockwave so ridiculous that it sent hundreds of charging gladiators flying in every direction like they had just been hit by a truck made of pure violence. In an instant, the battlefield was cleared. For 5 full minutes, the Colosseum fell completely silent. No cheers, no screams, just bodies everywhere, and Kalman standing in the middle like nothing happened. Then suddenly, the crowd exploded, as if the silence had never existed in the first place. People screamed, cheered, lost their minds completely, not caring in the slightest that most of the gladiators were either dead or very close to it. Broken heads, destroyed hearts. Details that clearly didn't matter when the show was that good. Kalman slowly looked around at the crowd with a deep, satisfied smile before turning and walking back inside, casually commenting that there were still so many fools in the world, people who genuinely believed that numbers alone could defeat a Baba Yaga. At that moment, a voice behind him agreed. Kalman turned and found Raug standing there with a grin that already looked suspicious. Without wasting time, Raug dropped the real topic, asking if Kalman knew who wiped out the blood sand bandits. Then he answered it himself. It was Seolrang. Kalman paused for a moment, but instead of anger, his reaction was surprisingly calm, almost like he had expected it. Just a quiet acceptance like, yeah, that sounds about right. Raug, slightly confused, asked if that guy wasn't supposed to be Kalman's brother. Kalman immediately shut that down with a smile, casually admitting that it was just a rumor he made up. Apparently, he only kept the guy around because he brought in some extra money, and either way, he was planning to kill him eventually. You know, normal family relationships. When Kalman asked about the plan, Raug revealed a black cube in his hand, the abyssal core, something that could elevate the worthy. Kalman's smile twisted immediately. With that, he said, he could finally crush the head of that arrogant beastkin who had been running around the colony like it was her personal playground. When would it happen? In 2 days, at the ruins. Quick, efficient, straight to the point. Ralg even added that once Seol Rang was gone, Kalman could go back to eating away at royal authority, while Ralg himself would take over the underworld. A perfect partnership, built on completely normal and healthy goals. And just to make things even more interesting, Ralg casually requested that if Kalman happened to see the noble standing next to Seol Rang, he should kill him too. Apparently, he was her master, and killing him first right in front of her would be fun. Kalman agreed, because of course he did. With that, they parted ways, fully confident that nothing could possibly go wrong, which, historically, is always a great sign. 2 days later, Alan, fully rested after staying at the guild, got into a carriage with Seol Rang and headed toward the ruins. After some time, they finally arrived. Alan stepped out, thanked the coachman, and started heading in, while Seol Rang casually waved like this was just another normal outing. After walking for a bit, Evan pointed ahead, saying he could see a light and that it must be the place. Alan followed his gaze and stepped outside, greeted by the sight of a massive fortress. Now, normally, this would be shocking, but Alan had already seen this place multiple times before, so instead of being amazed, he was only slightly surprised. But then, something changed. Because suddenly he heard a voice that no one else could hear. "You've finally come, magician." That alone was enough to make things weird. Naturally, Evan tried to follow him, but Alan stopped him at the entrance and went in alone. Not because he wanted to be dramatic, but because the voice specifically told him to come alone to the central tower of Kahara, which is never suspicious at all. Even though Alan had been to this place many times before, this was the first time something like this had happened. Still, he instinctively felt that this was connected to the mysterious entity he had encountered before, so he didn't hesitate. He moved forward, reached the center, climbed the tower, and finally came face to face with something. Calling it a figure was already being generous. Its appearance couldn't be properly defined. It looked human, beast-like, and monstrous all at once, as if reality itself refused to describe it properly. Its shadow constantly shifted, making it even harder to comprehend. As Alan stared at it, the being warned him not to look too long, explaining that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to fully perceive its existence. At that moment, Alan honestly felt like flicking its head just to see what would happen, but he controlled himself and instead explained that he came because of the words left by Ulholtus, or whatever that mysterious entity actually was. The figure seemed slightly intrigued, acknowledging that if Alan knew that name, then he might be worth testing. Testing what? An opportunity. But immediately after saying that, the figure clarified that it had nothing to teach him, which was a bit confusing. Alan then brought up something he had heard before, the god of monster strength mentioning something called divinity, and asked what it actually meant. The figure answered in the most vague but dramatic way possible, saying that divinity was the standard by which the world judged him, and casually added that an outer god would soon descend, so he should deal with it. You know, just a small task. After that, the figure said that once Alan handled it, he would meet the conditions to speak with him again. Then, as if suddenly interested, it decided to share something useful. According to it, magic wasn't just random power. It was a system of laws assigned to the world by a mage. It broke it down into 3 parts: incantation, logic, and manifestation. First comes the incantation, then comes the logic. And through that logic, the power is manifested. That is magic. Alan was genuinely shocked at this explanation, especially at the mention of logic, something he had never heard of before. The figure immediately pointed that out, basically saying of course he wouldn't know. Then, with a grin, it moved closer to him, and finally said it would teach him one piece of proper magic, which, considering everything that just happened, definitely wasn't going to be normal. Meanwhile, while Alan was busy having philosophical conversations with the mysterious cosmic entity about logic and magic, outside, things had already escalated straight into a full-on massacre. Members of Seol Rang's guild were being ambushed by bandits, and what started as a fight quickly turned into something much worse. One of her kin, who had been talking just moments ago, collapsed right in front of her in the most tragic and unfair way possible. No dramatic last words, no heroic moment, just gone. Seol Rang froze. For a brief second, her mind couldn't process it. Then she slowly turned back, her fist clenching so tightly it almost looked looked like she was about to crush the air itself. Electricity sparked around her hand, reacting to her emotions, like her anger had finally found a physical form. And then she saw Kalman, rushing straight toward Ralga, who was leading the fight against the attackers. That was all she needed. Seolrang moved instantly, intercepting him and blocking his punch head-on. The moment their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave exploded outward, strong enough to distort the air itself. Even Seolrang, as strong as she was, couldn't help but grimace for a split second. But something felt wrong. Just moments ago, Kalman had a serious expression. Now, he was smiling. Not just a small smile, a very clear, very intentional, something is about to go horribly wrong for you kind of smile. And right on cue, pain. A sharp, burning pain exploded from Seolrang's back. She turned, and there he was, Ralga, standing behind her, smiling, twisted, satisfied, like he had just completed the easiest mission of his life. He said, finally, as if he had been waiting for this moment forever. Seolrang's eyes widened in pure confusion. Blood slowly flowed from her mouth, and before she could even react properly, Kalman followed up with a kick that sent her flying across the ground like she weighed nothing. She hit the ground, rolling, struggling to even understand what just happened. Her mind was blank. Questions filled her eyes, confusion, disbelief, and more confusion. She looked at Ralga again, still smiling, still enjoying this, and she couldn't understand it. A single word escaped her lips. Why? Ralga stepped closer, almost casually, like this wasn't betrayal, but just another conversation. Seolrang tried to move, but her body refused to respond. That's when he explained it. The blade he used was coated with poison from Kamanesis. She wouldn't be able to move for at least an hour. In other words, she was completely helpless. Ralga crouched in front of her, dropping his usual calm attitude entirely, replacing it with pure mockery. He reminded her of her own question, as if it amused him. Why? Simple. He wanted something, and then he proved it. He pulled off the gauntlet from her hand, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, and held it up right in front of her face, shaking it slightly like he was showing off a prize he just stole. Seolrang blinked slowly, still trying to process everything. She asked, "You betrayed me for that?" And the scary part? She wasn't even angry yet. Ralga actually looked confused for a second, then laughed. Not because it was funny, but because he genuinely couldn't believe she still didn't get it. He explained it bluntly. The guild she created, the so-called family, none of that existed the way she thought it did. The clans didn't stay because of loyalty or bonds or shared history. They stayed because of power, because of that gauntlet, because of what she could give them. And just to make sure the message really hit, he tapped her face with the gauntlet like she was being scolded for being naive. Seolrang's expression slowly darkened. Deep down, she knew. She always knew there was truth in that. She knew that the reason she managed to gather the Golden Mane tribe so quickly was because of the power she held. But even then, she believed that over time, things had changed, that the 2 years they spent together meant something real. She believed she had rebuilt her family. No, she trusted that she had. So when she said, "That can't be," it wasn't denial, it was desperation. Ralga, of course, wasn't interested in comforting her. He snapped his fingers. And then, one by one, the members of the Golden Mane tribe gathered behind him, every single one. The same people she greeted just 2 days ago, the same ones who spoke with her earlier, all of them, standing behind Ralga without a single injury. While the mercenaries had clearly been fighting, they hadn't even been touched. That's when it clicked. For the first time, Seolrang laughed, but it wasn't her usual bright, warm smile. It was cold, sharp, almost empty. Ralga looked satisfied. He admitted that her special attitude had always disgusted him, that watching her act like she was something meaningful while using power she didn't earn was unbearable. Then he asked her how it felt, waking up from the dream. Seolrang didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked if the others were also traitors. Ralga was clearly enjoying this. He was about to answer, probably with something even more cruel, but Kalman cut him off, because apparently emotional damage time was over. It was time to finish the job. Kalman stepped forward, transforming his arm into a blade, raising it without hesitation. He pointed out that it would be troublesome if she somehow recovered, so it was better to end it now. Simple logic, efficient, deadly. He prepared to strike, and at that exact moment, something strange happened. A small question appeared on Seolrang's face. Not fear, not anger, confusion. And she wasn't the only one. Ralga, who had been enjoying every second of this, also suddenly looked confused, because the situation had changed, very suddenly, very violently. Suddenly, a large hole had appeared in Kalman's body. Just moments ago, he was standing there, confident, victorious, ready to kill. Now, there was a hole straight through him, and in that instant, everyone saw it. In the distance, from the forgotten city of the god Kahara, a man silently emerged. No dramatic entrance, no loud announcement, just walking. And yet, with every single step he took, the ground beneath him froze over, frost spreading like the world itself was reacting to his presence. A grayish-white magic flowed from the bracelet on his left wrist, wrapping around his body like a thin layer of ice, giving him the look of someone who didn't just control cold, but owned it. His steps were steady, calm, unstoppable. Even though there was a Baba Yaga, a traitor, and a whole group of enemies waiting ahead, his expression didn't change at all. No anger, no fear, not even mild interest, just pure indifference, which somehow made it worse. One by one, the people standing there started to tense up. The same Ralga who had been confidently mocking Seolrang just moments ago suddenly looked a lot less comfortable. The others weren't any better, because they had all seen it. They saw what happened to Kalman, a Baba Yaga, a monster among monsters. And yet, his body was pierced in an instant like it meant absolutely nothing. So now, seeing the man responsible casually walking toward them like he had just gone for a morning stroll, yeah, that wasn't reassuring. Finally, Alan reached Seolrang. She was still on the ground, a sword lodged in her back, her body barely responding. When he looked down at her, her eyes were empty, not just sad, completely hollow, mixed with despair and a dangerous amount of rage. Dark energy was leaking out of her like she was about to break completely. Seeing that, Alan didn't waste time. He immediately pulled out a potion from his waist, the highest grade one he had, something he had received months ago when gifts were practically raining on him. Basically, the kind of item you don't use unless things are really bad, which they clearly were. He crouched down, forced the potion into her mouth, and calmly told her to drink. Then he added something else, something simple, something very important. He told her that the only ones who betrayed her were those people in front of her, so she didn't need to worry. Now, was that 100% true? Not really. Did Alan know the full situation? Also no. But did he say it with confidence? Absolutely, because right now facts were optional. Survival was not. Seolrang, still shaken, asked if that was really true, and Alan, without hesitation, said yes, a perfect, clean lie, because in this moment he needed one thing, her strength. Inside his mind, Alan was already calculating the situation. He knew his magic took time, too much time, and expecting the enemy to politely stand still while he prepared a spell was the kind of thinking that gets you killed instantly. So there was only one option, use Seolrang, not in a bad way, just strategically. He asked her if she could hold them off until he finished preparing his spell. Simple request, very high difficulty. Seolrang had just taken a full dose of a high-grade potion, her body barely stabilizing as she struggled to stand. The poison wasn't fully gone yet, her condition was still far from perfect, but she still nodded. No hesitation, no complaints, just pure intent. Then she turned toward the enemies, the same people who betrayed her, and in the next moment, she moved, like lightning. Even in her weakened state, she exploded forward with terrifying speed, launching herself at them with everything she had. There was no time to wait, no room for hesitation. Poison or not, she had already made her choice. Seeing that, Alan decided to trust her, which, considering everything, was either a brilliant move or a terrible idea. Probably both. He let out a small sigh and formed a seal with his hands. Instantly, the cold aura that had been spreading around him disappeared, as if everything had been pulled inward for something much bigger. Then he spoke. Ice snow. Simple words. Very dangerous meaning. He closed his eyes and recalled the words of that strange, formless entity, about magic, about logic, about how a true magus doesn't just use power, but implements the laws of the world itself. And this time, he understood. As that realization settled in, something began to change. What started as a simple formation of magic began to evolve. The energy gathered at his fingertips wasn't just forming a basic spell anymore. It grew, expanded, refined, until it became a massive crystalline snowflake, intricate and beautiful, like something that didn't belong on a battlefield at all. And at its center, a spear began to take shape, sharp, perfect, silent, the kind of weapon that didn't need noise to be terrifying. Then Alan opened his eyes. No hesitation, no doubt. He clenched the seal in his hands and completed the spell. The moment Ralga saw the spell forming, he immediately realized one thing. If he didn't stop Alan right now, everything was over. No strategy, no backup plan, no second chances. So naturally, he chose violence. He tried to rush toward Alan, shouting in pure panic that he had to block it, because for once in his life, his survival instincts were actually working properly. But unfortunately for him, Seol Rang was still there, and she was not letting that happen. She instantly stepped in front of him, blocking his path without hesitation, basically saying, "Absolutely not," with her entire existence. The moment he tried to move past her, she shut him down completely, calling him out for even thinking about going after the person who just saved her. In other words, betrayal aside, he just picked the wrong target. And while all this was happening, Alan finished casting. No dramatic countdown, no warning, just done. The spear shot forward, straight at Ralga, fast enough that dodging wasn't even an option. Ralga saw it coming, reacted, tried to move. Too late. The spear slammed straight into his chest, and in the next instant, he was sent flying backward like his entire existence just got rejected by reality itself. At the same time, Seol Rang, who barely managed to stay out of the spell's range, turned her attention toward Alan, clearly realizing that what he just did was not normal. Evan, also staring, completely shocked, because at this point there wasn't even a fight anymore. There were no enemies left standing. Everything was frozen, literally. The ground, the air, the battlefield, even Ralga, all of them locked in place like someone just turned the entire scene into a frozen screenshot. Victory? Yeah, it looked like it. But then Ralga moved, just his lips, barely, and somehow he still managed to speak. And what he said is, "None of it matters," which is exactly the kind of line someone says right before things get worse again. On the other side, Seol Rang instinctively lowered her guard for a split second, clearly surprised by what she just witnessed. And of course, that was exactly the moment Ralga had been waiting for. He immediately rushed forward, raising the same poisoned dagger that had already ruined her before. Thanks to the power he still retained from her, because very conveniently the Golden Mane Authority hadn't been revoked yet, he moved at insane speed, closing the distance instantly. Seol Rang realized it too late. Her body was already exhausted, covered in wounds from fighting Kalman and the others, the poison still messing with her movements. She tried to step back, but it was over. There was no time, no strength, no escape. All she could do was watch as the dagger aimed straight for her heart. Meanwhile, Ralga was having the best moment of his life. In his mind, everything was already finished. If he killed her here, he could take the essence, escape, and start over like nothing ever happened. Perfect plan, zero flaws, except the dagger didn't land. Because at the last possible moment Alan moved. He had seen it, instinctively. Without thinking, he pulled Seol Rang's body backward just enough to avoid a direct hit. Blood came out of his mouth immediately after. Ralga froze. Seol Rang froze. Everyone froze. And then, when Seol Rang looked at Alan's body, Seol Rang, now running purely on rage, didn't waste even half a second. She brought her foot down and smashed Ralga's head like she was deleting a problem from existence. Gone, instantly. From mastermind traitor to floor decoration. Evan's voice echoed in panic, calling out to Alan. But surprisingly, Alan was completely fine. Well, technically a blade had pierced his side, but somehow it didn't actually do any real damage. Because Ralga's dagger had barely touched him. It only tore his clothes. So yes, from the outside it looked dramatic. But in reality, zero damage. So then, why did he cough blood? Simple. Mana exhaustion. That spell he just cast wasn't normal. It drained him so badly that his body basically said, "Yeah, we're done," and started taking internal damage instead. Totally worth it. Probably. As Alan steadied himself, he quietly admitted that the power exceeded his expectations, but also realized he definitely needed something to restore his mana next time. unless he wanted to keep coughing blood for dramatic effect. After everything settled down, Alan started thinking about what just happened, specifically the ridiculous power of his spell. Because let's be honest, that wasn't normal, not even close. So naturally, he came up with a conclusion. The reason it worked like that was because he had faced a god. Now, not a literal divine being sitting on a throne or anything, but in this context, anyone who absorbed an abyssal substance basically counted as one, which meant Kalman and Ralga weren't just strong. They were playing in a completely different category. And apparently, when Alan faced something like that, he could bend the rules of the world itself, which is a very calm and totally not terrifying realization. After reaching that conclusion, Alan shifted his attention to Seolrang. She looked off, not injured. Well, she was injured, but emotionally, quiet, a bit down, which, considering she just got betrayed by her entire family, was honestly a reasonable reaction for once. So Alan started thinking, should he comfort her? Because if she went down the wrong emotional path and turned into some kind of sin embodiment, that would be inconvenient, very inconvenient. But before he could say anything, Seolrang spoke first. She asked why he didn't dodge, because in the end, the attack wasn't even meant for her. It was aimed at him. All of this happened because of her. For a moment, Alan thought of the most honest answer possible. It's not that he didn't dodge. He couldn't. Simple, accurate, very embarrassing. So obviously, he did not say that. Instead, he chose a much better option. A lie. A smooth one. He told her it was because he trusted her. Now that sounded good. Very heroic. Very intentional. Very not what actually happened. Seolrang paused, clearly processing that answer, repeating it back, like she was trying to confirm if she heard it correctly. He nodded, doubling down, even adding that she said it was possible, so he believed in her. Meanwhile, inside his head, the truth was completely different. Because in reality, it was less "I trust you" and more please stop him or I'm dead." But hey, same result, different wording. Then she asked the question, why did he save her? Alan paused. Because honestly, he didn't have a complicated answer. In his mind, it was simple. Saving someone you know, someone you've been with, someone important, that's just normal, right? He didn't even expect the dagger to reach him in the first place. So after a brief hesitation, he just said the truth. Do I need a reason? You don't need a reason to save family. And the moment those words came out, he realized he messed up. Because Seolrang took the concept of family very seriously. Very seriously. She looked at him and quietly pointed out that he wasn't actually family. Family was tied by blood, which, fair, logical, accurate. But then she added something else. She wanted to become family with him. Before Alan could even process that properly, she suddenly moved closer, grabbed his shoulders, her eyes shining like she just discovered the meaning of life, and said the most unexpected thing possible. Let's get married. Alan's brain shut down completely. Evan almost died on the spot from shock. Meanwhile, Seolrang's tail was wagging like this was the happiest moment of her life. Fast forward a bit, 5 days later. The news that Kalman and Ralga, both Baba Yagas, had targeted Seolrang's life spread rapidly throughout the entire colony. Despite being ambushed by Ralga and Kalman, Seolrang not only survived, but also dealt with them, returning to immense public support. Seolrang was even beginning to be called the first Baba Yaga by the public, overtaking Kalman, who had held the title for the longest time. And now Alan is sitting in a carriage with her, listening to the same line again. Let's get married for the 19th time. Yes, 19. At this point, it wasn't a proposal. It was a system notification that kept popping up and refused to be disabled. Seolrang leaned closer, hands on his shoulder, reducing the distance between them like she was trying to win a proximity battle. Alan didn't move at all. This was entirely her doing. She tilted her head, ears perked up, tail swaying happily, waiting for an answer like this was the most natural thing in the world. Alan sighed. At first, it felt kind of wholesome, like a kid saying something cute without understanding it. Now, it was becoming a serious problem. He repeated what he had already said multiple times, that he saw her as family. Same answer, same tone, same result. And just like before, she instantly countered him, saying they weren't real family, then confidently dropped her ultimate solution. If they get married, everything will be solved. They'll become real family. Flawless logic, unstoppable reasoning. Alan stared at her face, the face of someone who genuinely believed she had just come up with the greatest idea in history, and couldn't help but feel like he was stuck in an endless dialogue loop from a game. So he tried a different approach. He asked if she even understood what marriage meant. Her answer, of course, she was confident she could make him happy, which was not the clarification he was looking for. Realizing that continuing this conversation would just reset the loop again, Alan gave up and told her that marriage was a serious matter and she needed to think about it more carefully. She immediately insisted that she was serious. So he told her to think even more seriously. And just like that, conversation over. At least for now. Deep down, Alan had no intention of getting married anytime soon. And more importantly, no matter how things looked, he still saw Seolrang as something closer to a daughter than anything else. So in his mind, this was just a phase. Give it a few years, and she'll stop. Hopefully, probably, maybe. When they finally returned to the colony, Alan didn't waste time. He immediately prepared to leave, clearly deciding that distance might be the best solution for now. Before leaving, he told her they would meet again next time. Seolrang, of course, happily agreed, but added one small condition. Next time, he has to answer her. Alan paused for a moment, then gave a vague agreement that sounded very much like a promise he had no real plan of keeping. And with that, he left the colony behind, along with one very persistent problem waiting for him in the future. Seolrang stood there, watching Alan disappear into the distance, her eyes following the carriage until it was completely out of sight. Only then did she finally turn back toward the guild. Surprisingly, the guild itself looked completely normal. You'd think after betrayal, assassination attempts, and emotional damage on a catastrophic level, the place would at least look a little different. But no, same building, same structure, same vibe, just minus the traitors. Ralga and his group were gone, and ironically, their betrayal had actually made the remaining members more loyal. Many of them were genuinely angry on her behalf, shocked that something like that could even happen. So technically, the guild was now closer than ever to the ideal organization Seolrang always wanted, which should have made her happy, should have, but instead she just sighed. No smile, no energy, just blank, because she realized something. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't go back to the happiness she had when she was younger, and honestly, that hit harder than any betrayal. She muttered quietly, "I don't want that." It sounded simple, but there was a heaviness behind it, because for a long time, she believed that if she rebuilt her family, if she gathered everyone again, she could recreate that feeling, that happiness, that warmth. But now, she understood. That version of happiness didn't exist anymore. And yet, even in the middle of that realization, she smiled. Because one person came to mind, Alan. She remembered how he stood still during Ralga's attack, trusting her completely while preparing his magic like a man who either had absolute faith or zero survival instincts. She remembered how he jumped in without hesitation to save her, even when he didn't have to. No speeches, no big declarations, just actions. To her, that felt like something real, something closer to the family she had been chasing all this time. Her tail started wagging happily again, because in just 1 week, he showed her more of that feeling than the guild she built over 2 whole years. And just like that, everything became simple again. If he wasn't family yet, then she would just make him family. "I want to get married." Yes, back to this again. Same conclusion, same solution, different day. Of course, even Seolrang understood that she couldn't just force it immediately, unfortunately. So for now, she focused on something else, something important. If she couldn't lock him down with marriage yet, then she'd at least make sure no one could touch him at all. Her expression sharpened slightly as her thoughts shifted. She would create it, a personal guard, a group strong enough to protect him from anything, no matter what. Her golden eyes shone with determination, because at this point, Alan wasn't just her master anymore. He was essential. Meanwhile, Alan had already moved on to his next problem because, of course, he did. He was back in the forgotten city of Kahara, checking the eastern edge this time, somewhere he didn't get to visit before. Standing in front of a stone tablet, he carefully read the inscription written on it. Everything seemed normal until his brain suddenly caught up. Wait a second, how am I reading this? Because the language on the tablet was definitely not something he had ever learned, and yet he understood it perfectly, like he had always known it. No struggle, no confusion, just instant comprehension, which is definitely not suspicious at all. Naturally confused, Alan decided that this was above his pay grade and planned to ask the weird entity in the tower about it later. But as he turned and walked away, he started thinking about what he had just read, something about gods and foreign gods. Now here's where things got annoying, because according to what he knew from psychedelia, the difference was clear. Foreign gods were outside entities, beings from other worlds or born from belief. Meanwhile, actual gods were ancient existences that had been there since the very beginning. Simple, clean, easy to understand, except the tablet flipped everything completely. What he knew as foreign gods were called gods here, and the so-called gods, they were labeled as foreign, which is basically the universe saying, good luck figuring this out. Even the descriptions, like the many-handed one, or the one filled with greed and envy, clearly pointed to the 5 great sins, just under different naming. At this point, Alan did what any reasonable person would do. He stopped thinking about it, filed it away mentally, and decided it was a future problem. Back in the carriage, Alan casually asked Evan if he checked the guild. Evan confirmed that aside from Ralga and his group, no one else showed suspicious behavior, which was good, because Alan really didn't feel like dealing with another betrayal arc. He had already ordered an investigation through the Information Guild just to be safe. Not because he cared about the guild itself, but because if something happened to Seol Rang again, it would become his problem. And he didn't like problems, especially unnecessary ones. Finally, leaning back in the carriage, Alan let out a deep sigh. Everything in the colony? Mostly done. Finally, peace. Or at least, temporary peace. Because of course he still had one more foreign god to deal with. And now, new information about gods, reversed logic, and mysterious order concepts floating in his head. So yeah, things were not over. Not even close. Then, Evan casually dropped another bomb. He mentioned news about the kids, which immediately got Alan's attention. Apparently, one of them had already defeated the first word, and Alan just sat there thinking, wait, already? Because even in the game, that guy was ridiculously strong. Reaching that level in just half a year? That's not talent. That's cheating. Then came the next update. Rhine had become part of the Triumvirate. You know, the group that literally decides the policies of Lartania. No big deal. Just casually becoming one of the most powerful people in the country. Alan acknowledged it calmly, noting that she was really moving up in the world. Then came Radan, and this is where things got worse. Evan hesitated before saying it, which is never a good sign. Apparently, Radan united the 5 archipelagos and became the Pirate King, with a bounty in the millions, just like the first Pirate King. At that point, Alan's brain just gave up, because somehow, somewhere along the way, Radan evolved into the Pirate King of Somalia, which was not in the original plan, not even remotely. At that moment, in one of the regular meetings of the Blue Moon, where all members were supposed to attend and behave like normal, civilized individuals, the atmosphere was calm, peaceful, organized, basically suspiciously normal. Everything was going fine, until it wasn't. Because Yamti casually asked a simple question, the kind of question that shouldn't cause any problems at all. Just wanted to know if Seol Rang had met that person who said he was going to the colony. Simple, harmless, a normal conversation starter. Now, logically, Seol Rang could have just answered yes or no like a normal person, but Seol Rang is not a normal person. Before anyone could even blink, she proudly announced she was going to marry the Great Moon. Silence. Complete silence. Not the calm kind. The, did we all just hear that correctly? Kind. Everyone froze. Brains stopped working. No one spoke, because no one knew where to even start. And then, Utia reacted. Her face hardened instantly. The temperature in the room dropped, not because of magic, but because everyone suddenly felt like they were about to witness something dangerous. The other members held their breath. No one moved. No one dared to interrupt. And then Utia exploded. What are you talking about? Not confusion, not curiosity, pure anger, because somewhere in that sentence, a war had just been declared. Everyone at the meeting knew the exact moment Utia's expression shifted. It was subtle, too subtle, which made it worse. Her smile froze. Her eyes softened. Her voice dropped half a tone. And just like that, everyone collectively panicked. She's holding back. She's definitely holding back. She's about to explode. Even though this was just a magical meeting projection, their survival instincts kicked in immediately. Because when Utia got quiet, things got loud later. But surely, this would pass, right? Seolrang raised her hand confidently and declared, I mean it! I'm going to marry the Great Moon! Silence fell. Utia closed her eyes, trying to maintain control, then opened them and asked calmly, Seolrang, do you understand what you're saying right now? Seolrang nodded proudly and said, Of course I do. We're going to become a family. I'm confident I'll do well. Radan whispered nervously. She sounds like she's applying for a job. Ryan whispered back, No, worse. She thinks she already got accepted. Utia closed her eyes again, taking a longer breath this time, then smiled faintly and said, Even if you're confident, that's impossible, because we are the shadows of the Great Moon. Seolrang blinked in confusion and said, Can't we get married and still be shadows? A visible crack formed in Utia's smile. Utia spoke slowly, holding back her irritation. Listen carefully, Seolrang. We are shadows. Shadows do not stand beside their master. Seolrang nodded in fear, as if she understood. Everyone held their breath. But then Seolrang added confidently, Anyway, the most important thing is what the Great Moon thinks. The others stared at her in shock. Utia narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, Do you really think that person will choose you? Seolrang puffed her chest and said proudly, Master said I'm not too bad. Utia froze and asked in disbelief, What did you just say? What actually happened? The Great Moon had said that just to comfort Seolrang when she was whining. What Seolrang understood, approval for marriage. Deos quickly stepped in and asked, What exactly happened between you and that person, Seolrang? Seolrang lit up and said excitedly, Let me explain! And just like that, the meeting derailed. Seolrang began explaining everything in excessive detail. Time passed. A lot of time. Eventually, Seolrang finished and said proudly, And then he said, I'm not too bad. Deos nodded seriously and said, I see. Seolrang leaned forward eagerly and asked, So, isn't that amazing? Deos stroked his chin and said smoothly, Indeed. Hearing this reminds me of the Great Moon's majesty in the north half a year ago. Ryan and Radan snapped their heads toward him. He changed the subject. Deos continued dramatically, I still remember it. That figure, standing against the sunset. Seolrang immediately leaned in and said excitedly, Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Reen and Radan's faces darkened. 2 hours later, Deos finished his story and said, Humph, that was quite a lengthy tale. Reen almost cried in relief. Radan nearly applauded. Then, Utia suddenly said firmly, Anyway, you can't marry that person. Seolrang immediately replied, I can. Utia raised her voice and said, You can't. Seolrang shouted back, I can. Utia snapped, You can't. Radan sighed and said quietly, We learned something today. Ryan nodded and said, Yes. First, you can't ask Deos anything regarding the Great Moon. Second, Utia is surprisingly childish when it comes to the Great Moon. Third, Seolrang completely misunderstood everything. Elsewhere, Asteria Kingdom capital, back alley. The dim alley reeked of cheap alcohol and damp stone. Marquis Philboyd swirled the liquor in his cup, his gaze sharp beneath the flickering lantern light. Then he spoke, voice low but firm. So you're saying we should form an alliance to bring down the Cal faction? He paused, eyes narrowing. That pack of maniacs? Across from him, Duke Rimgrave remained relaxed, a faint, confident smile resting on his lips. Marquis Philboyd leaned forward slightly, his tone turning colder. Their presence unsettles both sides. I agree they must be dealt with. Do you have a plan? Duke Rimgrave's smile deepened. He said calmly, We'll involve the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, and we'll use a reformation letter. The words lingered in the air. A reformation letter, a decree reserved for the highest ranks of Rosario. Only cardinals, or those above them, could issue such a judgment. It was a weapon disguised as faith, sent when heresy was suspected, and to write one required the agreement of at least 2 cardinals. Marquis Philboyd's lips curled into a slow smile. He murmured, a flawless pretext. Then his eyes gleamed. And your demands? Duke Rimgrave said smoothly. If 2 cardinals are required, then I'll be taking half of the bribe. bribe. For a moment, silence. Then, clink. Their cups collided. Marquis Filboid chuckled darkly, saying, "Then I suppose I must respond in kind." Duke Rimgrave said, "I've already discussed matters with the cardinals. This will proceed quickly. Let us leave the rest to them and enjoy the night." Elsewhere, Sergius, one of Rosario's 8 cardinals, had held his seat for over 20 years. A man of indulgence, a man of excess, a man utterly unworthy of the title he bore. He waited. Then the door opened. Sergius stood, a grin spreading across his face as he turned. He began casually, "Though there are 8 beneath the saint and the pope, we are rather busy." His eyes settled on her. "I believe this is only our second meeting." He inclined his head slightly. "A pleasure, Cardinal Utia." Utia Bludia smiled faintly. She replied calmly, "Indeed, it is." There was no warmth in her voice, only stillness. Sergius stepped closer, lowering his tone. "Allow me to be frank. I require your name for a reformation letter. Target, Count Alan Palatio." His smile widened. "I assure you this is not a bad proposal for you." He shrugged lightly. "Fabricating heresy is quite simple, especially for someone like him." Then, softly inquired, "So, what do you say, Cardinal Utia?" Utia tilted her head slightly. She repeated. Her crimson eyes locked onto his. "A reformation letter to bury Count Alan Palatio. And you want my name?" Sergius chuckled. "Of course." He leaned in closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "Lend me your name, and you'll be rewarded generously." Then he added, almost casually, "I'll also refrain from mentioning the suspicious death of Cardinal Biantrea." His smile sharpened. How does that sound? He believed he had already won. Unlike the others, he wouldn't need to share the bribe. And Utia, she was tainted just like the rest, or so he thought. Visions of luxury filled his mind. Wine, gold, women, a life of endless indulgence. Suddenly his thoughts shattered, not by words, but by pain. Ah! Both of Sergius's hands collapsed inward, crushed by an invisible force. Bones splintered, flesh twisted unnaturally. Before he could even comprehend it, his arms followed, then his shoulders, then his legs. His entire body contorted like something caught beneath a merciless press. His scream tore through the mansion, but it never left the room. Utia lowered her hand slightly, her expression cold. She asked quietly, "Did I permit you to speak of killing the one I worship?" The air trembled. A spell had already sealed the space. No sound would escape. No one would come. She looked down at him, unmoved. She said, "Scream all you want. No one will hear you." Sergius writhed, his body barely human now. He choked, tears and blood spilling from his face. "Please, just kill me." Utia's gaze remained indifferent. She said flatly, "I've already told you, you are not going to die." A soft white light gathered in her palm, divine, pure, holy, and utterly merciless. It poured into his body, bones reformed, flesh restored, organs healed, but his screams only grew louder, because the moment he was whole, he understood. Sergius collapsed, trembling violently, his face drained of all dignity. He sobbed, Please, no more. I beg you, just kill me." Utia stepped closer. Her voice was absolute. She said, "No, there is something you must do for me, before I grant you death." After that, she raised her hand once more. Her eyes were colder than before. She said quietly, "You dared to harm him, so you will be punished." The words alone sent terror clawing through his soul, and then the screams returned, again and again and again. Then Utia turned away without another glance. She said calmly, "Reflect on your sins, so that you may be forgiven." About a month had passed since Alan returned to the Count's estate, and for once in his life, he was actually doing something productive, kind of. He spent his time recovering from the absolute disaster that was the desert trip, while also investigating things that absolutely shouldn't exist yet, like the abyssal entity, and whatever ominous warnings that mysterious being had casually dropped on him like it was nothing. You know, normal daily activities. And now, he was preparing to leave again, because peace is temporary, but responsibilities are forever. There were 2 reasons for this trip. First, he was invited to a magic conference by Leon Aguileras, the daughter of the Red Tower's lord. And second, even worse, a social gathering, which for Alan was basically emotional damage before the actual mission even started. Naturally, his first thought was very clear. I really don't want to go. And honestly, who could blame him? But unfortunately, reality kicked in. As the head of Kalfa, he had to maintain appearances. He had a reputation now, a position, responsibilities. Disgusting. Still, it's not like he was forcing himself completely. Well, actually, he was. At least until something magical happened. No, not real magic. Better. Money. Because everything changed the moment he received received a single letter, a completely normal, non-magical letter, but inside, pure happiness. It confirmed that he was now the official leader of a faction, along with the details of his regular payments. And when he saw the amount, his soul healed instantly. We're talking about numbers so big, they made him understand why powerful leaders refused to step down for years. This wasn't power, this was motivation. At that moment, Alan reached enlightenment, saying to himself, "At this rate, I could go through hell every day and still keep going." Evan, of course, noticed something was wrong. He asked why Alan was still carrying that same letter around even after 2 weeks. Alan's answer? "It warms my heart." And just like that, everything made sense. Before the letter, Alan was questioning life. Why am I doing this? Why do I have to suffer like this? What's the point? After the letter, he became a completely different person, active, responsible, motivated, a man reborn. He even started thinking things like, with great power comes great responsibility, which is a very suspicious sentence coming from someone whose real motivation is money. As Evan carried their bags, Alan stood there, still holding the letter like it was a sacred artifact, thinking deeply about how the faction system generated so much income. But honestly, he didn't care about the details. He just cared about the result. Money. Beautiful. Reliable. Life-saving money. At that moment, he reached another conclusion. Money is the ultimate cure. Forget therapy. Forget healing arcs. What you really need is financial stability. He carefully tucked the letter into his coat, tears almost forming in his eyes from pure happiness. His soul recovering, his motivation restored, his faith in life back online. He thought, ah yes, this is the magic of capitalism. After some time, they arrived at Marquis Bilutin's estate, and immediately, Alan regretted everything, because the place was packed, completely full. There were nobles, obviously, but also mercenaries, merchants, and all kinds of people. It looked less like a noble gathering and more like a high-level networking event where everyone was trying to look important. Alan scanned the area, noticing how mixed the crowd was, and before he could even mentally prepare himself, he ran into Duke Altia and Count Zenonia. Of course, because things can always get worse. They greeted him casually, as if this wasn't a terrifying situation at all, asking how he was doing like normal people. Alan responded politely, but internally, he was on edge, because even though he knew they were technically on the same side, there were still misunderstandings between them. And those misunderstandings, very dangerous. Because from Alan's perspective, if they ever figured out the truth, things would go very, very wrong. So after exchanging the bare minimum of politeness, Alan immediately escaped, straight to the snacks, because food doesn't ask questions. While grabbing food, he quietly begged the universe, "All right, greetings done. Please leave me alone now." Unfortunately, the universe said no, because Evan suddenly appeared with important news, which is never good. While Alan continued eating like this was a casual moment, Evan leaned in and whispered that the leader of the royalists had received a letter of reformation and was sent to the Holy Kingdom. Alan processed that and casually responded that it was fortunate he never crossed paths with that guy, which is true, because his life was already complicated enough. Then suddenly, everything changed. Count Zenonia noticed someone approaching and asked what they wanted. Alan turned to look, and what he saw was unexpected. Marquis Filboid, a major political figure, leader of the aristocratic faction, a man who should never look weak. And yet, his lips were trembling, his body shaking. He walked straight up to Alan and said something no one expected. "I have lost." Then he bowed deeply and begged, "Please, spare me." Silence. Total silence. The entire room froze. Nobles stopped moving. Even Duke Altia and Count Zenonia were shocked, because this wasn't normal. In politics, especially among nobles, dignity is everything. Bowing like that, it wasn't just respect, it was submission, complete surrender. It meant giving up everything. And yet, there he was, a man of power, shaking, begging, in front of Alan. Count Zenonia slowly turned her gaze toward Alan, expecting some kind of reaction, surprise, confusion, anything. But instead, Alan's face was completely calm. No reaction, no shock, nothing, as if he already expected this. And that was even more terrifying. A small smile appeared on Count Zenonia's face, because at that moment she reached a conclusion. His power was far beyond what they imagined. And the scariest part? He was completely calm, like this outcome was always part of the plan. Meanwhile, Alon stared at Marquis Filboid, completely bewildered, as the man lowered his head. Silence filled the hall. Alon wasn't staying silent on purpose. His brain had simply stopped working. looking. He was still holding food in his mouth, unchewed, unmoved, frozen. Alon thought blankly, did I do something? He slowly blinked, then shook his head internally. He thought again, no, impossible. I've been too busy to even think about him. He paused, then came up with another theory. Wondering, did some rumor spread? He suddenly recalled something. He thought, there were rumors about me and Seo Rang. For a brief moment, he considered it seriously, then immediately rejected it. Alon thought flatly, no, there's no way someone would bow like this just because of that. As he kept analyzing the situation, his thoughts became more suspicious. Alon finally concluded, what in the world did those two do? He subtly glanced at Duke Altea and Count Zenonia. Both of them were staring at him, not normally, intensely, admiringly, which made it worse. Alon stiffened slightly and thought, I need to be careful around them. Just as his thoughts reached that point, Marquis Filboid lowered his head even further and said in a trembling voice, truly, I have lost. Alon froze again. Filboid continued, his voice shaking. Please forgive me. There was no anger, no pride, only fear, pure, undeniable fear. A few days earlier, Marquis Filboid had received a letter, a very simple letter. Too simple. When he opened it, he found a small magical orb and a single sentence. Filboid frowned and muttered, what is this? As he activated the orb, an image appeared. Duke Limgrave was shown strapped to a white chair, his body trembling violently. Duke Limgrave cried out in panic, I really don't know anything. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You have to read the sacred letter. You must look up at the sacred moon. We made a mistake. Filboid's face turned pale. The Duke, someone he had been scheming with, was completely broken. Then the orb shattered, and only the letter remained. Filboid slowly read it aloud with a dry voice. You're next. Silence. Filboid's hands trembled. He whispered in horror, Count Palatio. He couldn't understand it. Filboid muttered, How does he have connections in the Holy Kingdom stronger than the cardinals? But the answer didn't matter. The result did. Duke Limgrave had been destroyed, and now he was next. Filboid clenched his teeth and thought desperately, if I don't act, I'll end up like him. Back to the present, Marquis Filboid suddenly dropped to his knees and begged desperately, please, spare me. I just want to live the rest of my life in peace. I'm quitting politics, so please let it end with the conversion letter. Gasps spread across the ballroom. The leader of the noble faction begging on the floor, like his life depended on it, because to him, it did. Alon stared at him, completely stunned. He thought blankly, what? Why is he telling me all of this? Behind him, Count Zenonia whispered in awe, as expected of the Count. Duke Altea nodded slightly and said with admiration, truly overwhelming. Both of them looked at Alon like he had just orchestrated everything. Alon slowly turned his head toward them. He thought nervously, why are they looking at me like that? And what kind of scheme did those two cook up this time? They really starting to show their true faces as the masterminds of Asteria. He hesitated, then looked back at the kneeling Marcus. Alon thought, should I say something? His brain scrambled. Nothing made sense. Not the fear, not the kneeling, not the admiration, not anything. So Alon nodded slightly and said in a calm, vague tone, I'll try to be lenient. Silence followed. Heavy, impressive, misunderstood. Count Zenonia's eyes widened slightly. Duke Altea's expression deepened with respect. They both thought the same thing, as expected. He's not someone who shows his hand easily. Alon, meanwhile, turned around. He thought internally, I need to leave before they ask me anything. Without another word, he walked out of the ballroom under countless gazes. Behind him, the misunderstanding grew even bigger. That day, everyone became certain of one thing. Count Palladio was not a puppet. He was the one pulling the strings. About 3 days after the debate began, Alon left the Veritillon estate and headed east. The debate still had about 2 days remaining, but he departed early. Alon's purpose was clear, to attend the Magic Society. On the 5th day of the journey toward Bluegill, Evan looked at Alon and said, Marquis Filboy finally received a conversion letter. Alon paused slightly, then said, he was dragged off in the end, huh? Evan looked surprised and asked, huh? Wasn't that your doing, Count? Alon frowned and pointed at himself, saying, me? Do you really think I had the time for that while I was with you the whole time? Evan was shocked and said, what? But still? He then recalled something. Evan said, that day, you said you'd try to be lenient. Alon froze for a moment, then looked at him and asked, is that how you understood it? Inside, Inside, Alon felt confused. Alon thought, I just wanted to get myself out of that awkward situation. That's all. The narrative introduced Lartania, the city of the labyrinth, a place filled with endless opportunities and home to the 5 great guilds. Inside the Iron Blood Guild, one guild member said, there are rumors that someone defeated 1,000 enemies alone. A younger member asked, 1,000? Is that even possible? A senior member replied, guild leaders themselves are practically superhuman. Don't underestimate them. Aldrich laughed confidently and said, 1,000 enemies? Don't be ridiculous. Aldrich continued, I only accepted this mission because of the massive down payment. Another member said, but floors that are multiples of 5 are supposed to be safe zones. Aldrich shrugged and replied, that's what makes it unusual, but I've explored over 50 floors. There's nothing to worry about. As they reached the 20th floor, a girl pointed ahead and said, what's that? The group looked forward. One member mocked, it's just a goblin. Another laughed and said, it even looks weak. A third added jokingly, easy reward. The creature slowly raised its head. The king spoke coldly, you are making too much noise. Before anyone could react, a single slash cut through the air. Several guild members were split in half instantly. Aldrich widened his eyes and shouted, what? Filled with shock and rage, Aldrich charged forward and yelled, you bastard! Another slash. Aldrich was cut down instantly. The king of the labyrinth looked at them with contempt. Then he began walking upward, toward the surface. The scene shifted. Alan and Evan stood before the central tower. Evan looked up and said in awe, this is incredible. Alan looked up and said, it's extremely tall. Internally, Alan thought, it's comparable to the Eiffel Tower. He added inwardly, it feels like game graphics brought to life. Soon, people dressed in red approached. One of them said, welcome. Leon stepped forward and said, the official conference begins tomorrow. You're free to explore for now. Alan said, I'd like to go to the library. Leon nodded and replied, I'll guide you. She turned to Evan and said, you'll need to stay in the break room. As they walked, Leon said, there will be a presentation from the Green Magic Tower and friendly duels. Suddenly, loud shouting interrupted them. Leon sighed and said, it's happening again. Alan asked, what is it? Leon replied, another dispute involving the Blue Tower's Vice Master. Alan asked, the Blue Vice Tower Master? Leon said, yes, she thinks very highly of herself. They approached the room. Penia crossed her arms and said arrogantly, even 20 rank 5 mages wouldn't stand a chance against me. Another mage shouted angrily, you'll regret saying that one day. Penia smirked and turned toward Leon. Penia said mockingly, well, who do we have here? Isn't it the half-baked magician who couldn't even hold her own against me last year? Leon furrowed her brows and glared at her. Penia continued, what's this? Did you bring a friend this time to help you stand up to... She shifted her gaze. She froze. Penia stared at Alan. Penia's face went pale. Leon looked confused and asked, what's wrong with her? Suddenly, Penia bowed deeply and said, hello, Count. Leon froze in shock. Penia had used formal speech. Alan looked at her and said, it's been a while, about 6 months. How have you been? Penia replied nervously. Yes, sir, Alan said. No need to be so formal. I told you last time you could speak informally. Penia hesitated and asked, should I speak informally? Alan thought briefly and said, do whatever feels comfortable. Penia said, thank you for your consideration. Nearby, Milan blinked and thought, is this an illusion spell? He cast a spell and said, dispel magic. Nothing changed. Penia remained polite. The sight shocked everyone. Alan, confused, said casually, mages should try to get along. He wasn't reprimanding anyone, just a casual remark. Penia took it seriously. Penia immediately rushed back to the other mages. Penia bowed and said, I apologize for my behavior earlier. Let's get along. The other mages stood frozen. Penia returned to Alan. Alan said, well, I'll see you later. Penia bowed again and said, yes. Then she fled instantly using a lightning step. The remaining mages stood in shock. Alan watched her leave and said quietly, she seems stiffer than last time. Alan thought, what exactly is going through her head? He noticed everyone staring at him. Alan thought, did I do something wrong? As they continued walking, Leon said, that crazy woman only behaves politely when you're around. Alan asked, are you calling Penia a crazy woman? Alan thought, I know. She's an arrogant genius. Still, impressive. Soon, Baruch approached. Baruch smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this our dear little Leon?" Baruch added, "Did you come to see me?" Leon replied coldly, "Certainly not." Baruch looked at Alan and asked, "Who's this?" Leon said firmly, "He's Count Palatio. Don't be rude. Leave." Baruch glanced at Alan dismissively and said, "Ah, the one from the rumors. Pleasure to meet you. I am Baruch, son of the Purple Tower Master." Alan nodded and said, "Nice to meet you." Alan thought, "I've never seen him before." Baruch placed his hand on Leon's shoulder and said, "You'll warm up to me eventually." Then he left. Leon said, "Don't bother with him. He's rank 4. But he steals others' research to humiliate them." Alan nodded and said, "I see." Alan thought, reaching rank 4 at that age, impressive. Eventually, they reached the 38th floor. Leon said, "The library is here. Don't forget the presentation later." Alan replied, "Understood." Inside, Alan looked around and said quietly, "Incredible." Books filled the space, some floating in mid-air. Alan reminded himself, 2 objectives. Set all the clock needles to 12. Find a black book without a title or author. After searching, Alan found the book. Alan reached inside and retrieved something, the Ring of Radiance. The next day, after the presentation, someone informed Alan, "Baruch has challenged you to a friendly duel." Alan paused, then said with slight frustration, "Again?" As Alan stood there, he could feel it. The stares, the curiosity, the judgment. Basically, the entire wizard community had collectively decided, yeah, let's watch this guy. And naturally, his brain started overthinking. He remembered how Leon was glaring at Baruch yesterday like she was about to start a war, and started piecing things together. Baruch, 4th rank, which, in the wizard world, is not just 1 level higher. No, ranks here are ridiculous. The higher you go, the bigger the gap becomes. So the difference between rank 3 and rank 4, that's not a step, that's a cliff. And yet Baruch reached that level at his age, which meant one thing: genius. Annoying, confident, probably unbearable genius. And right on cue, Baruch opened his mouth and immediately chose violence. He casually threw out a line implying that the great wizard, who supposedly helped defeat an outer god, might actually be fake, which was basically the wizard version of saying, "I think you're a fraud. Prove me wrong." Even the surrounding wizards were like, "Bro, chill." But Alan, he understood instantly. This wasn't random. This was a setup, a provocation. And honestly, that was enough. Because Alan had a very simple philosophy. If someone provokes you for no reason, give them a reason. He wasn't about to ignore it, especially not from someone who, in his mind, didn't look that hard to beat. So instead of backing down, he put on his magic-enhanced glove, looked at him, and said, "I accept." And just like that, we got ourselves a duel. Meanwhile, Baruch was feeling amazing. Everything was going exactly according to plan. From the beginning, provoking Alan wasn't about anger, it was marketing. He wanted attention. More specifically, he wanted useful attention. Being the son of the Violet Tower Master already gave him influence. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to stand out. And what better way than to challenge the guy surrounded by crazy rumors? A walking headline. Baruch smirked, thinking about all the stories going around about Alan, especially the one about him taming Penia, which honestly sounded fake even to him. But here's the thing. Baruch didn't gamble. He came prepared. He subtly activated the ring on his finger, an artifact designed to estimate a person's rank and magic power. Simple, reliable, and right now, it showed a very clear number: 3. Baruch smiled, because that confirmed everything. He's weak. Same result as yesterday. Same result as before. No change, meaning all those rumors, exaggerated, blown out of proportion, completely fake, and in Baruch's mind, that meant one thing. He just caught a big fish. The duel began. The referee gave the usual warning about not killing each other, which is always a good sign in a friendly match, and then signaled the start. Baruch stepped forward confidently, already planning how to handle this. Should he end it quickly? No, too boring. Should he drag it out? Maybe, but risky. Too long and people might question things. Too fast and it won't leave an impact. So he decided, end it quickly, but not too quickly. Perfect plan. Flawless logic. Absolutely nothing could go wrong. He started preparing his magic spell with confidence and he smirked. But then he breathed and saw white air. He paused, confused, because last time he checked, this wasn't winter, and yet cold air filled his lungs. Fast, too fast. before he could even process what was happening. His legs froze, literally, ice, solid. And not just his legs, everything. The arena, the ground, the air. Frost started spreading like it had been waiting for this moment its entire life. Within seconds, the entire battlefield turned into a frozen wasteland, and at the center of it, Alan, standing there, calm, expressionless, like this was just another Tuesday. And at that moment, Baruch realized something very important. He messed up, badly, but unfortunately, realizations don't stop spells, because Alan had already started. He said, "Glory of the snowy mountains." Yeah, that doesn't sound friendly. Then he said, "Crystal." Small spheres began forming everywhere, floating. Dozens of them, looking harmless, which is exactly how dangerous things look right before disaster. And now they were spinning, slowly, casually, like they had all the time in the world. Everyone watching was confused. What is this? What does it do? Why is it so calm? A few moments earlier, right in front of the duel arena, Milan was standing there, looking like a man who had just witnessed something illegal against the laws of reality. Because yesterday, he saw Pania. Yes, that Pania. The Blue Tower's certified menace. The walking problem. The human definition of "someone please stop her." Acting like a polite, well-behaved, emotionally stable person in front of Count Palatio. So naturally, Milan did what any sane wizard would do. He said, "Master, you're not going to believe this." Kellum, a respected fifth-tier wizard, immediately regretted listening, because the next sentence he heard was, "Pania apologized." Silence. Kellum blinked, once, twice, then immediately concluded, "My disciple has lost his mind," because that statement, impossible, completely impossible, more impossible than a mage forgetting coffee. So he asked again, carefully, slowly, just to make sure, and Milan nodded, dead serious, saying it happened the moment she saw Count Palatio. No hesitation, no delay, instant submission. At this point, Kellum wasn't just confused, he was concerned, because this wasn't just strange, this was dangerous information. There were already rumors about this count flying around everywhere. Wild ones, ridiculous ones, the kind you don't fully believe but also don't want to test personally. And now, this got added to the list, so Kellum decided he needed to see it himself. Now, as a fifth-tier wizard, Kellum wasn't weak. His senses were sharp. He could roughly gauge someone's magical power just by feeling their presence. Not perfect like a sixth tier with the eye, but still reliable enough. And when he looked at Count Palatio, he frowned, because something didn't add up at all. The mana was weak, like suspiciously weak, not hidden power weak, not restrained genius weak, just low, very low. And that immediately raised a question in his mind, because sure, knowledge matters, skill matters, technique matters, but at the end of the day, if your mana pool is tiny, you're not casting anything impressive. That's just basic wizard logic. So now Kellum was thinking, what if everything is fake? What if all those rumors, the outer god, Pania, the reputation, all of it, exaggerated, or worse, self-made propaganda? Because let's be honest, that would be a genius move. Risky, but genius. And it wasn't just him. The other professor-level wizards around him thinking the same thing. One of them casually commented that he couldn't feel anything impressive from the count. Another agreed, saying the mana pool was way too small for someone of high rank. Someone else straight up called it nonsense, even said the guy probably built his reputation himself. And honestly, they all agreed, because from a logical standpoint, everything pointed to one conclusion: fraud. A very well-marketed fraud. And this duel, this friendly match, perfect timing, because now everything would be exposed. The truth would come out, the rumors would collapse, the reputation would shatter, and Count Palatio would finally be revealed as just another overhyped noble. Then the duel started, and everything changed. Because the moment the arena turned into a frozen nightmare, everyone went silent. Not just the professors, not just Kellum, everyone. Even the lower-tier wizards who were just there for entertainment. No comments, no analysis, no opinions, just silence. Because suddenly, they weren't watching a fraud anymore. They were watching something they couldn't understand. Meanwhile, Baruch finally snapped out of it and panicked, because suddenly, this wasn't about reputation anymore. This was about survival. He rushed to prepare his strongest spell, one of the Violet Tower's main offensive spells, which, by the way, is not something you use in a friendly match unless things have gone very wrong. And things had definitely gone wrong. But before he could finish, one of the spheres popped. That's it. No explosion, no drama, just pop. And Baruch instantly turned into an ice statue. No movement, no spell, no dignity, just frozen. Silence. Again. Then the referee, completely confused, slightly slightly traumatized and probably questioning his career choices, announced, "The winner is Alan Palladio." And just like that, the duel ended in record time, with maximum emotional damage. The wizards who were throwing suspicious looks at Alan just a moment ago, yeah, now they were completely frozen, mouths open, brains offline, because what they just witnessed did not make sense at all. They knew exactly what he did, and that was the problem. Composite magic. Not one spell, not two, more than three at the same time. Now, technically, that's not impossible. Any decent fifth-tier wizard could attempt only one, but here's the catch. Doing it perfectly, no mistakes, no instability, no accidental self-destruction, yeah, that's where everyone fails. So now the real question wasn't what he did. It was, how? The same people who were doubting him 5 minutes ago? Yeah, they deleted that thought immediately. Gone. Uninstalled. Now they were just impressed, confused, slightly scared, and extremely curious. They started bombarding him with questions like a group chat that suddenly got active at 3 a.m. What was that seal? Was that ancient magic? How did you structure that? Explain your logic. Explain your life choices. Explain everything. And Alan, just standing there, realizing something weird. None of them recognized what he used. Not the seals, not the phrases, nothing, which was suspicious, because he knew his magic came from a forgotten era. But this level of ignorance, that was new. That was interesting. That was slightly concerning. Then things got even weirder, because somehow the topic shifted to his rank. And when Alan casually mentioned he was third tier, the entire room collectively said, "Nice joke." They thought he was being modest, or trolling, or lying for fun, because there was absolutely no way the guy who just froze reality itself was rank 3. So naturally they rejected reality, because reality was uncomfortable. Alan, as always, run away and left them behind, and decided he had enough social interaction for one day. He started playing with the ring on his finger, the memory of the black eye, and honestly, he was satisfied, because this thing, broken, simple ability, store a spell, use it later, with a bonus, that's it. But for Alan, game changer. Because of his annoying limitation, only being able to cast a few spells, this ring basically doubled his options. Before, use one spell, suffer. Now, store, reuse, dominate. Efficiency level, max. Night fell, and instead of resting like a normal person, Alan went to the library. Of course he did, because when your life is weird, you go to haunted places voluntarily. The library was empty, silent, lit only by the blue moon. Very normal, very safe, absolutely not a horror setup. Then, a voice, deep, echoing, right in his head. Someone solved the riddle, and apparently, that someone was him. Now here's the thing. Alan knew exactly who this was, and that's why he was nervous. Very nervous, because this wasn't just anyone. This was her, the first human to reach 8th tier after the Forgotten Age, a legendary archmage, a walking nightmare, a being respected, feared, and avoided. The first chalice, the eternal terror, also known by players as the one who kills you for bad dialogue choices. Yes, that one. Heinkel and Alan, trying very hard not to mess this up, because one wrong sentence, and he's dead. No second chances. No, oops, just instant deletion. So he mentally reviewed everything. Don't say the wrong thing, don't trigger her, don't mention weird topics, especially not milk. Never milk. Then she appeared. Blue magic gathered, formed, and there she was. Calm smile, overwhelming presence, absolute legend. Alan braced himself, ready for a dangerous conversation, ready for a test, ready for anything. And then she looked at him and said, "What?" Not majestic, not powerful, not intimidating. That was pure fear. And Alan just stood there like, what? Because somehow the eternal terror was terrified of him. He blinked, looked at her, processed the situation, and then his brain noticed something very important, something completely irrelevant, something life-changing. She was short, like really short. The hat was doing all the work. The illusion was broken. The legend, compact edition. Still, he tried to continue normally, said he wanted to solve the riddle, play it safe, follow the script. But before he could even finish, she panicked, saying, "I'll give it to you." Alan inquired, "Excuse me?" No riddle, no test, no conditions. She just summoned the reward and handed it to him, like someone trying to get rid of a problem as fast as possible. She inquired, "Good enough, right?" She looked nervous, anxious, like she wanted to leave immediately, which she did. She said, I'm leaving," and just like that, she disappeared. Gone. No explanation, no dignity, just panic teleport. Alan stood there, holding the box box, processing life, because that was not how this was supposed to go at all. He even canceled the emergency spell he prepared, because clearly he didn't need it. After a moment, he opened the box, and yeah, the item was there, exactly what he wanted. No effort required, which should have been great, but instead, it raised more questions. Because now the real mystery wasn't the item, it was, why was she scared? And more importantly, what was she looking at? Because she wasn't staring at him, she was looking behind him. So naturally, Alan turned around, slowly, carefully, expecting something, anything, a presence, a shadow, a horror beyond comprehension. Nothing, just the empty library, under the blue moon, silent, peaceful, normal, and somehow that was even more unsettling. For the next few days, Alan attended the magical conference. He listened to various presentations and satisfied his curiosity. The theories discussed at the conference were especially helpful to Alan, who had learned magic mostly through self-study until now. At night, Alan often discussed magic with Leon. Those conversations greatly helped improve his abilities. Unlike Alan, who possessed exceptional mana control, Leon excelled at constructing magical frameworks needed to manifest spells themselves. Because of that, Alan gradually gained confidence. Alan thought, I might soon be able to attempt 4th rank magic. Of course, 4th rank magic consumed an enormous amount of mana. Even using it once properly was difficult, so Alan had no intention of trying it immediately. Then, on the 4th day of the conference, Alan heard unexpected news. Evan said, a foreign entity has appeared in the labyrinth of Lartania. Alan looked at him and asked, a foreign entity? Evan nodded and replied, yes, I heard it caused mutations throughout the entire labyrinth. Alan immediately asked, how long has it been since it appeared? Evan answered, it's uncertain, but they believe it's been around 5 days. Evan added, the Information Guild suspects it may have appeared about a week ago. Alan asked again, how far is Lartania from here? Evan thought briefly and replied, it's not too far, around 5 days by carriage. After hearing that, Alan fell silent for a moment. Alan handed over the letter and said, send this to Lartania. Then he added immediately, I'm leaving right away, without wasting time. He left the Central Magic Tower and began preparing for the journey to Lartania. Before departing, Alan said farewell to Leon. Leon looked disappointed that he was leaving earlier than expected. He also met Penia. Penia reacted energetically after hearing he was leaving. She was almost so happy. After that, Alan headed directly toward Lartania. 5 days passed. Traveling non-stop by carriage, Alan finally arrived at the Labyrinth City. Evan looked around in admiration and said, wow, it's changed a lot since the last time I was here. It's even more fascinating now. After traveling through the city by carriage, Alan arrived at the Southern District. Soon, he stopped before a building, the shop called Merd, owned by Rhine. The moment Alan saw it, he froze slightly. Alan stared upward and said, is this really Merde? Evan looked equally confused and replied, yes, I think this is the right place. The reason for their reaction was simple. The building was enormous. Compared to the surrounding 4- and 5-story buildings, they looked like toy houses. Alan looked at the structure and asked, isn't this supposed to be a shop? Evan replied uncertainly, it should be. I heard the shop was big, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Alan nodded slightly. He knew the business was successful, but not to this extent. Alan thought, to think a magical appraiser could hold this much power. Then he thought again, is this why she gained so much influence in Lartania? Unconsciously, he nodded. Money held power in both worlds. Alan thought, that's one reason I came here to ask for a favor. Although dealing with the foreign entity was his main objective, he also needed Rhine's influence. Alan said, let's go inside. Together with Evan, he walked toward the massive entrance. As they approached, a receptionist standing by the door asked, do you have an appointment? Alan paused and asked, do we need one? The receptionist nodded politely and replied, if the matter is urgent, you may meet her immediately by paying the fee. Alan asked, a fee? The receptionist replied, yes. Meeting Lady Rhine without an appointment costs 3,000 gold coins. Evan's eyes widened. Alan repeated slowly, 3,000 gold coins? The amount was enough to purchase a mansion, even in the capital. After a brief silence, Alan asked, and if I make an appointment now? The receptionist checked something and replied, about 10. Alan frowned slightly and asked, 10? The receptionist answered, 10 months, approximately. The answer was absurd enough to make Alan dizzy. After thinking briefly, Alan said, at least deliver a message for me. Tell her Count Palladio is here. Before he could finish, a rude voice interrupted. A noble-looking man sneered sneered and said, "Ugh, you're noisy. Just get lost already." The man radiated arrogance. Behind him stood several mercenaries. The noble looked at Alan with open disdain and said, "Why is a penniless beggar standing around here?" Alan's expression turned blank with disbelief. Ignoring him, the noble approached the receptionist and tossed a pouch of money toward her. The man ordered, "Open the door." The receptionist checked the pouch, then respectfully nodded. Moments later, the massive doors began opening with a loud rumble. Before entering, the noble glanced back at Alan and smirked provocatively. The man sneered, "Pathetic beggar." Then he entered. The mercenaries behind him openly mocked Alan as they followed. Watching them, Alan frowned slightly. Then he remembered who the man was. Alan thought, the son of Lartania's lord. He vaguely remembered the character from Psychedelia, a bloated man with a sleazy mustache, a notorious scoundrel. Even in the game, he had been unpleasant, but seeing him in person felt worse. Just as Alan was about to speak, a voice came from inside. Rhine said, "No need to go inside." Rhine stepped out through the open doorway. Her green eyes glowed faintly. The scoundrel's face immediately brightened. The man smiled eagerly and said, "Oh, Rhine, you came all the way out here for me?" But Rhine looked at him coldly and said, "Get lost." Without hesitation, she shoved his shoulder aside, then walked right past him and the mercenaries. Ignoring the embarrassed receptionist, Rhine approached Alan directly. Unlike her attitude toward the noble, she treated Alan with complete respect. Rhine lowered her head politely and said, "I've been expecting you, Godfather." Everyone nearby froze in disbelief. All eyes turned toward Count Palatio. The receptionist's brain stopped functioning. The receptionist thought, "What is happening?" For nearly 2 years, she had watched Rhine interact with powerful figures, lords, high-ranking nobles, even the prince of the Ashtalon kingdom. Rhine had never bowed to anyone, not once. Yet now, she was bowing respectfully to an unknown count. Lavalde frowned violently and said, "What did you just say to me?" Rhine answered immediately. Rhine repeated calmly, "I believe I told you to get lost." The receptionist's eyes widened even further. At this point, it wasn't even subtle anymore. This was a direct declaration of hostility. Even Lavalde understood that. He let out an incredulous laugh before his expression twisted viciously. Lavalde sneered, "I don't know what's so special about that penniless noble." Then he growled, "But you'll regret turning your back on me." With that, he stormed out. His mercenaries hurried after him. After Lavalde finally disappeared, the atmosphere calmed slightly. Only then did Aelon properly speak with Rhine. Rhine said calmly, "I received your letter." Then she added politely, "It must have been a difficult trip, Godfather." She glanced at Evan and added, "And for you as well, Uncle." Unlike Deus, who barely spoke, or Seolrang, who spoke too much, Rhine's calm manner felt strangely balanced. Alan looked at her for a moment before asking. Alan asked, "But is this really okay?" Rhine tilted her head slightly and replied, "What exactly are you referring to?" Alan answered, "Lavalde." Now remembering the man's identity clearly, Alan became slightly concerned. He knew how much authority the Lord of Lartania possessed, and he also knew the Lord constantly protected his son. Alan worried Rhine might face problems because of this, but Rhine answered casually. Rhine said, "You don't need to worry about that." Alan replied carefully, "Really? He's still the Lord's son." Alan continued, "It seems like he could cause trouble for you." Rhine answered calmly, "He probably won't show up again." Then she added, "Though I didn't expect you to know who he was." Alan paused briefly before replying naturally. Alan said, "He's famous in Lartania for both his face and his personality." Rhine nodded slightly and replied, "I see." Then she repeated, "In any case, there's no need to worry." Although her voice remained emotionless, there was undeniable confidence behind it. Alan nodded lightly. Alan said, "Well, if you're sure." After that, they spoke casually for a while, mostly simple topics. How work in Lartania was going, whether she still contacted the orphanage children, small things, ordinary things. Yet somehow, Alan found himself feeling unusually satisfied. Rhine had grown up well. Not that Deus or Seolrang hadn't matured, but Rhine especially gave the feeling of a diligent daughter, and strangely, that made Alan proud. Eventually, Alan brought up the real reason for his visit. Alan said, "Actually, there's a favor I wanted to ask." Rhine immediately replied, "Please ask freely." Alan asked, "Is a subjugation force currently being formed against the outer god?" Rhine thought briefly before answering. Rhine replied, "Yes." Then she added, "I believe preparations are already underway." Alan immediately asked, "Would you be able to help me join it?" That was the true reason he came to see Rhine immediately after arriving in Lartania. Lartania. Without influence, joining the force could be difficult, even with his reputation. And after what happened with Lavalde, it might become even harder. Alan hesitated slightly and said, although after earlier, it may have become difficult. But before he could continue, Ryan interrupted him calmly. Ryan said, that should be possible. Alan blinked. Alan asked, really? Ryan nodded. Ryan replied simply, yes. Alan hesitated before asking carefully. Alan said, but things seemed pretty tense between you and the Lord's son earlier. Ryan responded without concern. Ryan asked, is he really that important to you? Alan replied, Lavalde? Ryan nodded. Yes. Alan answered honestly, well, he's the Lord's precious son. I thought he might trouble you. Ryan listened quietly before speaking again. Ryan said, as I said before, you don't need to worry about that. Her tone remained blunt, yet reassuring. Oddly reassuring. Alan eventually nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Again, he felt strangely proud. After talking a little longer, a thought suddenly crossed Alan's mind. Alan asked, by the way, why do you call me Godfather? Ryan blinked once. Ryan replied, excuse me? Alan explained. Alan said, Deus and Seol Rang call me benefactor or master. But why Godfather? Ryan fell silent briefly, thinking carefully. Then she answered simply. Ryan replied, because it felt like the most fitting word. Alan nodded slightly. I see. After a short silence, Ryan spoke again. You should rest for now. You must be tired from the journey. Afterward, Ryan prepared rooms for Alan and Evan inside Merd, then disappeared somewhere. The moment she left, Evan finally spoke. Evan said, wow, she really matured. Alan looked at him and asked, did she? Evan nodded immediately. She's still blunt, but she was always like that. Evan smiled slightly and said, honestly, out of all the kids, I think she grew up the best. Alan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Then he added thoughtfully, she feels like she matured in the most textbook way possible. Since Ryan said she would inform them later about future plans, and since they had only recently returned from the north, Alan decided resting was the best option for now. With that thought, so he slept as if he hadn't slept before. So even after sleeping for quite a while, he still woke up feeling groggy. Seeing sunlight streaming through the window, Alan slowly got out of bed. He changed clothes and left the room. Soon, Evan guided him toward the dining area. There, he found Ryan calmly eating lunch. The moment Alan sat down, Ryan spoke casually. Ryan said, I've taken care of the matter you mentioned yesterday. Alan blinked and asked, already? Ryan nodded. Yes. Then she added, there's a regular meeting today so you can attend it. Alan was briefly impressed by how efficiently she handled things, but before he could think more about it, Ryan casually continued eating her sausage and said, oh, and I also handled Laval de Greystone. Then, as if discussing the weather, she calmly said, I killed him cleanly so you don't need to worry anymore. Alan almost nodded automatically, saying, I see, good work. I knew you would kill him. Then his brain caught up. Alan froze. Alan said slowly, what? His mind immediately filled with question marks. To be fair, Laval Greystone truly was human garbage. Among all the characters in Psychedelia, he was one of the worst scumbags imaginable. The massacre at the level 30 mercenary camp, the Monster Abyss absorption incident, the Chimera biological experiments, countless terrible side stories in Lartania existed because of him. Objectively speaking, the city was probably safer without him alive. But there was one major problem. Lavalde was the Lord's son. Inside Lartania, that position practically made him royalty, meaning Reen had casually committed something very close to regicide. Still stunned, Alan repeated blankly, you killed him? Ryan nodded casually, yes. Alan stared at her and asked again, Lavalde Greystone? Ryan took another bite of food and answered calmly, yes. She sounded like she was discussing breakfast. Meanwhile, Alan felt like his soul was leaving his body. Alan asked weakly, seriously? Ryan tilted her head slightly and replied, yes, Godfather. Was there a problem? Alan stared at her for a moment before finally asking, why did you kill him? Ryan answered immediately, because you said he was bothering you. But if he stayed alive, wouldn't he continue bothering you, Godfather? At that moment, cold sweat ran down his back. He suddenly remembered something important. Alan thought, right. She's one of the 5 great sins. Because Ryan acted like such a well-raised daughter, he had momentarily forgotten. But in the future, she was destined to become one of the seeds of disaster. Then another thought hit him. Alan thought, wait, how did she even kill him? Lavalde himself wasn't strong, but the mercenaries surrounding him absolutely were. Most of them were at least A-rank level. Ryan wasn't even a combat specialist. She was an appraiser. So how exactly did she kill all of them? While Alan looked visibly confused, confused. Ryan cautiously spoke. Was there a problem? Perhaps because Alan kept repeating the same questions. Ryan now looked slightly dejected, as if wondering whether she had made a mistake. Alan hurriedly shook his head. He replied, "Not exactly a problem. More like, is this really okay? Your safety, mostly." Ryan responded immediately. "You don't need to worry about that. I disguised myself properly." Although her expression remained neutral, she sounded strangely proud of herself. Watching her, Alan suddenly remembered an old phrase from an online community. Alan thought, so this is what people mean by having a completely different mindset? He cleared his throat awkwardly. He said, "Anyway, thanks for worrying about me, and don't feel too bad about it." Ryan immediately responded flatly. "I'm not feeling bad," Alan thought. "You definitely looked dejected a second ago, though." Then Ryan repeated firmly, "I'm really not." Alan looked at her with genuine amazement. Alan thought, how can someone casually commit regicide, yet get embarrassed over something like this? After a brief silence, Alan spoke again. "Anyway, try not to put yourself in danger if possible, because all kinds of problems could happen." Alan added, "You could get hurt, and everything you built here could collapse instantly." Ryan stared at him, confused, as if she genuinely didn't understand. Even though his explanation was perfectly reasonable, she still tilted her head slightly. Then, after thinking seriously for a moment, Reen suddenly said, "Ah," as if she finally realized something. Then she nodded slightly and added, "Don't worry too much, Godfather. I understand my duties properly." After saying that, she calmly resumed eating. Alan stared blankly at her. Somehow, even though they were having a conversation, it felt like they were talking about entirely different subjects. Still, he decided not to continue. After all, no matter how absurdly excessive her actions were, she had done it for his sake. As Alan absent-mindedly ate his sausage, still wondering whether this situation was insane, Ryan suddenly spoke again. "Oh, I wanted to show you something, Godfather." The eye of the tracker. Alan looked up. After finishing the meal, Alan followed Ryan into another room. Inside, something floated quietly in the air. A golden eye, surrounded by blue light. The moment Alan saw it, he immediately realized this wasn't ordinary. Then Ryan's earlier words echoed in his mind. Alan thought, that's the eye of the tracker? He looked genuinely stunned. Originally, the eye of the tracker had just been a simple artifact, a round sphere with a tiny eye-shaped jewel embedded inside. Its only effect was helping appraise low-level artifacts in slightly greater detail. That was all. Nothing special. There had never been any hidden lore attached to it, just like the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, which meant Alan had absolutely no idea it possessed a hidden function like this. Ryan looked at the floating eye and explained calmly, "The engravings are gathering smoothly." At that moment, Alan immediately understood. The eye of the tracker could accumulate and enhance engravings, and suddenly, everything made sense. Alan thought, so this is why she treated me so favorably? Merida's fame largely came from Ryan's engraving abilities, meaning the eye of the tracker played a major role in her success. Naturally, she felt grateful toward Alan because of it, even though Alan himself had absolutely no clue the artifact could do this. Still, admitting ignorance now would feel awkward, so Alan calmly nodded like he had known all along. Alan said smoothly, "I see. You're using it well." Ryan nodded. "Yes." Then she added, "Although gathering engravings became slower after 400, they're still accumulating steadily. I think I'll finish gathering all of them within a few years." Alan nodded seriously, even though internally he was dying of curiosity about what exactly was being gathered. But he decided not to ask. He feared it might expose the fact that he knew absolutely nothing. After a brief silence, Ryan spoke again. "Please follow me to the meeting room." Alan had two reasons for wanting to participate in the extermination of the outer god. The first reason was simple. The current mercenaries alone would never be enough to defeat it. Of course, the mercenaries gathered from the 5 major guilds were monsters in their own right, people comparable to master knights or even figures like Baba Yaga. But even so, Alan already knew that still wouldn't be enough to kill the outer god. The second reason was even more important. To successfully exterminate the outer god, Alan needed strong mercenaries willing to follow his commands. That was why he absolutely had to join the extermination squad. Unfortunately, the moment he entered the meeting room, he immediately realized there was a problem. Maverick, the guild master of the Terranomad Guild, clicked his tongue irritably. Maverick scoffed, "Tch, Hyman, the guild master of the Arcadia Guild, looked Alon up and down with blatant disdain. Hyman sneered, "You're bringing this weak-looking guy along?" Mayan, the beast woman guild master of the ancient trackers, laughed mockingly with her slit-like feline eyes. Mayan smirked. "Ha, he looks like the type who survives entirely on rumors." Then she added mockingly. Mayan continued, "What are you here for? To stand in the back and steal credit?" Meanwhile, Argonia, the guild master of the Kalamadra Guild, and the strongest among the gathered mercenary leaders, simply stared at Alan silently. She said nothing, but her gaze clearly wasn't welcoming either. Alan calmly looked around the room. Alan thought, "I expected hostility, but this is worse than I thought." Still, Alan had expected something similar. After all, to mercenaries, he probably looked like some random noble carried entirely by rumors. Then, Mayan suddenly stepped forward. Spinning a dagger between her fingers, she blocked Alan's path completely. Mayan narrowed her feline eyes and said mockingly, "Noble lord, I heard rumors you've been sticking your nose into places you don't belong. But seeing you in person, you don't even look worth talking to. Why don't you just turn around and leave?" The atmosphere inside the room instantly became heavy. Alan looked at Mayan silently for a moment. Then he came to a simple conclusion. Alan thought, "I need to prove my worth first." Without hesitation, Alan slowly raised his left hand. The gauntlet covering it emitted a faint, metallic sound. Then he calmly formed a seal. At that moment, without any warning, the previously ordinary meeting room was instantly swallowed by freezing cold. Frost exploded across the floor. The air temperature dropped so suddenly that everyone instinctively stiffened. Alan calmly spoke. Concentration. At that instant, the surrounding mana and atmosphere compressed violently around Mayan. Alan spoke again. "Freeze!" Then, the gathered mana instantly reacted. Frost bloomed violently around Mayan's body. It multiplied in an instant. Then, ice completely encased her. Mayan froze solid before she could even draw a proper breath. Her shocked expression remained trapped inside the ice. Silence. There wasn't any special reason Alan chose Mayan. Simply put, she was the weakest combatant present. At least according to the settings Alan remembered. Compared to the others, Mayan hadn't yet reached the level of a true superhuman. That was why she failed to react to the sudden attack and got frozen immediately. The mercenaries finally realized something was very wrong, and they got ready to attack. Maverick shouted, "You're looking for a fight with us, is that it?" After glancing briefly at them and said coldly, "You're the ones who started it, aren't you?" Alan calmly walked forward. He had already passed them, not too quickly, not too slowly. He walked with steady composure, as if freezing a guildmaster solid was a perfectly normal greeting. Eventually, he sat down directly across from Argonia, then calmly crossed his legs. Alan looked around the room and said calmly, "I think we're finally at a level where we can talk. What do you think?" A heavy silence descended upon the meeting room. Maverick stared at Alan tensely. Hyman's mocking expression had disappeared completely. Even Argonia's gaze sharpened slightly. For the first time, all three looked at Alan seriously. Meanwhile, Alan sat there expressionlessly, outwardly calm. Internally, absolutely not. Alan thought, "Did I mess this up?" Cold sweat slowly formed beneath his clothes. Alan thought nervously, "Should I've used another method?" Then he immediately rejected the thought. He thought, no, there wasn't any faster way to establish dominance. Then another realization hit him. He thought, honestly, freezing Mayan only worked because I caught her off guard. While maintaining eye contact with Argonia, Alan also kept checking Mayan from the corner of his vision, still frozen. Thankfully, Alan thought anxiously, she's still frozen. He had already burned through all his mana. Using his enchanted armor, he had cast ice magic 5 times consecutively, which meant the moment the spell broke, Mayan would absolutely lose her mind. Alan already knew her personality. Alan thought, the second she gets out, she's definitely going feral. So now, everything depended on Argonia. If Argonia acknowledged him, the others would follow. That was the entire reason Alan dared to pull this stunt in the first place, because he trusted Argonia's personality. From the game, he knew Argonia was rational. Unlike the others, she prioritized logic over pride. And more importantly, there had actually been a quest extremely similar to this situation. Every single time, Argonia reacted the same way. The silence continued. Alan wanted desperately to say something. anything, but he forced himself not to. At this point, words didn't matter anymore. The mercenaries had to judge him themselves, and if he wanted their approval, he had to maintain composure. Finally, Maverick broke the silence. Maverick growled, "So what? You're challenging us?" His hand moved toward his sword. His expression looked ready to explode. The moment Alan saw that, his heart nearly stopped. Alan thought, "I'm dead." But then, Argonia suddenly spoke sharply. "Stop!" Maverick turned immediately. He snapped, "What?" Argonia replied calmly, "I said stop." Maverick glared angrily. He argued, "You want me to let this go after what he just did?" Argonia replied flatly, "We ignored him first." Maverick frowned deeply. Maverick protested, "Even so." Argonia's eyes narrowed slightly. Argonia interrupted coldly, "I told you to stop, didn't I?" The atmosphere instantly became heavier. Maverick clenched his jaw, clearly furious. But after several tense seconds, he finally clicked his tongue. Then he put his sword down. Seeing the situation settle, Alan internally released the biggest sigh of relief in his life. Still maintaining his poker face, Alan asked calmly, "When do you plan to descend into the labyrinth?" Argonia answered politely, "In 2 days." For a split second, Alan almost broke character. Alan thought, wait, was Argonia always this polite? Still, he kept going. Alan glanced subtly toward frozen Mayan. Then he suggested, "Then let's continue this meeting tomorrow. With one person frozen solid, it'll be difficult to hold a proper discussion anyway." In his mind, he thought, "I'm completely out of mana, and if that ice breaks, I'm doomed." Thankfully, Argonia nodded immediately. "Let's do that." The moment she accepted, Alan stood up instantly, turned around, and walked out of the room with perfect composure, saying, "See you tomorrow." Then, the second Alan exited the mansion, his composure shattered instantly. Alan clutched his chest and whispered internally, "This is terrible for my heart. I'm never doing something like this again." He exhaled shakily, then immediately hurried away before Mayan thawed out. Not long after Alan left, Maverick finally exploded. He growled irritably, "I seriously don't like that bastard. Why do you want to let that pretentious snob walk away?" But Argonia didn't respond. She only glanced at him. Hyman interrupted with a scoff. "Seriously? How are you still talking after Argonia saved your life?" Maverick blinked and frowned. "What?" Then Argonia quietly added, "Hyman's right. If you had attacked him with your sword earlier, you probably would have died." Maverick's face stiffened. Maverick snapped, "What kind of nonsense is—" Then he stopped, because only now he properly looked around. Sweat. Argonia was sweating. Maverick's eyes widened slightly. He had never seen Argonia like this before. Not once. Even Hyman, whom Maverick reluctantly admitted was stronger than himself, also looked tense. Maverick finally shut up. Argonia fell silent. In truth, she had an idea, but the knowledge wasn't hers. It came from her mother, the Red Dragon, the being who once told her there was only one thing in this world she should truly fear. A distant memory surfaced in Argonia's mind. Her mother's warning echoed clearly. "Remember this. If a black eye ever appears in the night sky, immediately look away. Do not acknowledge it. Do not remember it. And if you ever become a powerful mage someday, erase the memory entirely." Then, the final warning. "Never look directly at the one who consumes boundaries." Argonia remembered the earlier moment. That blue eye and the red eye. Not only one, but two. The two that appeared behind Count Palatio. Just remembering it made her feel cold. That endless ominousness. That feeling, as if her soul itself was being swallowed whole. And worst of all, that eye had looked at her almost playfully, as if smiling. Argonia slowly thought silently, who exactly is that man? The next day, contrary to Alan's worries that they might continue rejecting his plans and arguing with him, the meeting proceeded surprisingly smoothly, and Alan quickly realized two things. The first was that the foreign entity was currently on the 12th floor. The second was that the mercenaries intended to block it on the 5th floor. As soon as he heard that, Alan immediately began explaining the plan he had prepared beforehand in detail, while also sharing the information he had gathered regarding the foreign entity. The explanation lasted for about 30 minutes. Alan, who had even disguised his knowledge about the foreign entity as information obtained from an ancient book, quietly observed the gathered mercenaries with slight tension, wondering whether they would object. In the end, we'll probably have to compromise, right? The strategy Alan proposed was one he was personally confident in, a plan plan designed to subdue the foreign entity while minimizing casualties, but that was only from his own perspective. He understood perfectly well that the mercenaries were not his subordinates. He could not order them around. At best, he could only suggest a strategy. That was why he felt so nervous when he heard what they said. Let's go with that. I agree. No objections. Me neither. Without a single complaint, the plan was accepted immediately, leaving Alan standing there in bewilderment. Alan blinked blankly. Really? No one had any issues with it? Was yesterday's impact really that strong? He shook his head slightly. Even if yesterday's events had been shocking, there was no way that alone could make Argonia and the mercenaries of the 5 great guilds act this obediently, which naturally led Alan to another thought. Could it be? His gaze shifted toward Rhine, who had accompanied them to today's meeting. But Rhine herself seemed slightly confused. Even with her usual indifferent expression, there was a faint trace of bewilderment on her face as she quietly muttered, "I'm surprised the meeting went so smoothly." That only made Alan even more confused. Something feels off. Even Miaon, who should have still held some resentment after being frozen by Alan yesterday, remained strangely quiet. And because of that, Alan unconsciously thought, looks like using my game knowledge really paid off. Once the preparations were complete, the group began descending into the labyrinth, carving a bloody path through endless waves of monsters. Watching the mercenaries fight firsthand, Alan's body trembled slightly with fear. He thought, I'm really glad I didn't come here alone. The scale of the battle was far beyond anything he had experienced personally. After some time, the mercenaries established a temporary resting area within one of the safe zones inside the labyrinth. While Alan was resting quietly, he suddenly heard a voice. Hey, it was Miaon. She had approached him without him even noticing. Alan instinctively became slightly tense, wondering if she had come looking for a fight. But instead, Miaon tilted her head and asked, "By the way, Count, do you have any prejudice against beast folk?" Alan answered honestly. "No, not really. And what happened before had nothing to do with discrimination." She said, "That's a relief." Alan looked at her in confusion and asked, "Why is that a relief?" Miaon smiled slyly. Her feline eyes narrowed mischievously. "Hey, Count, by any chance, would you be interested in sleeping with me?" She dropped the outrageous statement so casually that Alan's mind completely froze. For a brief moment, his brain stopped functioning altogether. Alan stared blankly at her before finally managing to ask. Suddenly, her cat-like ears twitched slightly. She said, "This is already our 3rd meeting. By now, we've already figured each other out, haven't we? I know you're strong." At those words, Alan finally understood where this was coming from. He remembered that Miaon's tribe revered strength above all else. After letting out a small sigh, Alan shook his head. "Sorry, but I'll have to decline." A hint of disappointment appeared on Miaon's face, but only briefly. Soon she sighed as though it was ridiculous that she had even reacted that way. "Well, nothing I can do about it then. I was honestly pretty thrilled when you overpowered me in one move." Then she winked playfully. "Still, let me know if you change your mind. I'm pretty charming, you know." As Alan stared blankly at Miaon's retreating figure, another voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Shall I take care of it, sir?" It was Rhine. "She spoke rudely to you, sir." Rhine stared coldly at Miaon's back as she said those chilling words. Alan immediately pressed his lips together tightly, saying, "Huh? No need for that. No, you're not actually thinking about killing her just because of a few words, right? Bro, I swear," she truly thought. About a day passed after that, as the group continued advancing deeper into the labyrinth. By then, they had already reached the 4th floor. However, frustration gradually spread among the mercenaries because they still hadn't located the foreign entity. One of the mercenaries muttered that searching every single floor one by one was becoming a nightmare. Alan quietly clicked his tongue. As expected, reality is completely different from the game. Because they were moving as a large group, their speed was incredibly slow, and unlike in the game, there were no shortcuts. In the game, defeating certain monsters would naturally open the path to the next level, but reality was different. Monsters continuously appeared from every direction, and simply dealing with them consumed enormous amounts of time and energy. Looking around the labyrinth, Alan muttered in disbelief. How was this place even designed? After some time, he heard a voice. We're almost at the 5th floor. Hearing the mercenary's voice from ahead, Alan raised his gaze and saw a massive glowing door in the distance that resembled the exit of the labyrinth itself. Not long afterward, the group finally arrived at the 5th floor. Ryan explained calmly. The 5th floor is a safe zone, so it's relatively peaceful. Alan nodded. That's true. Then Argonia's voice echoed throughout the area. All right, take a short break and begin preparations immediately. Watching the mercenaries move with perfect coordination, Maverick clicked his tongue before shifting his gaze toward Alan. Honestly, he still didn't like him. No matter how many times he looked at Alan, he simply couldn't see what was supposedly so impressive about him. He thought, what's so special about a guy who's already panting just from walking through the labyrinth? Maverick looked at Alan several times, but still failed to notice anything remarkable. Eventually, he turned away with a confused expression. At that moment, Maverick suddenly felt something strange, something subtle, yet strangely familiar. As he frowned and tried to understand the source of that unsettling feeling, he finally realized it. The noise, the bustling sounds from the mercenaries preparing Alan's strategy had completely disappeared. It was as if time itself had stopped. Sensing something horribly wrong, Maverick immediately turned his head toward the mercenaries, and then he saw it. The mercenaries had frozen completely in place, like dolls. Every single one of them remained motionless, in the exact positions they had been in moments earlier, frozen. As Maverick tried to speak, the mercenaries' bodies suddenly began collapsing, slowly, like falling statues. Starting from their legs, their bodies tilted diagonally before crashing onto the ground. Blood spread across the ruins and the grassy plains. And then Maverick finally saw it. Standing calmly before the corpses of the fallen mercenaries was a goblin. The moment their eyes met, Maverick felt overwhelming despair consume him. And in that instant, he understood several things at once. The goblin before him had slaughtered his men. The goblin before him was the foreign entity they had come to exterminate, and he needed to draw his sword immediately. Yet despite knowing all of that, he could not move. He could not scream. He could not draw his weapon. He could not even call for help. He could do absolutely nothing, even though the creature standing before him was merely a goblin, one of the countless monsters he had slaughtered throughout his life. His instincts screamed at him. This was not a goblin. The creature's gaze locked onto Maverick. Then the goblin spoke. Who gave you permission to meet my eyes? It pronounced judgment. A finger slowly rose, steadily, calmly, and pointed directly at Maverick, as though marking his inevitable death. And then, just as Maverick, overwhelmed by terror, shut his eyes after seeing the finger begin to move, a cold, emotionless voice echoed across the battlefield. Freeze! The ground instantly froze over. Ice spread across the plains like a living creature, devouring the grass and stone alike as frost rapidly expanded in every direction. Get a hold of yourself! Hearing that voice, Maverick abruptly opened his eyes. And there, standing before him, was Alan. The goblin's body had been trapped inside a massive crescent-shaped crystal of ice, cold mist drifting from its surface. Kaelus's eyebrows twitched slightly as he stared at Alan. Its raised finger slowly lowered as it rubbed its chin with interest, saying, "You're doing something amusing, insect." Watching him carefully, Alan quietly muttered, "Kaelus." Because it was born lowly, it endlessly sought knowledge. Because it was born lowly, it eventually reached the boundary of truth and awakened to the laws themselves, ascending into a godlike existence. The king of gluttony, the devourer of boundaries. The moment Alan spoke his name, the curiosity in Kaelus's eyes deepened. Kaelus brushed his hair back with a grin. "You even know my name? Impressive. What a charming little human you are." Alan silently stared at Kaelus, his expression tense. Why did the timeline change? According to the original report, Kaelus was supposed to arrive on the 5th floor 3 days later. Not now. Not this early. Then Kaelus slowly raised his hand again. His voice echoed softly. "Very well. I'm in a rather pleasant mood right now, and it seems the others are as well. So I shall show mercy." Kaelus pointed lazily toward the upper floors. "Leave, and I'll spare your lives." But Alan answered immediately. "Prepare for battle." The extermination squad instantly reacted. Argonia forcibly suppressed the fear in her body and raised her voice. "All units, battle formation!" The atmosphere changed instantly. Weapons were drawn. Mana surged. The mercenaries moved according to the strategy Alan had prepared beforehand. Watching them, Alan thought, this time, they're prepared. Hearing Alan's response, Kalis looked at him as though staring at an idiot. Tsk. I was willing to spare you because you seemed entertaining, but if you insist on drinking the cup of punishment, Kalis slowly extended his hand forward once more. Then I shall grant your wish, insect. At that exact moment, an enormous wave of magic exploded outward from Kalis's hand, instantly rushing toward Alan and the mercenaries like a catastrophic storm.